Well, this is exactly where we should be and how we should be here, because this, of course, is the ALGS North American Championship. Day one for group stages, and I could not be more excited. For these players, this isn't just the beginning of a long journey to those finals. Every single point, every single kill, every single round counts. No pressure, everybody. But this is exactly where that journey begins. And that means we are here to talk more Apex all day long. And to do that, to break down all the action and the drama, well, of course, I'm going to introduce the guy you all know and love, Tom T-Square Taylor, and new to our desk here, host of For IGN. This, of course, Stella Parallax, Stella Chung. Both of you, welcome. Excited to have you here.
Okay, I'm so excited. You know, it's such a great opportunity for the players, for the fans, and they've been putting in so much work. $2.5 million is up for grabs. But I'm also excited because we got Stella here. Stella, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. You guys have so much good energy, and I'm so excited to see what everyone brings today.
Me as well, and you know what? We're not going to have to wait very long. Let's talk about what this week looks like, and more importantly, what it will lead to coming up here in not too long, because this is going to be a grind, not just for the players and the teams, but for us and for you guys as well. But you know you're going to be on the journey with us, and we're so excited to have you here. Of course, we've already seen day one if you joined us yesterday for our EMEA region. Today, though, today is North America. Day one, we're going to start this all over again and be very excited for it. And you know what? A nice little mention here, our secondary stream, our influencer stream, Nice Week, holding it down, because what you'll see today is groups A and B, but we've still got groups C and D going after it, right, Tom?
Yeah, saw some tweets flying in. Just put the schedule up on Twitter, and then everyone's like, I want to see Nicewick cast as well. I'm stoked to see Nicewick. Same. So if you're there, make sure that you're supporting the influencer streams. Keep multiple tabs open, because there is a lot of Apex to cover today.
There is. Yes, I love that pro tip. There are multiple tabs. Keep them open. Do your thing. Because as you can see, there are 3 days for our EMEA region. There are 3 days for North America, but they all lead to just this. Our EMEA Super Regional Championships. $2.5 million prize pool all up on the line for EMEA North America. That comes to us June the 12th. That's a Saturday. And then North America is June the 13th. That's a Sunday. Mark your calendars. Get them ready. Put it in your phone. If you're like me, you always want to have it in your phone because you'll never forget then. And that is exactly what we want to do. I got to ask, Tom, let's start with you, and then Stella will bring you into the fold. What are you guys most excited about today? Because there's a lot that we get to talk about.
I think we talked about the fans, we talked about the players, but one of the things is with such a large tournament like this, with Apex really picking up because all of the great changes Respawn's doing, is the great orgs that we have introduced. So Stella, what about you?
I personally am very excited to see what everyone picks for their groups and classes. I'm very excited to see how people are going to use Valkyrie, especially in ALGS. I mean, we've seen it in ranked, we've seen it in pubs, but now I want to see how the pros use her, and she's going to be very cool and probably game-changing for this.
Absolutely, and if our EMEA Super Regional Day 1 yesterday is any indication, there definitely will be some drama around that new legend. But if you would like to see a little bit more of how today is going to shape up, because it's going to look a little different than if you've been with us in tournaments in the ALGS in the past. So we've got a nice tournament explainer that helps break it all down. Take a look.
The Apex Legends Global Series Championship has finally arrived. Before the chaos begins, we wanted to take a moment to explain the championship format and how teams earn their placement. The ALGS Championship takes place in 2 stages, the group stage and the championship finals. 40 teams, ranked by their ALGS points, will be entered into 4 separate groups, with teams 1 through 4 being distributed across the top spot in the groups, and the following teams winding back and forth in the columns until everyone is in place and ready to start the group stage. As the group stage begins, the 4 groups will shuffle daily for 3 days, playing 6 match sets each day. At the end of 3 days of play and 18 matches, the top team in each group will qualify to be the first teams to make it into the championship finals. The following 16 spots will be filled regardless of group, according to points earned in the group stage. At this point, the remaining teams are officially eliminated. These final 20 teams are seeded by their group stage point scores. The top 10 teams receive a bonus of qualifying match points to begin the finals with, depending on their placement. The top seeded team receiving 10 points, the second receiving 9, and so on. Teams 1 through 11 begin the finals with 0 points. It's been a long road to the championship, but it's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and PKs? And who's sitting back with a bow? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships.
Oh man, if you want to see that something different, that bow looks epic. I cannot wait to see it used in-game. And you know what, you meant it earlier, to see how the pros are going to use this. Is this one of those times where you get to take a look and say, oh my gosh, I'm going to learn something new?
Yeah, I don't know if I could learn better aim from pros, but I will definitely be taking inspiration from them because the bow is just one heck of a beast if you use it correctly.
One heck of a beast. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, let's talk about how today is going to shape up. That was a great explainer, and I think it does such a good job of understanding how that serpentine kind of draw works. And it's also a great way to remind ourselves that for all the ALGS points that got these teams here, well, now they're starting kind of from zero to try and get their way through our groups and to get themselves their ticket stamped to the finals. Now, Tom, this is something we're definitely used to, which is sort of like the number of teams we're going to be seeing in a day, but this is a whole other way to look at things from the group stage.
I mean, there's a lot of Apex to be played here, and I think one of the beautiful things about this format is there are a lot more teams that are going to get involved, which I think is another reason why we see a lot of these orgs coming in and signing, because not only is $2.5 million up for grabs, but instead of just having 20 teams get in here, where there was 10 teams that qualify and then 10 teams make it in, like our typical online tournaments or our playoff formats, this time we have 40 teams, so we've doubled the amount of teams, which doubles the amount of opportunities where we get to see new players, or players that you may have known and loved, or you supported their streams, you've seen them in ranked, and now you get an opportunity to actually watch these players and see how they stack up against all of these top teams, like the TSMs, the NRGs, the Renegades, the C9s, CLGs, etc. And they can hang. They've been playing Apex for quite some time, so it's going to be really fun to see how they do.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, would you consider this a crazy, scary lobby?
It is a crazy, scary lobby, and it's just such a well-done format because every team is eventually going to end up playing each other. A plays B, but eventually everybody rotates.
A plays B, but we can see it all. I couldn't stop myself.
Oh, that was good. That was really good.
Thank you. Stella, you're going to do great here. Tom, I need you back on my side, buddy. Bring it on. At any rate, yes. And then, of course, championships, those finals days, this 12th of this month and the 13th of this month, they're going to look a little bit more similar to the way we have done things in the past. Those 20 teams going to battle for, and you read it here, right, folks, the largest global prize pool in ALGS history. And you know what? A lot of that has to do with you. A lot of that has to be given you guys as our community, you as our fans. You have to give the props to them. Tom, I mean, this has got to be a big deal for our community to be able to sponsor things like this.
I've still spent a couple $100 still looking for heirlooms, so I think that I definitely contributed towards some of that. You're welcome, pro players. But it's going to be awesome to see, again, the fans getting involved with this one because there's a lot of cool things that is going on. We saw the drops that we're going through where you can get in-game things. We have, obviously, supported skins that are happening. There's been such great changes, and we talked about that with Sela, where there's so many great legends that have been useful, like Valkyrie. So we're going to see the pro players utilizing this at the highest level possible, and we're going to see a lot of different things from setting up to zone knowledge to, you know, head glitching to great communication. It's going to have it all.
Absolutely. And so I do want to know, you are someone who knows the ins and outs of this game, you know, and also well done going. I mean, not that Tom doesn't. Tom, I got you. But I will say, Stella, well done getting Diamond, by the way. Heads up to that,
Thank
everybody.
you.
But I do want to know, what are you expecting from the team comps today, given that we have this new legend and some of her abilities, and sort of what are you thinking about coming into this competition?
Oh,
Well, I
well,
know Stella wants to see Octane, so go ahead,
I
Stella.
yeah, definitely. I definitely want to see Octane as an Octane
Spit
main.
the hot fire, Tom.
With his nerf, though, I'm interested to see if people will switch off of him, although I don't think it was that big of a nerf for people to consider switching, since Octane is really good at being able to give you that quick horizontal mobility and get the high ground. But now with Valkyrie, you also have that option. So it's going to be really interesting to see who people pick. I know Wraith is a very high pick character, so we'll see if she gets switched off. But I would love to see more fast-paced games, especially with Octane and Valkyrie.
I have a sneaking suspicion you are going to get your dreams answered, your wish granted. Well, let's talk about the wishes granted from our groups. I'm not sure how to segue into that, so we'll just go right into our North American groups. A, B, C, and D. We'll talk about who is going to be playing whom today. You'll see A and B. They go mono, E 58 other monos. I'm just gonna sit here. And then, of course, Group C and Group D. That's how you say things in other languages. Yes? No? Okay, fair enough. Tom, talk to me about Group A and B, because there's a lot to say before we get to our teams to watch.
Well, first of all, love the segue, because the wishes were granted, because as an Apex Pro, your wish is to get into this tournament. You really wanted to get in. And if you're wondering how they did, it was the top 35 in cumulative points, and then we had the LCQ where there was 5 more spots that were allocated. But you see a lot of new orgs in here, so let's just talk about those orgs really quick, because welcome G2, Team Kungara, Team Alpine, Lazarus, Era, and still some semi-new orgs that were introduced is obviously C9, Space Station Gaming, and Renegades. All of these are very talented teams that you have to watch out for.
Absolutely, and I mean, you just named it so on point here. When we say orgs, for those who are uninitiated, when we say orgs, we're talking about teams that now have a family. I should say a family. That sounds silly. They have a Tom, talk to me about what orgs mean.
Well, it's a support system. You get signed to a major contract. You get a monthly salary. Not only that, you get to share that experience with your teammates and with other teams, and that's where that family aspect, Kate, that you're talking about is, they have Apex teams, but they also have teams in other games too. So you get to share and make friends with other players as well, and it's really fun.
It is really fun, and we get to see it and we get to enjoy it. And to your point, yeah, all of a sudden that support system is such a big deal, and at any rate, we've definitely, and as Tom mentioned, we've got now a bunch of people, a bunch of teams that now have that support that is so vital. Stella, at this moment, if we're looking at Group A and B, let's take a look at this face-off here. We've got a number of teams that we can talk about, but what is the team you're really looking forward to now? What is the team that you're excited to see about perhaps, find their way through to the next round?
I definitely have to say TSM, although TSM is no question that they'll get through to the next round. But yeah, I'm really excited because I always watch TSM. They're kind of my favorite. But if I have to say anyone else, maybe Renegades, because I feel like they've been getting a lot stronger. And especially since they got picked up, I think they were peanut butter sandwiches, right? Before?
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and I'm just really excited to see what they can do. I know they were newly picked up, so I'm very excited to see them at the top of the list in Group B. That makes me very happy. So,
Tom,
we'll see.
Peanut butter sandwiches. Well, that's Bowser and Saucer, so that's a great name.
Give me some
honestly,
reality here. Yeah.
I really agree with Stella, but there's also a handful of teams that could make it in just in this lobby, because keep in mind the format that one team is definitely going to make it in each group. And then after that, it's a matter of how many points that every other team has. It's not like only 4 teams or 5 teams are going to make it out of this group. We could have 8 teams that actually make it out of this group. So, standout teams to me would definitely be NRG, CLG. And then in terms of dark horse teams, I would probably go with ESA Black and Bottom 20, who was just signed to Team Kungarna. That's going to be the former Noble roster with Vayne, Amu, and Scurry.
Interesting. Well, so now at this point, if we're looking down the line, and you're going to have to crystal ball your MVP, who you're looking at. I know I'm going to ask you this cold, and I didn't even practice this. I'm throwing some curveballs. I'm going to find out what you think, and I suspect you guys might be different. But I'm curious who you're looking at in terms of those specific players. Tom, you've got, as we mentioned, you have your finger on the pulse of that community. You know what people have been saying on Twitter. What has the community been saying about this championship? And more importantly, has there been any, is the right word smack talk?
I feel like, I'm not sure of the smack talk, but I know there's a couple of players that are feeling really good. And in terms of this lobby, I kind of feel like I know who Stella's going to pick. So I'm going to go with someone different, and I'm going to go with Madness. I think that Madness is a key player for CLG. And when he's popping off, he could be someone that's an MVP caliber type player.
Mm-hmm. Stella, what do you think? Is there anybody on your short list right now? I assume somebody. You know what? It's probably an Imperial Hal, right, from TSM, to one of those standout players. I feel like you might have even mentioned that. So apologies if I just totally ruined the ending there.
No, yeah, I think TSM Imperial Hal for sure. But also, I have to say, NRG Sweet. is very high up on contention just because he's always been so good in stressful situations. He's calm. He's able to lead his team very acutely. He's so aware of everything. So I think he might be my second contender.
And darn fun to watch those guys. Darn fun to watch.
She picked 2. What the heck?
I mean, just and you know what? Now let's talk about that pricing because as we mentioned earlier, largest in ALGS history because of your community. Again, huge thank you. But that pricing, Tom, this pricing is significant.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, we're looking at first place, $265,000. I mean, an extra $591. I don't know how you're going to break that up 3 ways. Someone's going to end up getting, 30, 40 cents throughout all of that, an extra penny or 2 throughout all of that. So they're going to have to fight for that penny. Whoever gets the highest KD can get that extra penny. But I think they're not going to be too upset because they're almost breaking 100,000 each.
I mean, good grief. At any rate, I will also say, and this is something I didn't realize until just this moment, it's looking like anybody who gets into our championship does get money. Am I wrong about that? 16th through 20th gets $4,000. Am I wrong? Maybe not. We'll get the odds makers to find out for us. But if I'm reading that correctly, that's what that means. So it's one of these things where with the support of the new orgs, with this massive prize pool, I got to imagine that the pressure has to be on. Stella, you have absolutely dominated some ranked games, obviously, to get to Diamond. Tom, you know what it's like to be under these bright lights. Tom, start with you. What is something like this championship moment? I mean, are there nerves? Is it jitter? Are we going to see some early game aggro right from the top?
They're so excited right now. This is what they play for. You see the tweets that are rolling through. Everyone thinks that they're coming and having their Michael Jordan moment at certain points. So, Damian Lillard last night, Kobe, whatever you want to say. They're coming through and they're going to just be trying to style on the other teams, and the energy is going to be flowing. And I can't wait till when we actually get into the listen-ins. That's going to be some of my favorite parts. And, everyone's going to be coming with the hype. I know that the casters are going to be coming too. But for me, I think that the fans need to sit back and enjoy these games because the players work so hard to get to this moment. It's going to be so exciting to watch.
It is. Stella, under these kind of circumstances, how do you feel like you would fare?
Oh, me personally? I don't think you can compare me to the pros at all, but I am very excited to see how they do, especially since this is it. I mean, every point matters. So we're going to be able to see every single technique pulled out, and it's going to be really interesting, especially since I know that they've been scrimming. I know some players have interchanged with each other and played ranked with each other. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they recognize other players' techniques and strategies. So I'm very excited.
We're about to see all of it unfold, but first, we have been talking about these new orgs, these teams that have been brought on to that support system, and one guy, Zach Mazer, knows the glow of new orgdom. Of course, Cloud9 is his family there. Let's take a look at what he had to say about today's championship.
Specifically speaking for me, I think the fit between Cloud9 and myself is absolutely perfect. I think after seeing the way their Twitter works out and my Twitter and my environment and their environment, it's just a super memey, fun, successful business environment where everyone likes to work hard. And I think me and Cloud9 are a perfect fit, and I see it being a very long-term thing, hopefully.
And I'm so excited to see that perfect fit come to fruition right here on our stage. Is that pretty much what you've experienced, Zach, there, Tom?
I mean, he's having a great glow up too. I saw him win a tournament a couple of tournaments ago, and how he just gained so much confidence, and now he's signed under this org, and it's just so good because it does so much for you. That stability is amazing, and it's just going to be, it's going to be great to watch these players play under that circumstance.
Well, now I got the hardest question of the day, and I have to make it quick because we have to get into these games. Guys, what are your teams to watch? Top 5, and I know you had some more. It was hard to get down to 5, as per usual, Tom. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, fortunately had some help with this list, and these are the teams that had to narrow it down to. TSM, obviously, they're the number 1 team for a reason. NRG's a great pick. They are our Winter Circuit playoff champs, but they were dominating in scrims recently. CLG, again, picked Madness in terms of being someone that could be an MVP. Renegades, I think that we had a conversation with Stella about that and how they have a great mix of zone knowledge and firepower. Sentinels, they're deadly if they catch on fire as well, but there's so many great teams in here. It was really hard to narrow it down to these top 5.
It's always hard to nail down the top 5, and the fact that it's taken all these teams this long to get to this place and this are the top, I can only imagine how difficult it will have been for sure. And I love, yeah, Stella, absolutely, that Renegade squad. Definitely somebody to take a look at and keep in mind. Well, as we mentioned at the top here, we only had so much time to talk about teams and the teams to watch. You know why? Because we are going into our game number 1. We're getting the action started, and we've got 2 casters ready to do it right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Alright, I'm ready on the portal. Might take...
It's in the air.
Race broken, 110! Go back if you have to, Mac.
We can't.
Oh. I'm going in then. Block going in.
I'm gassing them out. I'm healing.
I'm healing also.
I'm
100
going
damage
in.
on 1. 100 damage on 1.
I'm in.
I knocked
I'm
him.
down. He's in the corner.
Okay.
He's gonna try to fend me. Yeah, my portal going in the air is just so unlucky.
One of them snacked.
There's so many teams on that edge, man.
They're gonna die. Just wait. Literally just wait. Because you're safe here. You might have a chance to get us. Alright. Focus up real quick. Brandon's gonna win this. Just remember, you got your black
This
hole,
is
you got
you're
your
a top 6.
Stay up
this is
there.
a-
For as long, watch out the train tracks. Might see it. Nice. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. You might want to use your black hole there.
No.
So
He
they
needs to
can't
save
come
it.
out.
There's nowhere
He
they're
needs to
going
save it. They can all see you on your left, Brennan.
I know. I'm well aware.
You can also take the zip back up if you get shot and you need to drop.
If a Gibby ult goes off, you prio that gen. You try to fuck that team.
I want to go right there.
Oh, okay. You can reach that off a high lift from the top.
No.
100%.
I have to go right here. I have to go right here.
You need to kill that guy on the stairs. How long on your lift?
3, 2.
As soon as it's up, you go up. Try to pick up any KP you can. Yep, just keep chilling. Focus the team on blue bins. They're your threat.
I'm not shooting. Only shooting.
The old lamppost meta. You know, I'm a little sad that they didn't get my commentary and marks on that because we were going really crazy. They were a little more calm. I know Albert Lely was coaching them through, though, and I hope that we can see a lot more moments like that today. Welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, watching to the ALGS Championships in North America, and I am so glad to be here again, Rain Day. It's been a nice break, but really excited to get into this, and especially with a new co-commentator, our first time casting together. Welcome, BYN. How you doing today, man? Talk to me about what you're excited about here.
I'm very excited to watch these teams play because there's quite a few dollars on the line right now, and I'm very excited to see how hard and what new strats that everybody's going to be using, especially with the release of Valk coming out. I'm really excited to see how they implement her into the meta.
And, you know, you're an Apex Legends fan. You said you're a Gibraltar main, right? But
yeah.
We're going to see a lot of different Legends out there. And speaking of that, as we get ourselves in to the start of what will be an epic journey, a story that begins with, some would say, humble beginnings. This isn't that one. These teams have all grinded to the top, and they have made a name for themselves across multiple circuits, the summer, the autumn, the winter. And it is now that with these playoffs begin, they'll have a chance to go up against each other and claim that title of the best of the best in Apex Legends. Be so excited to be here with you as we head over into a really nice early drop with Sentinels, who have to be one of the teams that you, as well as many players, have their eye on.
What I want to go ahead and point out right now is looking at the team, all the team comps, there's quite a few variations. We see Wraiths, we see some Octanes, and we also see Valkyries, not surprisingly. But what I want to say is the one thing that every single team had was a Gibby. And with all that utility with his bubble taking infinite amount of damage for 12 seconds, that really shows how powerful Gibby is. Even after the nerf, he's still the most picked legend in just this map right now.
Just some beautiful overviews here. Looking at Harvester, as these teams all now, because of the way the pace of this match is going to be, we're going to have time to talk about the meta, the weapons, and of course what these teams are looking to do. But so much of this early game is foundational to your success and finding out where you need to go, the path you'll have to traverse to get there. And more importantly, like you mentioned as well, the legends you'll be using and what those skills can allow you to do. I always love going to trials early, and that's why Dudes Night Out, not only to get some good loot, they get a little warm-up. I feel like in a tournament where there are a lot of nerves potentially flowing through UB, your heart racing a little fast, it's nice to just get some shots on some opponents who aren't really going to hit back. Oh, I take that back. Actually, they will hit back, just not too hard.
Oh, and this right now we can honestly just watch this great rotation showing that he will outstrafe any dog inside of the into the Bloodhound right here. So really showcasing that power right there. But I also wanted to say that Skyhook was, two teams were in Skyhook, which was Fade and as well as CLG. So I'm very curious to see if there's going to be some early fighting as we swap over to Absolute Monarchy and Tunnels.
Fat Fruit Ninja, Sir Lifty, Sleepy Panda, starting off pretty decently with a purple, a blue, and a white. And as these rotations still making it in with the Crypto Drone, understanding they've got to move central. And they're going through what could be a choke, but this early, their rotation seems to be on point. They won't have to go through too much to get there.
It's also interesting because normally a lot of teams go with the Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound, but they opted to choose Crypto, which really, it's honestly one of my favorite characters who's very well at picking next zones and setting their team up, and also utilizing an EMP to really help out a lot and bring a little bit more utility than the Bloodhound with the EMP as well. But I was going to go ahead and swap over to Team XD, who looks like they're about to get some poking done. As you see, Money already used his Gibby bubble, so we're really going to see exactly where this team's going to be swapping. They even are using a Valkyrie as well, so Caustic, Crypto, Gibby is really going to showcase how strong they are up close, especially with using the Caustic gas trap and everything. So I'm very interested to see what's going on in this fight. What about you, Randy?
Seems to be no 50-50s too, which is a great point that Tom, our analyst, as he's watching this game, noticed. We often see these early skirmishes, but it's been pretty light. And I think that, again, showcases the timidity with which these players are playing. This is a $2.58 million tournament, $265,000 for the winner. It's a marathon, but the one thing you don't want to do when you start a marathon is trip at the beginning. And so these teams, I think, are just taking a little bit of time to figure it out as we head over to Train Yard and see a couple of homes, a couple of skyward homes, havens, so to speak, being set up as well. A decent spot, which will give them some rotation capabilities, looking at where this circle is ending up.
Yeah. Right now we have about approximately 3 teams at Countdown, and what we're seeing right now, because once again, like you said, there is quite a bit of money on the line. They all are playing for positioning right now, not really trying to get into too much fights. While yes, KP is very nice, they know there's 2-3 teams possibly lurking and watching for someone to make a wrong move or for them to come in and collapse on any team fighting.
I totally agree with you. I think that's the thing where patience sometimes wins in these early fights. And we saw it in Europe yesterday where there was almost, it felt like 18 teams in that fourth circle. And you just say, you know, there has to be something human going on there, not just Apex Legends, because there's so much confidence throughout all of these players. As we see Metro to go, taking a little poke, a little Volt in hand though, gets the heirloom out, and slide jumps to heal it back up. But the point is, they do know the quality of competition will never be greater than what they're doing now. This is the best of the best in Apex, so you do have to play it a little more cautiously because you can get punished that much more.
Yeah, if we look right outside of Lava Fissure, it looked like there was a really good spot to be in this zone and the next zone, so I'm hoping they see that they'll be able to make it into the next one. As we go ahead and swap to TSM, who is right outside of the second zone once it switches to the next one with the Gibby, Octane and Bloodhound, which doesn't really surprise me because Octane does bring quite a bit of utility. He brings that commitment to the team, if that makes sense, where you have your Wraith where you can use your portal, you can portal in, portal back out, if something's too hot. While with Octane, once you're in there, you're committed in there. You're quite literally part of the Yeet meta.
And we'll see if they can stay on their feet with the Yeet meta. I have a little bit of an alternative opinion on Octane. I feel like that nerf hurts quite a bit, and it's going to make every decision that Hal goes throughout his game. And of course, Hal, when I say the name, we almost always know who I'm referring to. TSM, one of the most, the most accomplished team as far as tournament wins in Apex Legends history, but also some of the most popular players and streamers repping that badge as well. Definitely the top competitor, I think most teams would say, in this lobby, especially in Group A. But it does give you less wiggle room yet again to make mistakes. However, I've seen them work magic with the jump pads and several jump pads as well on rotation, so I don't feel like they'll be too cornered if things do get tough.
One thing, while the nerf, yes, did hurt Octane by nerfing it down, I still feel like he brings that utility, and especially with his butt ult coming up every 60 seconds, very similar to when Wraith had the 5% bonus damage, low profile. So it still brings that kind of utility. And people were using Wraith even during that time of the nerf when she had the low profile. So I still think that Octane will still be very strong as TSM is going ahead, commit, and had used ult previous, but doesn't look like he's going to get as much utility or as much value out of it as he had planned. But nonetheless, they're still poking and still holding down. And overall, I'm really hoping to see as they get some really nice shots with the Spitfire as he shoots from range, purple barrel, so he is not having any recoil whatsoever as Synced takes a little bit of poke.
And this is some veteran Apex players as well. Synced, we talked about him from the LCQ, made it in. An incredible player who's been playing with Wicked and Shroud since, I feel like, Season 1, Day 1, when the Wingman had, about 37 bullets in the magazine? I don't know, something like that compared to what it is now. And they will be claiming their spot if they can make it, going to a toe-to-toe poke battle with TSM and coming out alive. Not many teams get to say they can do that, but they certainly have. Not a bad start for them as we head over to ESA Black, still poking away, still in that early part of the game. But as you could see in your top left-hand corner, teams starting to make a move towards that area of Lava Fisher, Train Yard, Countdown, Staging. They realize with these recon characters that you do have the circle moving that direction, and it's a matter of kind of securing your spot, almost territorially, saying, don't come here, this is our spot, we want to rotate from here, and if you do, there's going to be trouble.
What I also want to point out is that there are 5 teams that did pilt Valkyrie, so I'm expecting a couple of those teams that may not be as higher up that want to play a little bit safer to be outside the zone. It really makes the zone play or playing outside a ring a little bit better, because before, if you were caught outside rotating in, you would just take the L and hold firmly. But now with the introduction of Valkyrie, it really gives you a chance to not only shift and get possibly a better position, especially with their passive being able, while in air, highlighting, showing where other enemies are to pick where you are. While it is, yes, it is a big commitment to do, but it is a better chance than dying outside of zone. Round 1, that is still quite a bit of damage you will be taking while trying to fight and fight your way inside to zone.
Valkyrie surely going to play a part in this. What part will it be? Still need to find that one out as Group A versus B opens up the day. In our incredible week of Apex Legends, you'll see A and C and A and D go at it as well. And we've also got C and D on an alternate stream.
Oh, as we see Hal go down right now, because Drop got a very nice shot. Zero Plus got a very nice shot on with the R301, and he went down. That's a very horrific spot to go down in currently. With so many teams on the high ground right above him, it's shooting fish in the barrel.
See if they can make it work and bring home some dinner, because this is TSM we're talking about. It's not going to be the easiest push, even if they are 2v3, and I believe at that distance they should be able to pick them back up pretty well, even though that poke battle is still wasting resources, and that's just been the way they've done it. But both teams wanted to get through Harvester, and so they've done that now. The hard part seems to be over, especially for TSM. Dude's night out, though. They're seeing a defensive bombardment go down as well, and getting Bloodhound scan. Rolders, AV's duplex. Looking with the charge rifle. One of the most, I think, comfortable weapons at a mid to long range, just for the fact that no one really wants to run up over long distances against a charge rifle, B.
The charge rifle is easily one of my favorite snipers. You have a hit scan weapon. You don't have to take an account for any delay. You just boom. You can hit your. If you can hit your shots, the charge rifle is your best friend, and it's great for poke, great for Gibby and Watson as well with her new buff, being able to regen shields as well. As we see Faye take a very meaty grenade and Kanaka almost going down and dying right there. Almost losing your Gibby would have been a horrific thing, especially if Gibby with bubble as well. Using a lot of resources because everyone in this lobby, there are 20 teams in this game, and every single team has a Gibby to let you know how important it is to keep their Gibby alive. And for them to almost lose their Gibby that way is a very, very rough spot to be in.
Hitting some long shots is Fade. As we still, as you mentioned, 20 teams, but surprisingly, still Zone 2. All 20 teams to talk about. No one's gone down. Maybe a few players, but no full squad left. Seems like this could be the beginning as Moni goes down, and that is a problem there. Not for Kanaka's Pets, though. They are looking on their backside, making sure no approaches. And that charge rifle, oh, it's starting to do damage. One crack. Almost got the second. Kanaka's Pets dishing some serious damage here. But yet again, no fatalities team-wise. Everyone's still up, albeit I don't think that's going to last much longer.
One thing I will say is that Kanaka Pets is in a very good spot because they have a team that is right outside in zone or right beside zone. They don't have anywhere to rotate, so if they have any grenades, they can easily pressure that out. And they're also in a very good spot for next rotate as well to hold down the rocks and make sure they are good. CLG is right there in that corner, but I doubt they'll be able to push out as we go ahead and switch over to Ranked is Harder, who is getting some very good shots. And Sync D's is going ahead and confirm a kill on Snipe Down. My goodness. Did you see that coming on TSM?
That's TSM Snipe Down. That is not what you want to see. We knew this Ranked is Harder poke had been going in, but it went to the chagrin of TSM, the #1 ranked ALGS squad, out first. Very much like Gambit in Europe, out first as well. Seems to be the way these first games go.
One thing I do want to say is while, yes, you may be out first in game one, it does not take a lot for you to catch up easily. As we can go ahead and switch over to Hunter, he's going to go ahead and go down and get shot, and they will be eliminated. They already were down a teammate, and they just got cleaned up after taking lots of damage from zone. So that's 2 teams now eliminated. As we watch a Valkyrie team boost off, as we see his Watson taking the, I believe has gotten stuck under the map, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, right now, stuck under a defensive dome shield, excuse me, is only place to stay alive. And you can see it. There's a lot of damage going on. Another team going down. That's KNG, bottom 20. And you can see they're just rolling. Teams starting to fall like flies right now.
Ranked is Harder is really picking really good times to get these fights because I don't know if you saw, they got Sync D's got the kill on Gibby when he was rezzing after some pokes. So overall, they're really showcasing what it means to be good at Apex. It's not all about just kills. It's about picking and choosing when your next fight is in your rotation. As we watch Drop get almost killed just now, man, they are really, really pushing the boundaries, playing Gibby and him going all the way down to 1 heart, 1 health, showing that even if you do have Fortify, you are not safe from being put down into the dirt.
You can tell things are just getting harder, not just for Ranked is Harder, but for everyone. Our picture-in-picture down below to your right, everyone looking to make it, the zone pushing in on the backside. This is where it starts to get a little tenuous. You lose Dropped, he's down, 0+ behind, healing up with the med kit. Synced is alive. They won that battle with TSM, but what will it mean? If you can't get to the next zone, it's almost for naught. But they do have the KP going into game 2. Will mean a lot for them if they can just get to this next part of the circle, but that's no guarantee. Bullets firing away. They're going to try to use the jump pad. This is where Octane comes in. Can they make it to the crevice? They can, and it's going to be a Phoenix kit, but 0+ doesn't have the benefit of that, and now Synced, he's still under fire. He's going to try to hide in a corner, stay out of line of sight, but grenades say hello, my friend, but not enough. 1 health to his name, and the Phoenix kit might just get off, but hold on. It looks like we're seeing a big fight with Hierarchy and Pow Pow. Hierarchy and Hundreds. Lazarus come out on top of that, and again, more teams fall as that zone took 6 of our squads out of the competition.
I just want to go ahead and highlight there, you doubted my Octane calls, but I'm telling you right now, no other character would have survived that but Octane himself. So, with that being
well,
said,
his team kind of died, though, so I mean, you know, it still might not have gone their way.
We take off the technicalities, okay?
Yeah, right. Look cool, though, for sure.
Yeah.
So, coming in with the 8, I love it.
As ESA
and he's found his way.
as ESA Black is showcasing the strength of the EVO, which I feel after the latest buff of having a faster fire rate, really showcasing that it is one of the better shotguns of all 3 of them that are out currently.
And you can see Prodigy Aces, Joey Blackout, Missile Swarm coming through from the Valkyrie and Panders. Look at this. This is what Valkyrie can do. Get an eye on Panders. He's got that high ground there. And although Joey Blackout TV, he's got the bow, Deadeye's tempo as well, so if he hits those shots and keeps hitting them, he's going to fire and fire faster and faster. But Pander's just such a hard spot to be. And this Dome Shield right here, I don't know, it's a little dangerous because it almost is asking Panders to push at that point. They know they're low. Prodigy Aces is low as well.
Having Gibby having to use your fight to save a teammate is a very rough spot to be in, especially with with one of your teammates kind of come back and heal. That's one gun and a shield that you will not have. You definitely want, as a Gibby main, I definitely respected being able to save your teammate by not seeing someone on the high ground from being down, but it's still a very rough spot. And as they're going to catch Valkyrie out of position, as Prodigy Aces is right in the middle of the team, it gets absolutely obliterated. And zone's closing. They're going to have to do something. This is round 3, so this zone is going to hurt a lot as well. As they go ahead and put one in the dirt, Pandas goes down.
Looking for KP, that's it. It's really just trying to survive. It's not going to make it, unfortunately. That was not the way you wanted it to go. On the other side, though, we can't even stop for the action, despite Joey Blackout not making it out. CLG, Madness is down. That might be CLG out of there as well. Sentinels, though, with a Kraber in hand. Retzi could do some damage here, especially with a train yard circle looking to pull. High ground is going to be so important, and Lazarus still fighting off with the Peacekeeper. It's going to be one shot for Hundreds. He looks to get the slide jump as well. Shields could be providing cover for both players here. Oh, and there he is. He finds him. PK to the dome. And that's it. It's NRG. Sweet out of the fight. Hundreds cleans him up.
I think we're seeing a lot of teams, top teams are going down super early in this game. And that is one thing, and I could believe that no one saw coming. While this is Apex, this is a battle royale, but one thing is, it is anyone's game. No matter how great you are of a team, you can still come in last place in the game or come in a lower positioning.
So true, and that must be something already cleared out. You can see Slurpee so low on health, but they felt comfortable getting there. These houses right here, these are, oh boy, I can only think of trying to get a home in the current housing market right now. They're going to have to fend off all the pre-qualified buyers, all the cash buyers as well. Everybody wants those high ground lofts, but only 2 teams can have them. Tech, and you can see Euban force what? Presley holding the others. Everyone fighting from low ground or across the way. Take a look at this, B. Who has the advantage here in your eyes? Despite the high ground, we already know that, but from these approaching teams.
I would say Lazarus actually is in a pretty solid spot because they have one of the best head glitches for this area, as well as having to cover it rotating under bridge, because no one wants to leave their high ground. Once you have that high ground, especially one of those train carts, no one wants to rotate down. As we're going to go ahead and see G7 Dank go ahead and put some shots down. But they're going to go ahead and decide to bubble here, Lazarus, as they are actually fully committing to this fight as they're shielding up, getting ready for another team. They committed and then backed up because no one wants to go down first because they know there's plenty of teams around there looking for and waiting for the bubble to go down. They're going to head and put some shots as G7 goes down to a PK shot. And then just like that, as I said it is a commentator's curse. I will never say it again. As Lazarus goes down the moment I say they had a very advantageous position as Kanaka's Pet takes their spot.
Oh, Kanaka's Pet, they've been having a fantastic game, but now they're at the edge. They're going to have to cross. But you know what's great? They get to stay out of the mayhem. Defensive bombardments dropping here. And you can see 2 brains, 1 controller up top. They've been in that train cart the entire game. And so they haven't had to move. That's just big brain right there. And I guess they've got 2 of them. So with 1 controller, can they now finish the fight? Sentinels getting more and more damage with the EVA 8, picking up more KP themselves. Retzi still has the Kraber. We're not quite sure, but Krusty seems to be doing well. Gibraltar, Caustic, and Valk. Very defensive lineup. But Force what you can see, he's got a Kraber as well. Retzi, he hits that 145. Things are starting to heat up. Another Acolat from Retzi. Can he finish him off here? Already 1 is down. That's KP waiting for him, but can they push?
That's going to be a very tough position because they have the crates right now currently, and they're safe around from both teams. And they're going to, yes, they go down, they do get the res, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to commit to it. That's a very, very difficult push to try to take right there, especially when there are still 4 other teams looking right at you, waiting for someone to go right in the middle. It's another one of those moments that I wish my ranked teammates would understand. Just because someone goes down, you do not have to lose your positioning and go across the map and then die and then cost me the game. I was almost diamonds. I was almost diamonds.
Sounds like we're starting to get a little personal here, and, we can do some counseling about that later, V. But, I love the way that these teams are still taking this to every single angle they can. No one has wanted to commit yet, because once you do, it's like dominoes. They start falling. Everyone starts to get in it, and Sharks smell blood in the water. And best believe, Retzi, Force What, these players with Krabers in their hands, they are Sharks, alpha predators, prehistoric. And will they make history? If they can keep this up, it certainly will be a possibility to Presley. They know where they are, and if they hear the sound of the revive, I think that's what he's worried about. Retzi could push, but he doesn't want to risk it all. They're so close. Crust still up, Sinox down as well, so it's really a 2v1 versus a 1v1. They get the KP, defensive bombardment goes down, and now it's going to start to get interesting.
This is where we can see Sentinel's pick on Caustic is really going to start excelling. While he does not have ult, he does have those barrels, and he goes down immediately to, as soon as I say something, goes down immediately to a Sentinel, but he's unable to confirm the kill because another team comes in and cleans him up, and now they go ahead, and this Caustic now is coming over here, and unfortunately he's going to die as soon as I say something. And right here, now they're just, as Gibby Bubbles used as the last Gibby, Kanaka's Pets is really showcasing. They know what rotation is. They know how, when and where to pick their fights, as they're going to go ahead and commit to this fight.
And this is where Kanaka's Pets can put a great game, turn it into an amazing game. There's a solo up top, one player already down there. Octane trying to hold it. This could be the evidence of the jump pad being worth it after all. Kanaka's Pets fighting down below. The R01, it's hitting headshots, but will it hit these shots? Wingman in the hands of Fury sucks. My Little Pony, are they going to come out and do it? Will he be able to clutch Fury? Oh, he does it, and he clutches as a solo and takes game one in the North American ALGS Championships.
What a game. What a game. I just wanted to say, I said Octane, and he took the high ground, and he had it.
Oh my God, I can't believe you're right.
Wait, you can't believe I'm right? Hello?
Yeah, I'm mad, man. It looked like I was going to get my Octane hate, and it would be deserved, but nah.
I wanted to go ahead and say that was a huge play by Furry, simply just sitting up top, not shooting any shots for quite a while, watching, not rezzing his teammates to alert everyone else that he was rezzing, sitting there watching the entire team go back and forth, and just overall great positioning, great time of when he wants to shoot.
Well, you know what? There's a reason that when we sent out a player questionnaire for all these players before this match, and they said, what's your favorite weapon? It was the Wingman almost unanimously, because it's so versatile and it's the highest risk and the highest reward. Looks like they got the highest reward on that one. Let's send it back to the desk with Kate, Tom, and Stella. See what they think about that play.
Man, could not have said it better myself. If there is one thing that I think we've learned even from day one of these group stages, it's that the Wingman can do lots of things. It may be small, but boy, is it mighty, Tom.
It's such a strong gun in that type of situation, and you have to give props to Fury for taking the high ground, letting that fight take place, and then hopping down at the right second. Just extreme confidence, and his teammates were watching the entire time. You know that they're stoked. What a game, number one.
Absolutely. Stella, that kind of a play has to take nerves of steel. I mean, at this point, how do you even do that?
I think a lot of what we have to look at with that play was positioning. Positioning was key there. Not only did he have the high ground, but he was able to hide out at the top and just see where everyone was. Get the high ground and just be able to jump down when everyone was weak, not looking at him, and just finish off the kills.
Speaking of that final moment, let's take a look. I mean, the reality is that this just, the story unfolds in such a surprising manner, Tom. Did anyone see this coming? I certainly did not.
I thought Kanaka's Pets had this because if you looked at the kill feed and just the amount of kills that they picked up along the way, we saw Lazarus eliminate NRG along the way, that they were the team that actually dropped Lazarus, and then Fury comes out of nowhere from the sky. And I know Stella's stoked about this as an Octane main, just watching him take over towards the high ground and positioning. And I think for new players or any fans that are watching this, even experienced players, they know how important positioning is. Yes, your tracking matters, et cetera, but if you put yourself in an advantage position like that, where no one can really see you, you can come down and land a couple free extra shots, and that's what these players specialize in, and that's why Fury's play was so clutch.
It was indeed. Now, let me ask you something, Tom, real quick here. We didn't see any early fights. You know, if you want to talk about the difference between Game 1 for our EMEA show yesterday and Game 1 for this one, it was measured, I think is the best way to put that in those first few minutes. Is that a surprise to you?
To me, it's not that big of a surprise because I think the EMEA region, after interviewing them and talking to them, getting to know the players, one of their quotes that I love is, "We love to fight. We love to take fights." And that's what they are. They're very aggressive. In North America, it was really kind of a relaxing first couple of minutes. It's like, all right, we're going into zone number 2. Round number 3 is about to close. Or we're about to go into round number 3. Zone 2 is closing. And we still had all 60 players in the lobby alive. We saw Hal get knocked and had a scary moment. Reps hit some with the bubble res. But the teams are really just kind of getting a feel for one another right now.
Absolutely. Stella, I mean, we talked about at the top and, you know, the use of Valkyrie and how that could potentially become, you know, a real factor in this. Did we see that come to fruition? Really what I saw is I saw a lot of Valkyries, you know, getting out of the way of some pretty intense fire.
I think we didn't see as many Valkyries as I hoped we'd see. We saw a lot of Gibraltars, which honestly, not super surprising thinking about it, but I know towards the end there were a lot of bubbles going up, which was kind of funny to watch. But Gibraltar is just so strong with being able to provide not only cover, but also being able to provide free reses, especially because it's protected. And the Valkyries that we did see were able to get higher positioning, which is very key in certain fights, especially when you saw before people were going into the cave and train yard, the Valkyrie was able to get higher ground and be able to recon scout for their team, which was very important.
Tom, do you think we're going to see some more Valk before we get to those results?
I don't think that we're going to see a change in compositions, and overall, I think it was 5 that we have. But the thing that we have to talk about is the zone. And if you're a Valkyrie team, there's really nowhere to fly into in a train station area because everybody's already on the high ground owning the train carts. And we saw that with 2 Brains, 1 Controller, where unfortunately they were the first team to set up. And they're always a team that rotates through train. But they ended up getting pushed by, I believe it was Euban's squad, and eliminated around 6th place. And they weren't able to capitalize on that. So we saw a good mix of a lot of different play styles. When it's all said and done, though, I do have my eye on Kanaka's Pets because they're picking up a lot of kills along the way.
You know, to be honest with you, I'm totally with you. Let's see how Canucks Pets and the rest of the field did with our Game 1 results. I'll be honest, Canucks Pets, a name that has not been on the lips of many of our casters or our crew, but my goodness, they certainly have made their presence known here. What is up? That is 2 double digits, gang. ESA Black, Canucks Pets, Holy Interruptus Batman. Don't even care, Tom. This is exactly what we want to see coming into game number 1.
And one of the things to note is a lot of these teams weren't on our teams to watch, so it puts pressure on the big orgs. It puts pressure on the TSMs, the Renegades, the CLGs of this lobby, because now points are going in on over to My Little Phony, ESA Black, Kanaka's Pets, who are the teams that have kind of been on the outside looking in when we're talking about, you know, top 20 teams. These teams are, you know, kind of ranked in that middle of the pack. So now that we've extended this to 40 teams, it creates opportunities, and obviously these players and teams are ready to capitalize on that opportunity.
They are indeed. Let's take a look at the overall. And a reminder, we're going to be looking at the overalls and the results for our Group A and Group B competition that you're watching here. We'll have those overalls for our C and D competition taking place on our secondary stream in a little bit later on in the show. And here we go. This is the one. This is the overall. This is going to be the leaderboard that really showcases where the rubber meets the road a little bit later. Nothing too surprising here. Hey, but look at that, Stella. Your Renegades coming up in the world. They only have 3 points, but they made it over to number 11.
I'm so happy to see that. They worked so hard for that. It makes me very happy. I'm so surprised, though, that TSM got taken out so early.
Crazy. Well, and I will say, you know, Tom, the thing is that we saw not just TSM get taken out early. We saw a lot of players, key players, Madness, Imperial Hal, you know, Snipedown. As soon as we saw Snipedown in the kill feed, it was like, what?
It's tough because you would assume that TSM is one of those teams that's going to go and get a fast rotation on over towards the train, but this was a little bit of a tricky zone. It kind of split in between staging and train, so depending on which way this was going to pull, you kind of find out around round 3 and 4. That's why you're seeing these teams get eliminated, because they're most likely anticipating a different zone. And then once that changes, they're put in a situation where they got to fight out of that situation, and that's kind of uncomfortable, and it's an uphill battle from that point. And a lot of other teams in the lobby are doing the same exact thing because how slow-paced it was up until round 3 where things started to explode. And this is where you can see Kanaka's Pets was trying to clutch things out around the corner, but this was, I believe, Lazarus that they ran into. And they get those kills. Lazarus, again, is the team that shut down NRG, one of our teams to watch, and the great play from Fury over here. One of the things that I love is he's up on the top using the knockdown shield, and he's still not even healing. So he was able to just watch everything from a bird's eye view, and he's still so confident that he's going to push down with just around 110 HP and still finish that one off.
So let me ask this question. Stella, we talk a lot about weapons. We talk, we sang the praises of the Wingman, which is pretty easy to see. Any other weapons? I saw definitely using of the charge rifle. We obviously saw a lot of, some of these really key, Peacekeeper, Kraber shots. Not many, but I also did see the bow just once.
I did, but I want to point out that a lot of the weapons that I saw that was being used was the R301, which is very reliable, very good with headshots, and you can always go back to that weapon as a fallback for long distance and close range, which is very, very important. And the EVA 8, which is just so much faster than the Peacekeeper. The Peacekeeper packs a punch, but if you can hit someone with the EVA 8 and just keep going, they're pretty much done for.
They are indeed. We saw a couple of those done for during our first game. Hey, something we also like to see, you. We like to hear from you. We want to know who your favorite player, who your team is going to be. We've got a great poll that we are going to keep active and live throughout our entire day today. Here's how it's going to work. Who do you think will dominate today in groups A versus B? Okay, make your point known. You see these hashtags, take your scammer out, do a little screen grab, whatever you gotta do, because what we want to do is we want to see who you think is coming out on top. Go ahead, throw those hashtags of your favorite teams in our Twitch chat, in our YouTube live chat, or of course on Twitter. We want to know what this is going to look like, because ultimately we've put this out now in the field for you all, our incredible community, to make yourself known. We all know it's going to be TSM at the top. Maybe it won't be. That's you. You decide. And we want to see what you have to say. So put it all up, and we'll see you a little bit later as we go through our show. Which teams go up? Which teams come down? Which teams have taken your heart all the way around? That is a poem that I just wrote. So
let's get a shirt. I want a shirt of that, please.
I was going to say I want her to write a book, but yeah, a shirt works too.
I'll go with a haiku and find my way in the middle. At any rate, one of the things we also asked you, our incredible community, to do was to tell us about your favorite player. We got a number of different answers, but this one starts us off. Take a look.
All right, Kate Yeager, you called us out. My girls adore you, so I have to go through with this. Who do we root for? Well, we can't root for the casters, although Fallout has become a friend of mine. Rain Day is a role model to my sons, and Girl, well, my daughters look up to Girl. But the assignment was for one player. Who do we cheer for? We love watching Imperial Hal. We enjoy watching the machine, Monsoon, with his just amazing abilities. We all cheered for Lou when he overcame the great tragedy of his father's death and became a legend in his own right. But the reality is, we're now a house divided. And some of us don't know what it means to root for one player.
Go Assist!
No, PVC.
See, we don't even know who to go for. But I can tell you who I root for. I root for the one whose spotlight on Father's Day 2020 introduced me to Sola Fide. I root for the one whose story hooked me into the gaming community and helped me to teach my children that all these gamers have a story and are wonderful people to be able to get to know. This person is also the reason that I have gotten to know so many of you here in the Apex community. So the player that I cheer for, regardless of what team he's on, is Gabe Metro to Goat Matthews. And this one here concurs.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
Regardless, though, the Delaney family loves Apex Legends.
We love the Delaney family. Get your popcorn ready there, Christian Booknotes. The Delaney family have been with us day in and day out. They are definitely, we are fans of them, and we're so excited that they are fans of ours, and certainly fans. They've been a Sola Fide from day one, just for the record, so fantastic for them. Tom, I mean, you and I have been on the desk, I don't know, day in and day out with these guys. What does that make you feel like? 'Cause I'm all
I'm
feels
not
right
crying.
now.
You're crying, Kate. I'm not crying. You're crying.
You know what? He's not wrong. So at any rate, Stella, right before we head off, any last words, anything you're looking forward to coming in to this just game number 2 of 6?
Well, I want to see how all the teams who got eliminated early are going to make their comeback because I'm pretty sure they're furious and I won't stand for this. So I want to see how they're going to fight back.
So do we. Well, I am very excited as well. And I know our casters are also excited. But first, we'll take a look at this, and then we're getting into our game number 2. We'll be right back.
One game down in groups A and B, and do we have TSM, Sentinels, Renegades on top? No, we got ESA Black, My Little Phonies, and of course, we also have Kanaka's Pets, which is a crazy outcome, girl, coming into game number 2.
Absolute surprise to all of us watching and casting, but it was a super amazing game. There were some really rough rotations, as Tom said earlier, that they weren't sure if it was between staging or train station. So the teams like TSM, for example, they went through Harvester, and if they went towards train area, they would have had a completely different outcome. So it's really hard to predict these zones. Sometimes you just got to make the tough call. And honestly, excited to see the next game.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, Snipedon getting taken out early as well did not help their scenario, and that makes it difficult. Obviously, these rotations are everything. Those split-second decisions on where to rotate and when, how quick to rotate, can be the difference between life and death. But you got to give kudos to the unsigned teams. Kanaka's Pets, MLP, My Little Phonies. I've been a big fan of Kanaka's for a long time. Former competitive Halo player, also came from the Gears of War scene. I've had my eye on Kanaka, and here you have it. Huge start. The man coming from Honolulu, Hawaii, alongside his two teammates from Greenville, Michigan. They start strong with 17 points in second place right here, right now, as we load into game number 2. Quick reminder for every single one of y'all watching how the point and scoring works. For anyone that's maybe new to watching competitive Apex, we have 12 points awarded for a first place finish in these games. Obviously, there's 6 games total. 1 point is awarded for each kill that you get, and that's uncapped. So if you get 20 kills, that's 20 points. If you get first place, that's 12. That's a 32-point game. At the end of the 6 games, we'll see which teams are on top of the leaderboards. And also keep in mind the overall format, girl, which you're familiar with. 4 groups. Top team from each group will advance in points after 3 days, round robin tournament, and then the top 16 teams in overall points after that will advance. So that means we could have 8 or 9 teams from one group qualify through, girl.
Yeah, which is honestly crazy to see. We don't normally have this format, but the most deserving players will be there in our finals next Saturday and Sunday.
Absolutely. It's the best part about it. Round robin, group stages in a BR and in competitive Apex. Are you kidding me? John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS, alongside Ghostiyami, Shaheen, Todd Reese, and the entire team, Vivi, and everyone else working on competitive Apex, they put together an absolute treat for the championships. We have 4 groups all competing against one another. This is Group A versus Group B. And keep in mind, for those watching at home, we have Group C and D live on Nicewig's stream right now. So if you want to check out that action, make sure to get both tabs open and keep them open. You can keep up on all things Apex. We got Complexity. We got G2 in their debut on screen. But guess what? We got TSM here, so don't you dare go anywhere because TSM's dropping Fragment East uncontested as always.
Level 2.
They are indeed, but unfortunately for them, they're on triple white armors. They didn't get the luck of the draw in this game specifically. Oh, nope, Hal did indeed find a blue armor, and they will have the beacon to scan later on. Now moving on to FYP. They are also unlucky with their armors as well.
Yeah, just a game of bad luck and bad armor situation to start. We've all been there in ranked, that's for sure. Obviously not what you want to happen in the ALGS Championship kickoff. Meanwhile, Peach, Slurpee, and Tech say, what are you talking about, Girl and Follow? We're chilling right now with the gold and 2 blues.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that decide to land Skyhook/Trials area because the loot there is good. And I believe there's 2 teams landing Skyhook and 1 team landing Trials, which left Refinery pretty open. And not too many people want to land on the outer skirts of the map because it's really hard for those rotations to get those perfect spots. Yep. And here we see some crypto action, NRG on top of the train tracks, and they may be getting pushed here.
5 cryptos on the map. The current crypto meta is obviously difficult to play against and been pretty popular. A lot of crypto in play in EU yesterday as well, so some early action. And then you mentioned Refinery as well. It's not, no one's dropping on Refinery. Well, guess what? That's Complexity land. Complexity pretty much dominates the north entirely, the northern side of the map in Survey Camp over towards Refinery and Epicenter. And obviously they're not in this lobby. And that's what's really interesting about this format. You have teams playing against each other and some teams that are absent that normally drop in certain areas, which means drop spots might be a little bit more contested than we're used to seeing, or in that case, a Refinery here in groups A and B, you might not see anyone dropping in certain locations. So as we qualify our best teams for the championships, it's really important to understand who's dropping where. We'll keep you all updated with that. As Girl and I, we've had a chance to cast a little bit of Apex Legends before, and we're familiar with these teams, their different playstyles.
And as you see on the screen here on the map, the zone is going to be pulling towards Tree, Launch Site, Sorting Factory, and will probably continue to pull south. So gaining a spot near Tree, Launch Site, and Sorting Factory will be good. If you play Sorting Factory, you could potentially gatekeep other teams coming in late, but then you'll have a rougher rotation later on. And if you're playing Tree right now, you should be safe to gain top 10 placement.
That's a great point. And of course, Thermal Station nearby is usually a pretty safe drop for a Tree finish as well. And that's another one. We don't really necessarily know who's dropping Thermal Station in this game. I didn't see it in the minimap because typically that goes to G2. Recently signed Aim Assist Squad. If you're a fan of former Solifida Aim Assist or the Aim Assist Controller Squad, be sure to show them some love. They got picked up by G2. They're playing, of course, as part of the Group C versus D matchup. They drop Thermal Station pretty much always uncontested, and right now it's wide open. And these teams know that, right? A lot of these free agent teams, if you're Kanaka's Pets, My Little Phonies, a lot of teams coming in who don't necessarily always qualify or auto-qualify for the Grand Finals, well, they know that they can take some of these open spots in these matchups, and that's why it's so important to watch film, study your opponents, watch scrims. I know a lot of pros were not streaming scrims for that reason, but you know, because that way you know where you can land and what's going to be available based on the group matchups.
Yeah, so a lot of these teams have been playing scrims for the past week and a half, 2 weeks, and they've been able to play their Group A versus Group B, Group A versus Group C, Group A versus Group D. So these teams have already been able to decide which places they wanted to land, and currently the team in first place, ESA Black, is landing Thermal Station as you're talking about earlier, so it is definitely a great spot to land.
Yep, wide open with G2 not being in this lobby, and guess what? As a result of that, they're in first place with 19 points. And by the way, you heard it from Christian Booknotes and family. Big shout out to every single one of y'all. They said, hey, our favorite player is Metro to go. What a story from Metro former collegiate football player for the Maryland Terps, had a significant back injury due to a car crash and decided to no longer play NCAA football and start competing in Apex instead. And what a story it's been for him. Story of adversity. Well, he's in first place right now with ESA Black, and he's the kill leader overall with 7 kills in Game 1. Metro from the East Coast off to a great start.
Wow, that is incredible. That is a lot of kills for a championships lobby, so shout out to him most definitely. Now moving on to Kanaka's Pets. They got a really, really nice game last game as well. They got 17 points, so they're definitely around the top. They land Skyhook, and they've definitely made their way across the map, trying to rotate as fast as possible because, as we know, getting that great position is almost everything. But they did a really great job last game, and I want to mention that they third-partied, they were aggressive, they won their 3v3s, and that's what got them so high in those points.
Yeah, Kanaka from Maui, Hawaii. I'm excited to see what he can do on board with Gibraltar right now. They're making their rotation, not getting this rotation for free necessarily this time around. As you said, they did a great job third-partying and picking their fights, making it to late game. And Kanaka's Pets, one of the youngest teams, average age of 21. Kanaka, 20 years old. Casellos, 22. And Fade, 20 years old. Of course, Casellos and Fade, both from Greenville, Michigan. Been fun to watch them compete. Both big fans of the Wingman. And they both actually qualified for the Texas Major. So way back, right, of course, before the COVID-19 pandemic shut things down. They qualified for one of our first major online tournament number 1, our first major tournament. So they've definitely been in this situation before, despite maybe the fact that we haven't heard a whole lot from them in the LGS Summer Circuit and Co. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, on board of FYP, they find themselves in a skirmish here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have the best armors to do a pull-off a 2v3 situation, but they're going to try. Depressedly goes down, and it's all up to Forrest to try and survive this. I don't believe it's possible to even clutch this, and he's getting shot by a team nearby. Survives with 1 HP. They spot him, and no, he goes down.
Meanwhile, in the kill feed, TSM wiping the whole squad there. That's 18 squads remaining, so 2 squads getting taken out. TSM gets 3 kills. So if you're a TSM fan, blow it up with the 3 letters in the chat. I want to see some TSM chants in the chat as we're watching Team Solo Mid off to a good start here. A little bit of a later rotation than we're used to seeing from TSM. They're typically one of the fastest rotating teams out of Fragment East. They took their time coming into Harvester, making sure they had the right rotation, and now they find themselves in a skirmish in Harvester. We've all been here before in ranked play. Harvester tends to kind of be an area where you see a lot of clustering on rotations, because there's a lot of real estate available for people to take, and TSM obviously is currently going through that as they took out one team. Let's see if they go for the second.
Yeah, they ended up getting third party there, but they got out, and they got out safely. And that's the whole idea, is when you get into a 3v3, none of you want to go down, because once you go down, the third party will come and finish you off. Good for them that it was a clean wipe. They were able to get back together, and then when the third party did come, they weren't able to do anything.
That's right. As things slow down here a little bit, girl. You know, I talked about TSM, typically early rotating, but that's one of many play styles. What type of play styles do we typically see, or what are some different play styles that teams have in Apex Legends? Talk to me a little bit about that.
I've been noticing today that a lot of the pressure is on, so for a lot of the top teams, they're making small mistakes, and I don't know, it might be holding them back, but Game 2, after Game 1, not doing so well, Game 2, their confidence is back. They're going to be back at their top level play, and they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. There are those crypto teams, so there's 5 crypto teams in this match today, and those teams are more likely to play passive because they get that zone to scan the beacon with the crypto. They get that zone knowledge before anyone else, and they get to rotate. So those teams are more passive throughout the game, and teams with an Octane player are normally aggressive. They will third party you in a split second and take all of your money.
You hit the nail on the head. You have, teams that like to run crypto, for example. They play a little bit more recon focused. Back in the day, a lot of Pathfinder teams were more recon, play for intel, play a little slower, a little more passive. And then you got fighter teams, right? Teams that like to play Bloodhound, teams that like to play Octane. They're fighter teams. Then you also have survivalist teams. Back in the day, of course, when Wattson was a really popular competitive meta legend, you'd have teams that would try to survive, rotate as quick as possible. A lot of crypto teams are also kind of survivalist teams, early rotations. and those are kind of different play styles. But then there's also, whether you play for early rotate fast off of your initial drop spot, or you play the edge of the ring, where you like to play for kills. Typically, the aggressive fighter teams like to play edge, like Complexity, like Aim Assist, now known as G2 Esports. Meanwhile, teams that like to play for survival or for early rotation will typically play center circle or rotate early.
Absolutely, and we're still looking at Kanaka's pets. You may have seen the armor swap a little bit earlier, and that's because Kanaka has a triple take, will be able to farm that Evo shield into a purple, and now they're just playing edge.
That's right. We'll keep an eye on them. They've been more of the edge fighter team, as you said it go perfectly. They've been third-partying a lot of fights in game number 1. But meanwhile, NRG, our winners of the Winter Circuit, are going to get shut down here by 2 brains, 1 controller. That's Tech, one of the most outspoken players in the Apex community, very vocal on Twitter, great personality. They take out the reigning champs in NRG. Kudos to them, but they did lose Slurpee G, so it's going to be all up to Peach and Tech in a 2v.
A great thing about having a crypto on your team is that they can recover the banner quite easily and also revive you quite easily. So maybe once they find the best moment, or have they already? I believe they've already plugged in the respawn, so their teammate is going to come down from the sky. TSM will want to try and farm that, but no, unfortunately the shots don't hit, and he's going to be able to survive and grab all of his loot again. And TSM sniped down, taking in a lot of damage from a scout from the distance, but is able to survive with his team. No danger at all.
Yeah, that's always a little risky in late game, right? Because that's could be a free kill point for any team that just decides to focus that individual. But nice job. Great revive. Meanwhile, Absolute Monarchy. On board of them, they find themselves in a fight. Good first shots coming through on Monty. They're going to actually get the kill to start. All 3 of them still alive and well. And we know there's at least 1 or 2 other individuals on the team nearby. And it looks like the 3 members of Absolute Monarchy playing so well as a team will win this 3v3.
It's so nice to be able to get that first kill in a team fight, because then you can thirst them, armor swap, and then there's almost nothing to lose. Helping's just trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but unfortunately there's so many teams around him. I don't believe he'll be able to stay alive much longer.
Yeah, and it's going to be Team XD with Helping last alive here. A few Caustic teams that we see in game. In fact, we have 3 teams playing Caustic. We saw 3 teams yesterday in our EMEA lobby playing Caustic, 1 in the other lobby, so 4 total. But Caustic still played despite the nerfs. Caustic's certainly still viable. Overall, is Helping just going to try and rat his way to success here. Using a thermite for good measure just to stay alive a little bit longer. One thing I saw, though, was TSM very well positioned. I love the way TSM's playing this rotation. Kudos to them. They're off to a good start as we jump back on board with Kanaka's Pets, our standout team, breakout team of game number 1. We've been talking about them and how great they've played. Very, very aggressive. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen and see what's working out so well for them.
Look, they have a purple swap.
Look, we can do 3, 2, 1 them.
Okay. 3, 2. Ready? Give me. 3, 2, 1, shoot. 54 burp. Push. He's low.
Careful, I'm getting charge rifle from the left.
Yeah, you're good.
Is he behind this rock?
I have no idea.
Wait, maybe we can move up on that. Maybe?
No, only you could Cole.
Hey,
we'll get walked up behind. We'll get walked up behind the trailer shame. I guarantee you.
They have a really good head glitch. That's the problem.
We don't want to die. We just need to worry about getting in. This is a hard zone, and there's not a lot of cover.
I know. I'm looking around. Maybe we play for KP or something.
I feel like we should go over there to the left.
You think so? Okay.
Shoot them on the bridge.
Did we do it later or early though?
Hold on, move up to Cole for now. We have to see what we
they
can
moved
get
down
away
the
with.
bridge.
Just you gotta be careful of the trailer chain. We don't want to get shot in the back.
There's dude, so many people.
Let's just see how far we can go.
So many teams die in this zone. If like,
can we go bridge?
They're all fighting. Yeah, get on bridge. Get on bridge.
Okay.
I don't. They might be up here, so we might need a bubble. Careful.
Yeah. Stay close. Stay close.
They could be up here, but no scan close.
Play close. If you take a lot of damage on bubble.
They're up here. They're over here.
Okay. Shoot the Gibby. Gibby saw us. Gibby. I'm ulting them. I
got a bat.
I naded. I ulted them too. They bubbled.
They up. Careful.
Watch out. Don't push that.
I know.
I bubbled them and we push. Push now. Push now. Close. The bubble goes down. The bubble goes down. The bubble goes down first. The bubble goes down first.
You naded.
Don't let them make us. Don't let them make us.
I'm destroying them.
I got my push.
Nice. One down.
I'm betting.
Put together. They're getting in the back. They're getting in the back. Do not get down. Do not get down. You don't have to do much. Put on destroying. Heal.
I'm betting.
I am.
Reset.
Don't let him
drop. Do not dropping.
Plane out back.
They're getting
One on
destroyed
me.
by other teams.
I'm healing. Don't have the rush
They
things.
died to other teams. Sounded like.
Okay.
Do you have port coal at all? Look for Ultix. We have to
I
get
have
under
port
there.
in 30.
That's
You
the
have
only way.
Ultix? You have Ultix?
No.
Go. You want to pop balloon maybe? No. I think we'll put down here.
Yeah, someone's on us. Portal. Watch the portal.
Come to me.
We're not in zone.
I think we go down here or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's a
I have
team
one
in the car.
still. There's. And
You
they have
wanna
armor
drop?
drops.
Let's drop.
I guess
Just
just
drop.
push these kids in, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm bubbling on the door. Wait.
It's one.
Push him. It's one. Push him.
You run out.
We're not in zone, and
We gotta get to the rocks. Get to the rocks.
Yeah, portal.
Get to the rocks. No, get to the rocks.
I don't have a port for 30.
120. Oh no.
Push in.
Just go forward. Go here if you can. Just go here.
Cole, just stay alive. It's all you right now. Get to him, Cole, and we have to shield him. Just heal Cole. You're good. There's a team on your left on your bubble. Just stay alive as long as possible.
Honestly, one of the best listen-ins I think we've had in ALGS history there. We heard so much, the comms, the teamwork, the 3v3 team fight coordination, but unfortunately, the rotation just did not go their way, girl.
It did not. They were expecting a full team in that trailer, which is why they didn't use Portal. And because there was only one person, their rotation was really late. That one person was holding the doors, so their rotation was really late, unfortunately for them, and they weren't able to find a spot in zone.
And they also used bubble, their Gibby bubble in that fight as well. So utilizing all their resources, that means they had no resources on the rotation. They ended up getting taken out. But meanwhile, we got CLG, Counter Logic Gaming, the winningest team in North America, at least since ALGS was announced. 4 tournament wins for CLG, the former Skirt roster, starting with online tournament number 5. They, of course, won the Summer Circuit. They won Summer Circuit online tournament number 4, the PGL Showdown, and Winter Circuit online tournament number 2. Counter Logic Gaming has been great, girl.
They certainly have been, and they made it all the way from Skyhook all the way over here. But moving on to Ranked is harder. Zero Plus just trying to get the thirst because he knows he won't be able to get the full team wipe. And now ESA Red is getting third-partied as well. So Rakanishu trying to go inside the zone to survive a little bit longer. Will they be able to find him? Yes, they do. And they are dead to ESA Black, our first place team. Kill leader with 5 kills on Panders right now.
You gotta be kidding me. That's on top of Metro's 7 from last game. ESA Black continues to roll here. And you know, 6, a champion in the past alongside Nicewig. He has looked to pop off. Former member of the Pittsburgh Knights. We're on board CLG now. They find themselves in a 3v3. Get some good shots, and they're actually going to take out ESA Black. CLG wins that skirmish. Nice job to Counter Logic Gaming. We're down to 5 squads left.
And the bombardment comes through, taking down Vaxlon is Senox with the Wingman. Nice to see some Wingman players still roaming around. CLG will be able to get the revive off with Lou, and now we can take a look at where everyone is.
As you say, I think CLG does get taken out by the defensive bombardment from Gibraltar, so I believe 4 squads remain. We got Sentinel still alive. We got Lazarus on screen as well. That is correct. 4 squads left, and this is where crypto becomes so crucial. The late game intel, and of course the EMP and these small circles become absolutely brutal. Keep in mind, every single team is also repping Gibraltar. Gibraltar obviously crucial in these late games as well. So important to hold your ultimate. One team already used their ultimate. Meanwhile, Lazarus, Hierarchy actually going to down Rambo, former member of Flashpoint, got replaced on the Flashpoint roster and off to a good start so far, my little phonies.
That was a really clutch dome there by Hierarchy. They're going to be able to survive, heal all back up. And this is a tough zone, but it looks like a really great zone for Sentinels. They're one of 3 teams playing Caustic. They've got barrels all around. It's going to be really hard to push them indeed. And they've also got Valk. I really like this combo of players, but the zone is going to come in, so I'm going to let the zone do its thing and force everyone together.
That's right. My Little Phony's still alive. Our team that came in is in 3rd place overall with 16 points. They won last game with that rat, that solo play from Fury. It was absolutely disgusting. The Octane, we'll see what they can do now, though, because they are quite literally on the ledge towards death right now. We'll see if they can survive. Meanwhile, Kungarna, North America on display as well, formerly known as bottom 20. Lazarus on the low ground. Sentinel seem to be in the best position here in my eyes, girl, with high ground.
The great thing about bottom 20 is that they do have a Valk, so they may be pulling the ultimate here to fly right on top of Sentinels, which we might see here in a few seconds. My Little Phony, nice armor swap by Phonyhead there, but unfortunately goes down to Retzi in the kill feed, and it's Sentinels trying to take every kill that they possibly can here.
Yeah, Sentinels is absolutely just preying right now on everyone low ground here. But look at this, Valkyrie late game. This is where Valkyrie obviously makes a difference. You gotta wonder if it's gonna matter though. Here's a 3v3 fight, ascending from the sky, trying to take high ground, but actually not gonna make it. Valkyrie is gonna get taken out to the ring here. Sentinels should be able to clean house. Yes, they do. A valiant effort from Valkyrie, take it to the skies, but in the end, Sentinels win game number 2. A great game from SEN.
It is definitely a lesson learned. So you saw the Valkyrie trying to hang on top of the rooftop right there, but unfortunately it was slanted and they ended up dying to the zone. So they weren't able to fight, but we knew all along that Sentinels had the best position there and they wiped that lobby clean.
Yeah, they played it well, closing that one out. Great job to Sentinels. They win game number 2. That's obviously going to help them significantly in the leaderboards. Again, no TSM. CLG makes it to late game, so the standings will be shaken up quite a bit. Let's go ahead and throw it back to our analyst desk to break it all down.
Thank you, Fallout, and thank you, girl. And yes, it will definitely be a cookie crumble kind of moment. But I would like to say where Game 1 saw some of our big legendary teams out early, Game 2 felt like a lot more, some of those legendary teams in that third-party position, Tom.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to watch how Sentinels is going to play that because they land over towards Sorting Factory. And Sentinels is more known for a team that's running around picking up a lot of kills. But this time they take a priority position and get a lot of their kills towards the end game. And we saw that ESA Black was steamrolling through that lobby. We had them in the kill lead for quite some time. CLG shuts them down. And once Sentinels shuts down CLG, I really had a feeling based on their positioning that they were going to pull that one off. But my eyes were on Fury. I was wondering, is Fury going to be able to pull this off again?
Absolutely. Stella, I mean, we talked about seeing some of these teams play edge. We see some aggro definitely coming out here in game number 2 as these teams seem to get the rust off, seem to get going. What were your highlights here coming into game number 2?
I think that sound in with Kanakas was really good. It showed how coordinated they are. I loved that they were prioritizing circle position over getting a kill, even if it meant they got 1 extra point, because circle really is so important to hold. Especially late stage. But it just shows you that you really need to get that position first because Sentinels held that top position for so long. And even though the other team had Valkyrie and tried to reposition, they just couldn't get it because they had such a strong grip on that first, on that high ground.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at that final moment, exactly how Sentinels brought it down. And Tom, while we talk through this final moment, I need to know, what do you do? Are you the kind that you want to just stick where you are, stay in that position if you find yourself in the perfect zone, or are you rotating in a way that takes out other teams on your way to greatness?
At this point, you're kind of done for, though, because you have a little bit of a gun punch when you land, and then obviously it was a 2 versus 3, plus you're going into a caustic, so the high ground here is just so dominant, just like Stella's talking about, and you see the importance of the high ground and the positioning in back-to-back games right here, and that's where Valkyrie does become really important, but it's just unfortunate for KNG, aka bottom 20, that they weren't able to, utilize the full Valkyrie ultimate because they were weak. Sentinels had great position on them, and then they went for that little slide off of the building, hoping that they were going to get into the zone and eliminate a little bit of that gun punch. That just wasn't the case, and they got a little bit punished for that mistake. But either way, Sentinels didn't have a bad game number 1, and them winning game number 2 is going to be great for their standings.
Well, they definitely seem to be consistent, and that is definitely the silver bullet, as we have seen through many an ALGS tournament. Let's take a look at those Game 2 results and see exactly how well those points are coming onto our board here coming into our game number 3. And hello, bottom 20. No longer, and listen, ESA Black, nothing else to say but double digits round the clock.
Impressive. I mean, super impressive. One of the things to look at is the amount of kills that they're picking up too. ESA Black, even though they got 6th place, still a really great job overall. And they've been one of our most consistent teams over the last couple of weeks. They're starting to gel at the right time.
Absolutely. And while we take a look at game number 2, let's talk about our overall, because once again, this is where all of that math really comes into play. This is where we're going to find out who is going to be the top of this Group A versus B, which of course definitely makes a difference. And here we are. After only 2 rounds, we've got somebody up in the 33s. We got another coming in later on in the 20s there, Tom.
It's surprising, and Stella, we got to get Renegades going here. So, if you're in the chat or wherever you are, remember that you can vote on these teams and show your support for who you're going to win. But what do you think, Stella, in terms of TSM, Renegades, NRG? These were our teams to watch when we put together our list, and they're not, after game number 2, living up to those expectations. What do you think they're going to have to do?
They might have to get a little bit more aggressive. I know that they're very good with team fights. They're very coordinated usually. So maybe taking early fights when teams aren't as set up might be a good play. I know that TSM and NRG can both get very aggressive. So we might see them contest. At least I'm hoping for more early fights because it's been very quiet until the very end.
We don't like quiet around here, do we? We don't like measured looting, finding your rotation well, playing the edge. No, we want you in the center there, right?
Love it. And the thing is that listening, just like Stella was talking about, was so special because we get a lot of different facets of the game, the way that these players are thinking as we take a look at some of the highlights coming through. Again, once these rotations start to happen in zone number 3, that's when you're going to see a lot of the teams start to fight, because that's when that zone starts to really tick away and teams are kind of forced into one another, and then a lot of third parties start to happen. So it was pretty brutal throughout all of this, and unfortunately for Sentinels, a lot of their kills did come towards the tail end. If they were playing a little bit more aggressive, they probably could have picked up a lot of kills along the way, but getting that dub, getting those kill points is absolutely huge. And this is when CLG actually finally shut down ESA Black, which I don't know if anyone was going to shut them down, so this was huge.
Yes, it was for sure. And I got a question for the panel. I got a question for Tom and Stella as we take a look here in our replays, and Sentinels really showing us exactly how to make things work in the late game. But I do need to know, let's talk team comps for a minute, because it seems to be such an important part, certainly of this game, but also this particular game. What is the best team comp at this point? Tom, I'm going to start with you, and then Stella, I'm having you come back, because we've seen aggro. We've seen nice defensive. Which team comp is coming out on top? I need to know right now. Tom, you first.
It's the way that you play your composition, really. You have to have that Gibraltar. That's why we see 20 out of 20 picks there for the teams. But it's all about what your team has practiced up to this point. So I don't really think one composition is necessarily better than the other. It's all situational.
Stella, rebuttal.
I kind of have to agree with Tom here, actually. But I do want to point out specifically in Konaka's case, when they were rotating, a Bloodhound scan would have been very beneficial when they were trying to rotate into that container, and they were very hesitant to push. They wasted a Gibby shield, which could have helped them push into the circle even further once they realized that Wraith was alone, and that cost them a position, and they got downed and killed and eliminated. So I want to say Bloodhound, like Recon, is very important, especially in a game like this, and someone with defense like Gibby.
Okay, so I'm hearing Bloodhound, Wraith, Gibby from Stella, and perhaps defensive. Maybe I know you're not a big fan of Caustic, Tom, but
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Caustic just because I hate playing against him, but I was someone that even mained Caustic while I was playing in tournaments. But it really depends on what you want to swap out there. So you could have Bloodhound Gibraltar, but you could also, have Wraith, you could have Octane, you could have Valkyrie fitting in there. And then we're seeing, I think one of the big things is when Konaka's Pets was rotating in, and we're talking about that listen-in, is they didn't have the bubble. They didn't have the scan, just like you were talking about, Stella. Not only that, they got hit with a random ENP, which slowed them down. And these players are so time-based that they were perfectly trying to play the edge, and just something slow enough like an EMP is what was slowed them down to take so much zone damage, and that's one of the other reasons why they took so much and got eliminated.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look. We've actually got a great series where we take you behind the mouse and keyboard, behind the controller, to really get to know some of our players. We heard Fallout talk a lot about I Am Madness and the CLG glow that comes from the organization of CLG, bringing in the I Am Madness crew along with Lou. This is what we got to see when we had him I Am Madness sit down with us to talk about his expectations for the championship and what today feels like after so many things that happened between now and summer finals. Take a look.
My name is Ryan Schlave. I'm known as I'm Madness.
I always loved competitive gaming growing up. It was one of my favorite things to watch. Seeing it get to a point to where it's being broadcasted onto live television, it like sparked in my head. I was like, this isn't like a joke anymore. You can't say like this isn't something real, like this job, like these jobs don't exist. Like it's on TV, it's crazy. Through seeing those experiences like that, it made me realize if I truly wanted something like that, there is a world where that can happen. These people are doing it. Obviously, they're the best of the best, and they have the mentality to be there, but it's possible. I wanted to set out on making content for people because I love playing video games, and I love the idea of being able to play video games while simultaneously making an impact on people's lives. The way that I've always historically thought about Apex and the way I play the game competitively is where is the next spot that I can position myself to best set myself up to winning and closing out the game. Even like tier 1 pros, even like the best of the best professionals in the scene have said like, yeah, there's no way Madness and Lou are going to work out as a team. And I really liked that because I like to prove people wrong.
I'm Madness, who's been the longest lasting member of the CLG squad, picked up Lou now, and with Lou, they have been absolutely dominant.
And like I said earlier, you know, that end zone, CLG thrives. They're known to win that end zone, and they've done it.
What has made us successful through our differences is me and Lou sat down and we had a personal conversation. We're like, look, let's find a middle ground to what works for you and works for me in both of our play styles. The main motivator for me and what I've done so far in my competitive career, I want to make my community and people who supported me proud. Thank you guys for watching. If you do enjoy me or my content, you can find me streaming basically every day over on Twitch at I'm Madness. I'll see you guys there.
Well, I think I can safely say he has definitely made many of us proud and the community proud for sure. CLG, of course, one of those teams that really came out swinging. They got a little bit deterred in the middle there, but I'm sure we're not going to see the end of them at all. Speaking of things we're not going to see the end of, this, as we mentioned, was just day 1 for our North American region. We had day 1 for our EMEA region yesterday, and guess what tomorrow is? Day 2 of EMEA. That's right, at 6 p.m. BST, we are going to continue on with our group stages. I like to do math, Tom. You know, I love to do math. I just don't do it well. It's a thing. It's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? At any rate, that's exactly where we're going to continue that group stage journey tomorrow, 6 p.m. BST. It's earlier in the morning if you're here in North America, but definitely something to think about, something to watch, and something to plan on. Well, gang, we're jumping into game number 3 with Rain Day and B right after this.
Go ahead and grab that. 2 seconds. I got Bob. I'm
gonna set a port. Yeah. This is too far away though. I can't set port. Just get ready to bubble. Okay, we gotta move. We gotta move here.
Yeah. We're gonna try and get underneath.
Them. We just gotta get to this side. Right here. Okay.
Safe.
Bubble.
Bubble, please.
Bubble. We have LOS. I need the bubble.
Watch this team. Hey, dropping on us.
No. We need to watch this.
Focus this.
They dropped on us.
Focus this.
We have to kill them.
I'm here.
Crack this. Crack this gun shield.
Give me 1.
No.
1 health.
No.
Damn it, dude. Yeah, we had.
Here we go again. We got that traditional, semi-traditional, Watson, Gibraltar, and Wraith comp going up against Complexity. And now Complexity's left a 2 versus 3 girl.
Yep, and I've seen this happen before. Monsoon fragging out with the flatline. Sling doing in a lot of damage with the Volt over here, trying to get the Thirst just so he could secure that kill point, but he's like, nope, I gotta heal first.
That's exactly right. Smart decision to heal back out. Because right now, if I am Ice Force Esport, I'm recognizing, hey, we have a 3 versus 2, and I don't want to take this. But no, it's Monsoon. Monsoon's like the invisible guy in Invisible Man right now, literally just taking everyone out, and they don't even know what's happening. They're dying 1 by 1. And Monsoon's going to get the 3rd. You can hardly believe it. Monsoon has to hit 1 shot. He's going to do it. You're kidding me. Monsoon is an absolute savage. This man just won a 1 versus 3, of course, with the help of his teammate. I'm not sure which one it was. Huge plays from Monsoon.
Well, if you joined us for game 1 and 2, you were lucky because you saw some treats, you saw some clutches, you saw some sweet plays, and you saw some incredible diversity in legends. I'm talking Valkyries and Caustics and Gibraltars and Bloodhounds all going at it in the same final circle. But in game 3, I'm expecting something even bigger, BWine, because that's what we've gotten today. Everything's gotten a little bit bigger, a little bit more interesting in this championships. And what else would you expect for a $2.58 million tournament?
Well, what I do expect is to see a lot of Gibby plays, as to every single team has opted to choose Gibby. And that really just shows you, one, that Gibby, one, is important. Two, the placement of your bubble is everything. It will make or break your team. As we saw last game, as Kanaka Pets got caught out because they had bubble too early and then they didn't have a way of rotating in. So that really goes to show that Gibby's bubble will be very important to these final zone plays as well.
Yeah, it's a huge interaction we saw, really highlighted that you perfectly put together at the right time with talking about ESA Black, our team that has been dominating with multiple big games here, 19 and 14 points. But another thing has gone their way. Even though we're at trials, it seems like it's going to be a thermal zone pull. And guess who lands there? ESA Black. So it's only getting what feels like a little easier for them to go ahead and contain themselves during this lead. But I wanted to bring up what was the most eye-catching thing for me, which was how dominant Sentinels looked on that high ground with Valkyrie in that final circle.
Not only did they have the high ground, they were able to defend the high ground successfully. While having a cost, it made it extremely expensive. So not only would you have to scale the zip line to get there or use your Valkyrie to get up there, you also would have to deal with the team shooting at you and a Gibby bubble. You would also have to deal with the caustic gas, his ult, which he threw at the last second on their Gibby and was able to wipe the entire team. So they really played very smart and really showcased the power of Caustic, and him being a defensive legend, he really showcased his power there.
And I think I want to kind of get into the theory of this, because Valkyrie getting brought in and Octane as well, I think we kind of have a defensive legend, we have a tactical legend, and then usually we have like a movement utility legend, right? And these are the ways that the game has been structured, with Octane, Wraith, Horizon almost fighting for the same spots, Cryptos, Bloodhounds fighting for the same spots as well, and obviously Gibraltar's and Caustic, but they're doing it a little differently. Gibraltar and the Caustic with a Valk. Not traditional, but do you think that that's the type of thing we're going to see as the games keep progressing, this kind of almost iterative version of Apex Legends, with Valk being the centerpiece of that?
Yes, because with Valkyrie, she gives you the ability to get out of jail free card. As long as you're able to get your ult off, which takes about roughly 4 seconds to get off the ground and into the air, especially now that every team's using Gibby, throw a Gibby bubble down, use your Valk ult, get out, and it gives you a second chance, a second opportunity to figure out, and especially with their passive being able to highlight where everybody is, it makes things very easy to try to give your team a second chance, and zone fights as well, being able to reposition and even stealing the high ground as well from somebody else that may be even higher ground than they can access. So overall, I can definitely see Valkyrie being a very, very strong legend in the meta.
We'll see if that continues to shape up for Sentinels, but as you can see, it's already crowded here. My goodness, in Thermal, everyone knows that it is about to be a very contested circle, and getting the best spots early is what has often made the difference. 2 Brains, 1 Controller, a team that stands out for me in the way that they've been playing these circle zones so well that they're still in the mix in top 10, but they haven't had that kind of dynamic ending. And look who is at really the precipice of falling off this cliff. It's Sentinels, the team we were just talking about.
They're in a very rough spot, and as you can see, bottom 20, Kanaka Sports waited for their Gibby bubble to go down because they had to use it. But see it there at their edge. Now they have to just wait and see as they're going for it. And they're going to pressure him, show them that shooting fish in a barrel is one of their favorite sports. But they decide to back up as a third party has already come in. But they will stay inside the building, hold it down, and get some very nice poke.
It's interesting because Kungarna, known as bottom 20 in this tournament, but recently just signed with the team, also representing a team in Europe here, doesn't want to push. I mean, that's not worth it to leave that house and potentially get pushed by Renegades on the backside as well, who also have a Valkyrie. And this is where that reposition becomes so powerful, because think about Kungarna, bottom 20, pushing that team of Sentinels. I mean, that opens Pow Pow up for an easy Valk ultimate right into that same house while they're fighting, and then they could just take their position, force them into the same spot that Sentinels are in. So not an easy maneuver to pull off for either team here. Everyone has to be careful, and essentially patience seems to be the biggest virtue that's going to come into play here.
Remember too, as well, with points, the higher up you place, the more points you get. So if you make it an 8th, 10th place, that's 2 points extra to the amount of kills you have. So no team wants to go out first. So yes, you may get that quick, easy 3 kills, but if your team is being wiped out from the 16th to the 20th team, you get 0 points. So yes, you have to think to yourself, is it worth getting those 3 kills and getting no placement points? Or do you want to sit and wait and live to fight another day?
Always the question mark when it comes to competitive play, Apex. It's more than chess. It's not quite Sudoku. And you know what? It's really more like Mahjong, which if you haven't played before and you're trying to play, I can tell you from one long Christmas day is a very difficult process. So you got to understand, it takes time, it takes effort, and these teams have all put it in there. But even then, there's no guarantees. It's what we love about the esport. Meanwhile, CLG, they've guaranteed themselves coming into this with the ALGS official tournament being the #1 most winningest team. I stand corrected in saying TSM. That's overall in Apex history, but with the ALGS, CLG are the crowns, and I know they'd want me to correct myself there. They deserve it. They absolutely are some of the best players mechanically that I've seen in Lou and Madness, and you cannot count out Vaxilon B, but you know, Madness, hearing from him as well, the determination they've got to almost prove some of the community wrong. Like, that wouldn't work out. Well, look at us. We're the winningest squad here. Tell me if that doesn't work out, or it sounds like it didn't to you.
That definitely sounds like it worked out pretty well. Like you say, you have stated it perfectly, having a lot of points. Right now, they're currently 8th with all the total points and everything they have right now against all the other teams. But that does not mean we should count them out, because they are in a very good position. As the person who's probably in the worst position is going to be Sentinels right now, as there are 4 teams looking at the edge of that corner, waiting for them to make a mistake. Vultures just waiting for the queue to go in and collect their free loot, as they're going to go ahead and look to see and try to put someone into a box.
That is exactly right. Vultures. Couldn't have said it better myself. Maybe a team that can are Renegades, as they are one of the teams on the outer edge looking at Sentinels with 3 others ahead of them. Let's go ahead and listen in to what's going on.
First scan for Dorito. We can also wait for next zone.
Before y'all do that, when would y'all want to take this spot if we thought it was going deeper?
Probably like zone 3, zone 4. I don't know.
You can hold it early, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the angle should not be that bad.
What's the LOS?
You can go
what teams
in like
can
a corner, and I'm pretty sure they can't see you.
Nobody can. Not even this team up
If you
here.
go deep, if you go deep as fuck, yeah, I'm pretty sure no one can see you. I checked it out on a pub, and I'm pretty confident that no one would be able to see us if we play right.
Okay. And the only other issue is that it's on the very edge of the map, so like zone probably.
It's not really any better than this. Let's just see what next zone is, I guess. We could still get Dorito and shit, though. And I don't think anyone's gonna take Dorito between now and later. Unless it's one of the teams in these buildings that moves up, and then in which case we can just take that building. Any luck on getting that shield up?
I'm at 88. Are you sure there's still a team plat? Because they're ratting super hard. If there's a team plat. I haven't seen.
I saw people there.
Okay.
I don't know anymore.
Can't wait for the next zone.
You have Valcult again, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up at the scan.
That's one of the spots that I...
Man, Dorito said about 5 times. Subconsciously, I'm just starting to get hungry. I noticed my tongue started salivating. I can't focus too much on that, though. I want to bring it to you, B. Renegades seem pretty cool, calm and collected, already looking at next rotations. Not too much bother about Sentinels there, and really considering how do we get ourselves to the best position we can in the next round, which probably makes sense to you.
Well, right now with where they're at, they're in a very good spot because they look like they're going to be in zone for roughly around 2 more rounds. So they don't really need to move too much. They just need to secure their position, as TSS is now forced into a truck right now as they take a lot of damage and grenades are coming in. And they're going to have to take these grenades because if they leave the truck, that's going to be the end of them for this round. So as they have 2 teams all above them looking at them, waiting for them to move, they're going to have the Wraith Portal out. And there, just as I say, the Wraith Portal comes out. As we go ahead and switch over to the FYP over here at Thermal Station right now, as one of their teammates is down. And it appears to be 3LG, as CLG is going in, getting ready to start fighting someone in the center of Thermal. FYP is riding it out, and riding as Gibby is pretty difficult because you got a big body. Yes, you do have fortified, but everyone knows that you have bubble, and they don't like that at all. They took that personal.
No. I don't think we'll see Gibby in any cross-country marathons in any time soon, especially since he's got 20 teams to play for during this tournament, the most popular legend selected today. But as the ALGS starts to continue into Game 3, the Volt action from Synced, we saw him and TSM getting into it earlier on at Harvester. Can't quite get it, and he gets knocked instead. Oh, that's got to suck. And you know why? It's because Fury Sucks is the one who dropped him there as well. But dropped falls down. Can he pick him back up? Question marks here. Fury going in once more. Sees blood. Knocks Synced again. Dropped. Trying to win a 1v1. Can Fury do it? He'll have to collapse over a big Gibby shield, though. And he gets dropped himself, so dropping 2. He's going to thirst Fury. He's got the armor swap, but he's getting poked as well. B, this is not looking good. Can he get out of this? Dropped in an almost unwinnable situation. I don't know how he does it, and he doesn't. That's the way it goes. Unfortunate from Dropped and Synced, but they will fall after a couple of harsh 1v1s and follow-up trades.
Really showcasing that, yes, you may be Octane and you can yeet yourself. The yeet meta can go 50-50. Either you win the gunfight or you lose the gunfight. And unfortunately right there, you saw Sync went in to try to get the kill and then end up actually getting put down in the dirt for it. As well as the other Octane came in and he got put in the dirt for it. So it shows you, boom or bust, how you use your jump pads.
It's high risk, high reward, right? But it seems like Apex players like that style. And as a caster and as a viewer and a fan, a player, I tend to like it as well. It's the way I play. It's what I like to see. And I think it keeps everybody entertained. But right now, it's not about entertaining. It's not really about us, even though it is. It's about these 20 teams that have put themselves in this position to have a chance to play for $265,000 first place and a $2.58 million prize pool, which these championships hold. And there's the Valkyrie, newest legend in Season 9, rising up to the skies. She's got her directions right ahead, and she's going to be able to scout out any team there. The problem is a little precarious, in my opinion. There's just so many teams already in Thermal, B, that they've got to be perfect on their landing.
I want to go ahead and highlight, I don't know how Sentinel is alive sitting at the edge of glory right there and hopes and dreams, because they still have 4 teams looking directly at him as TSS go ahead and use the Valkyrie to get back inside the Thermal Station, but they are positioned right above a team. There's a team in God spot. They're really going to have to start to move as grenades come in, and his Watson and Yugen is going to go ahead and get put down into the dirt as Sentinel is still somehow at the edge of this map, just vibing.
Hey, you know, it's don't look at me, and I'm out of sight, out of mind. Sentinels just know you cannot focus on us. If you run to us, you will get shot. Third party, we are protected by everyone else. If it was a 1v1, different story. They know how contested this is, and just as we mentioned, the Valk ult doesn't work out. It's just such a precarious thing, and still so much action here. Looks like this round 3, as we close to round 4, is going to get even dicier for these 16 teams left remaining. ESA Red, Prodigy Aces, Joey Blackout, Rakinishu just using anything they can as cover as defense bombardments and ultimates rain down all around the backside of Thermal.
Yeah, as you can see right now, Sentinels are in. Oh, as they go right down inside of Dorito. Sentinel Retzi is under the building, hiding, hoping that no one comes looking. As you can see, TSM getting ready to come fight a team on the outside as we switch back to Kanaka Pets, as they have a very good position. There's not too many teams on them, actually, but they're not in zone, so they're going to have to rotate in a little bit. And as they throw a Gibby ult, they could definitely play this and hold this high ground, as they have more zone than a team that is directly below them.
Ooh, and they have that little poke spot right there as well. R99's firing away, 36 to the dome on a blue shield, and this is TSM. Howl's got a bat. Snipe down. He's got to do a lot of work here. Hold off 2. He gets 1. That's snipe down for you. Sniping him down. Howl on the backside. Snipe slides in. That's TSM cleaning it up. Great teamwork from the #1 ranked team heading into this group and this tournament. And they'll survive for yet another moment, but they're wary. Teams know who was in the kill feed there, and they know it might be TSM in this beautiful spot.
What I really want to showcase is that how TSM rotated expertly around. They took a lot of damage, had someone rotate all the way around because yes, this is high stakes, so it's very easy for players to get tunneled in or trying to down that one person who may be one shot. While TSM had snipe down, rotate around the building, get shots, the other team wasn't even looking at him as he came straight in with the Eva. And as a famous philosopher would say, let that thing rang on them. All right, and a very, very good job and very good.
I think that was
positioning plays on
Confucius,
them.
right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Maybe Mozart.
Oh, maybe. Wow. Yeah, philosophy. I mean, classical piano. Just what a talented guy that Mozart was. We'll have to have some more. I need another one later on in the game, or maybe in Game 5 when we're back at it. But right now, ESA Black, team to watch, team to beat. #1 in the leaderboards. Kind of a surprise as well for I think a lot of people coming in from a casual perspective. You see names like TSM, NRG, CLG, and then you go ESA Black. They're first, and the way they've played, if you've just watched any of these games, that wouldn't be a surprise to you. They have been so consistent in terms of their positioning and the way they're patiently playing these final circles. They've got the 2 armors there, so an armor swap in case things get dicey inside. It feels like they're doing everything right, and then a little bit more.
I want to go ahead and point out Absolute Monarchy had lost their Gibby, and losing your Gibby in a lobby full of everyone else having a Gibby is very, very difficult. You no longer can command and take free space with that bubble. So as you can see, Renegades is going to go ahead and try to position. They're going to opt to go ahead and try to 50-50 this team that's fighting for their life right now as they step straight into a caustic gas, getting EMP'd. It's just one thing after another, but they're going to go ahead and be able to stabilize right here because there is, once again, a lot of teams waiting for someone to commit to that fight. As we see Fury, who clutched the first round, goes down, unfortunately, so he will not be clutching this round. But as you can go ahead and swap back to ESA Black going into position.
Wow, look at that, Renegades, and just shout out to Bowser. What a beautifully timed dome shield. He knew exactly when that crypto drone was coming out, and he waited, took the damage, then threw the shield. Otherwise, the shield would have been destroyed by the EMP. Those are the little things that make the big differences heading into it. Bottom 20, Kungarna signed today, feeling good. Can they put that into their play? Sonar, Bloodhounds all around, and Renegades, unfortunately, not able to do it. They will not move on past 10 pace in this lobby, but bottom 20 have a chance with a Peacekeeper in hand. It's just one more knock, and he went to the left. They don't know where he is. He might be on the roof as well. Onmu, you can tell he's looking for him, but he went down. He might get third-partied as well, so KP potentially lost. But who cares? Bottom 20 in a great spot in this house. Kill leader as well from Vayne. They are popping off. Watch out, bottom 20 having a knockout game.
Onmu really showcasing Caustic. While early game may not be the strongest legend, late game, Caustic is one of the strongest legends to have, especially in a tight circle, tight building. He is very, very oppressive. As you saw, there was people who just, yes, a Caustic can only run into your gas. That means you only can have to worry about one other person on the enemy team being able to walk and run straight through your gas. But his other 2 teammates, they don't have a gas mask. They're sipping, they're huffing and puffing and coughing their lungs out trying to push you inside that building.
And that's exactly what Caustic has planned in his ultimate plan of demise for anybody who tries to get into his way. And look at this. Kungarna, bottom 20, and CLG sharing the same building except sharing different stairs. And actually, bottom 20 decides to get out of there and say, nope, we want to stay to the outside. We don't want to be upstairs. We want to keep open space, opportunities. You can tell in this round, 38 seconds left before this closes. Moves are about to be made, but who will make it first? Kanaka's Pets have a good eye line here. High ground as well on TSM, but they're going to have to drop soon as well. These G7 scouts all missed except the last, which hits 47 and a headshot, and they're getting pushed. No, Kanaka's Pets. Somebody's going to have to make a play, and it may be up to Fade. Who is it? AMV. They push in with Ack, Mooney, and they go ahead and take down Kanaka's Pets, and that makes the lobby a little bit easier for CLG, who are now fighting, and Madness is the only one who makes it out alive going into the Void. Question is, will he be able to come out?
Right now, as you can see, Wraith really showcasing her power and why she is still one of its best top pick legends. And her ability to go into the Void and port her whole team in and out of fights is something that cannot be understated. That it is a very, very powerful ability right now. Probably one of the best rats, probably in my opinion, right next to Octane, as they're going to go ahead and unfortunately go down because there are just 4 teams all shooting in this one corner, knowing where exactly everybody is. Oh, 3 teams now. As you see TSM get the quick shield shot and go back for positioning, because they do not want to be the last team or the team to be caught in the middle of the crossfire as they are getting pelted. But the issue is both teams know exactly where TSM is, as we go ahead and swap to NRG, who is holding a high ground and gets a beautiful grenade and shot right on TSM reps. And really showcasing that high ground is very, very important. My friend Anakin told me one time.
Yeah, I remember recalling that somewhere, though I don't think I was there. Kind of strange. NRG, nothing strange about this. This is the team we expected just on the eve of us saying, well, maybe they're not going to be in it today. It's TSM and NRG and AMV who round out this top 3, although TSM seems to be hurting. We'll have to see how much of the resources they've been able to recover. A care package in the middle as well. NRG, sweet. Rocker and Nathan looking sweet. Bloodhound scan is on. And they're in.
I want to go ahead and highlight that NRG and AMV are both circling TSM, as there is only one person still up right now. And if you can get TSM in, they go down. Now it's just the AMV versus NRG. Both of them have great positioning right now, with NRG having a little bit more favored positioning. Both bubbles go down. And our Rocker's going to go ahead opt to position back as they try to go ahead, turn the brains off at 8 straight forward towards them. As right now there's just EVA shots, R301s everywhere. But unfortunately, Moheen Money is going to be go ahead and put down in the dirt as our NRG go ahead and clutch it out. They Gibby went down, but it does not mean anything to them because they are there to win it together.
Great stuff there, and NRG looking fantastic throughout the day, and I think you could tell by the way they were located out of that fight, had a bird's eye view over everything with a traditional lineup with Gibraltar, Bloodhound, and Octane able to make it work and take home the win in game number 3. It's kind of nice, though, I think, seeing these teams like TSM, like NRG, like CLG being a lot more involved in these later circles. I'm not sure if it was thermal, or I'm not sure if they've just had a slight adjustment in what they're going to do and what they're looking to do as they rotate, but it seems like some of these big dogs, these big players, are starting to wake up.
Yes, and I also want to highlight, just because you may be a sponsored team does not mean you automatically win your gunfights. That means, yes, you have a person, a company that does believe in you, but we did see quite a few teams who did not have a sponsor come and clean a lot of teams out.
Yeah, well, being sponsored meant you won your gunfights. I probably wouldn't be in the situation that I'm in today, where I'm looking for a lot of kills in most of my games. But these guys, they know what to do a lot better than me, so that's why I watch and talk about them instead. And I got 3 other people who are great at talking about what just happened as well. Let's send it back to the desk with Kate, Tom, and Stella and see what they thought of Game 3.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the hype going there into game number 3. We saw some risky plays. Some of those Valkyrie plays landed and some did not. Stella, let's start off with what Valkyrie plays went where and how do we feel about this entire game now that we've seen some of our leaders really come out on top?
I want to point out that Renegades had a pretty clear move with their Valk ultimate. They had a really good idea. They got free scans with everyone in that area, but then they just landed in a spot that they couldn't defend. It was out in the open, and unfortunately, they were up against a Caustic who can just give them really good area denial, and they all were eliminated. But that's the kind of Valk scan that you want to have, Valk repositioning. It just didn't work out in their favor.
It did not, but let's take a look at that final moment and see how it is that it did work out for NRG. Tom, walk me through how this team, known the world over for being incredibly measured themselves, came out in this crazy final circle.
Well, we got to give props for them taking out reps originally and getting the high ground, because if you're going up against a full three-man squad of TSM, that makes things just much more difficult in this lobby. And AMV came around and took out Kanaka's pet, so now you have this straight-on 3v3, and in that instance, NRG really just picked them apart. Not even one player even goes down throughout all of that. You saw all the angles they were taking, but you got to give props still to TSM for their hard rotation. Playing on the outback of Thermal Station like that and still making your way in was absolutely phenomenal for them to pick up that many kill points. But that was a pretty brutal zone, and piggybacking off what Stella's talking about, where Renegades flies in, a lot of those teams are anticipating zone number 6 to actually end on that building, and that's why you saw about 3, 4, 5 teams go and posture up there, and that's why there was so much kind of snowball of death happening over towards that corner of the map.
I also want to point out that NRG actually had the upper hand in that last top 3 fight because they had a Bloodhound, had the ultimate going. They knew where everyone was, so they kind of had the jump start on taking people out, and that kind of won them the game.
Absolutely. It certainly won them the snowball of death. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Snowball of death.
Sounds
correct.
terrifying.
That is something I'm going to say over and over now. Thank you, Tom. As we take a look at those Game 3 results, I cannot believe we're already in Game 3, gang. I mean, we are literally halfway through our matches here today. Holy goodness! Something else I can't believe. NRG putting in work. And listen, GG to TSM as well. That is not an easy feat here, everybody. Not an easy feat at all. Tom,
It's about time that these teams did pick it up, though, because it's only, game number 2, so you're still mathematically in this one going into game number 3, and that's where these players are going to start to shine. They understand the math, they realize that their backs are against the wall, so they really got to pick it up, and that's where you're going to see what they're made of. So NRG dropping 26 points, TSM dropping 17, seeing CLG up there. It was only a matter of time where these top orgs made their way towards the top of the leaderboard. The question is, how many points do they have to make up now when we go into that overall leaderboard?
Hey, speaking of overall, let's take a look at that, because once we get into these late games, 3, 4, 5, that's when things become really interesting. And ESA Black still at the top here, but not to be outdone. My Little Phony down 1, but NRG coming up. Is that 11 points?
That's 11 places that they ended up moving up. So they were in 13th place, moving up onto 2nd. And you can see, again, on the left-hand side, a lot of these teams that are signed, the big names are out there. But Sela, your Renegades, still, sitting in 17th place. Even with that awesome rotation that they had with the Valkyrie, that just goes to show you the decisions are there for them. The shot making is there. It's just really hard to execute in this high-caliber lobby.
Yeah, you have to be... Any little mistake you get punished for. Apex is a game where any mistake that happens, you definitely get punished for, especially in a lobby full of pro players. You might be able to get away with it in ranked, but in pro lobbies, you will definitely get lasered for it.
100%. Let's take a look at how those punishing things have happened throughout our lobby here today with some highlights from game number 3. And the reality here is that we've seen it all. We've seen players in the center, we've seen them on the edge, and we've seen them take out full teams with Okay, Tom, go ahead and talk to me through this, because you and Stella know full well that these are the things we look for in our pro play.
Again, a pretty unpredictable circle where we saw in the early game where Renegades is talking about, all right, well, what happens if the zone does pull away from us? We saw ESA Black and a handful of other teams. We're setting up anticipating Sentinels. We're anticipating that same zone that we saw yesterday during our EMEA game, round number 1, excuse me. That 7-8-9, I believe, won. So going back and talking about this game is super important, but overall, picking up points along this is really important because we have 3 days here. So the group stages are going to be A and B, and then it starts to rotate. So the fact that NRG picks up a handful of points here, TSM, is really important because you're going to want to have well over 100 points when this is all said and done. So these teams are most likely looking at where they're at in the halftime point right now and saying, okay, where are we at? Because we want to end somewhere around 120 points. That's where we're estimating that's going to take us to get us in to the top 20.
100%. Well, let's find out who you have as your favorite in our community. We want to know, has your opinion changed? We first put out that poll and asked you to vote for your favorite team. This is our congeniality. Not surprising here, gang. TSM coming in 29% of the vote. NRG at 23. And, let's be clear, we've got some really great numbers. I'm telling you, right, Stella, I feel bad that we keep mentioning this, but your Renegades are down at 2%.
I still believe in them. That doesn't change. It's okay.
There it is. I love
If you're listening to this, I believe in you guys.
And you know what? You can, in fact, get on that bandwagon. You see those hashtags and those names? Well, those are going to be what you can put into our Twitch chat, into our YouTube live chat, into our Twitter. Use those hashtags. Go for the gold. Really vote for whichever team you think is coming out on top. Maybe you agree with Stella. The Renegades could find themselves closer to the NRGs and the TSMs. It's all up to you. It's all in your hands. Speaking of things that are in our community's hands, we've got some tweets because, of course, you've been following along with this journey. You've been keeping up with us on Twitter at PlayApex, and we want to keep up with you and see where you're watching us from, how you're watching us. We're hoping for Christian book notes and some popcorn, but we're going to settle for anything we got because we know you guys are all about the Twitter. So let's take a look at what we all have been saying on social today. I guarantee it's going to be fun regardless. And there it is. Tom, we got our first pet of the day.
I was going to say, you know, if you put your fur babies on, you got food in there, you have Apex in the background, you include the hashtag ALGS, your chances skyrocket.
Absolutely do, yes. And we definitely also see some very creative people in our community. Guess which one is TSM, CLG, and an NRG fan? Nan. Oh my goodness, Pepper and Loki. Great names all around through the showing some love. You know what? I love that the animals seem almost engaged.
It's
Can we get more animal
person
pictures?
squad right there. Yeah,
Oh,
so
it
what do you
is.
think of this? What do you think of this 3-person squad?
I love the team comp here in Team Pup. I love it. I'm rooting for them. I think they're going to win the popularity contest.
I love
Jay,
it too.
you look
And
like
speaking
an
of
evil
squads,
villain in this one.
You do.
Oh, I'm definitely plotting. Let's be clear. That's
What are you
me.
plotting here? Your rotation into the next zone?
Oh my
Listen,
God,
it's all
yeah.
about caustic gas in the late game, gang. Just let it be and let it be. And that's how we do that. What's better than an ALGS stream? More ALGS streams! Hell yeah! Having fun. And of course, our fantastic duo. Real reason we are hyped. Watch Fallout and Girl. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. 100%. We have got some great casting duos. We've got some great teams. And here we go. No sleep for me tonight. No way I'm missing tonight's games. Double stream. And of course, a huge thank you to Nicewig for being so incredible with that influencer stream. Nicewig, you're doing an incredible job holding down groups C and D and all of that. Remember, we're going to have the overall results, those team numbers and points at the end of this very program here for our North American ALGS Championships. Only day one of groups, for sure. Side note, what is our squad name? We should probably come up with that at some point here, gang. I put that out to you, our lovely fans. Feel free to tweet at us. Use that hashtag ALGS. And then, you, Tom, you, Stella, start to think about that before we go into our game number 4. Can you believe it's game number 4 already? And in fact, the rubber meets the road in game number 4 right after this.
About my favorite laptop right now, the Lenovo Legion 7i. The thing I love about this the most is that it's a gaming PC. It's a beast of a gaming PC, but I can take it anywhere, whether I'm at home, whether I'm out getting my coffee at my favorite coffee shop, or whether I'm even on the beach in beautiful San Diego where I live. This thing is the perfect laptop for people who want to be a little more subtle, but also get their game on. That's why it's my everyday carry.
Games down. My boy Birdie in the chat called that one. NRG wins it with TSM getting 3rd place, fighting their way into the top 10. And now we got CLG. We got TSM all within the top 10, but ESA Black still leading the way, girl.
Still leading the pack. ESEA Black still leading the pack. Yep. Who would you like to see have a really good game this next game?
Honestly, girl, I can't even tell you because I'm just mesmerized by that slogan you just came up with right there. ESA Black still leading the pack. Can we get that trending, please? Can everyone please tweet at HateGirl, at Fallout with 2 T's, hashtag ALGS. ESA Black still leading the pack. I love that, girl. But I'd like to see a little bit of something come through from TSM. A big comeback game in Game 3. They showed a little bit of life. They broke into the top 7. I want to see a big game come out of them. They were my favorites to come in and win this group match against Group A and B, girl.
Yeah, honestly, it's all about consistency. We're halfway through the tournament today, but there's still a couple more days on top of today, and they still have a chance to get into the top percentage of points. They have been getting better each and every game, and they've practiced for this day. They're ready.
Yep, indeed. I was talking in the chat with Tyler Owens, a developer at Respawn. Hey, Tread, and he agreed. TSM's been getting some pretty tough zones so far, girl. I mean, that zone that last game was as far southwest as you could possibly get. Coming from the northern side of the map in Fragment East, that's a far rotation. So that's a great job from them to obviously make the most out of a poor situation, a tough rotation, and still get 3rd place. So we'll see what zones we get here, if it'll be a little bit more easy for them to rotate through. But nonetheless, from Fragment East, you do have a slight advantage because you're relatively central to the map. And when TSM played on Kings Canyon and found so much success early on in ALG and Apex Legends, they played in the cage where they found easy rotations on Kings Canyon. They do the same thing here on World's Edge. The reason they like to play center of map, well, they can be the first team to rotate, and it works out well for them. But we'll see what zones they get here as we take a look at the drop map and see where teams are falling.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in the day when there was Kings Canyon and with the old zoning, it was way easier to predict where the zone was going to go. But now they can even scan Beacon and be in a 50-50 of do I go this way or do I go that way? And rotating with their comp isn't easy. Their comp is built for fighting their way in. But if they're caught in a rough position, then unfortunately they'll fall. And back in the day, there wasn't a Valk. We have a few Valk teams here today that have the easiest rotations because they could just fly over everyone and inspect what's the safest place to land.
Yeah, that's a great point. Valk obviously shaked up the competitive meta quite a bit. Obviously, rotations had to be very hard fought and earned. You had to work your way through. You had to either rotate early or you could play edge. Now with Valkyrie, you can get a quick rotation. That's one of the benefits of Valkyrie, which has been really fun to see how the meta has been shaken up. But we haven't seen a whole lot of Valkyrie rotations so far. In EMEA yesterday, same thing was true. I thought we'd see a little bit more coming out of Valk, but so far, a few teams playing Valkyrie for some crucial rotations. Nothing too crazy yet.
And nothing too crazy. And some of the Valk teams, once they do rotate, they end up dying, as we've seen last game. We've seen a team die exactly right above ESA Black's head right now. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it can get you through those choke points, those holds. There has been zones known before where, you hold this choke and everybody dies in this choke, but now it's not the case. There's the Octane jump pad as well that could get you through a choke. There's a Wraith portal that could get you through a choke, and Valk could also fly your team through a choke. So there's so many different possibilities for these teams.
That's right. So we take a look at some of our top teams so far. ESA Black finding a lot of success. Well, that shows why. Thermal Station, a great drop spot, especially for a team like ESA Black that likes to be a little bit more on the fighter side. They are, again, if you can break teams down into two categories, fighters and survivalists, if you will. ESA Black is certainly a fighting squad. They like to play aggressive. Metro on controller likes to get into any single fight that they possibly can. Coming from Thermal Station, you can play edge and you can play that way. Meanwhile, my little phony, they've been pretty much controlling the north side of the map, obviously with complexity not in this lobby. That gives them a lot more flexibility and a big part of why they found success. 2 purple shields right now for Phonyhead and Rambo, former member of Flashpoint alongside Kubsky and Co. That Flashpoint squad has been solid for a while, made a roster change though, and so far so good for Rambo.
Yeah, and the point of having this loadout is the Crypto can scan the beacons, and the Octane jump pads are really good for rotating fast. So they're on their way to the zone, trying to find... They're a little bit more of a, I would say, a passive team until late game. They want to find that placement, they want to find that perfect spot, and then once they find the right opportunity, they will push you.
That's right. And speaking of different legend comps, just a quick note for everyone watching, you'll find every single team has a recon legend for the most part, right? Recon legend being the legends that can scan beacons. It's so important to get this exact view that we see right now. The second zone coming through, because you know where to rotate through, you know which buildings to get to quick. And for that reason, every single team comp usually consists of, again, recon legend, whether it's Bloodhound, Crypto, Valkyrie, or the like. No, rest in peace, Pathfinder. We miss you in competitive Apex. But then you also have kind of a tip of the spear, a high mobility type of legend like a Wraith. So, back last season we saw a lot of Horizon. And then, of course, Gibraltar as a defensive player. You need that defensive legend as well. Gibraltar obviously being crucial. Every single team on display so far running Gibraltar today.
Yeah, Gibraltar just is really good for early game fights, mid game fights, and late game, because you're at a real disadvantage late game if you don't have a bubble and everyone else does. You're just going to die for free. I really like the comp, Gibraltar, Valk, and Octane. Caustic. There's only a few Caustics, but I really like the comp because you can rotate with it, and you can also hold down buildings with it. And we're not seeing a lot of Wattson anymore. We're not seeing a lot of Caustic. So the few Caustics that are in the game have an advantage over others because their defense is much far superior than anyone else's.
Yeah. Brilliantly said. We saw that actually come to fruition last game, right, with Kangarna, aka Bottom 20, playing with Caustic and finding a lot of success in the building towards the southeast or southwest side of the map. Obviously so difficult to fight against Caustic in an enclosed area, and for that reason, despite the nerf to Caustic, we still see a good amount of Caustic in play. 4 teams today leveraging Caustic, I believe. We saw 4 teams overall yesterday do the same, as 2 brains, 1 controller find themselves in a skirmish alongside train tracks here.
But Crypto Ultimate did go through and they did not push off of it, so now they don't have it anymore and they might want to play a little bit safer and better safe than sorry, you know what I mean? And he will scout indeed with the drone. They will be okay for now, and they're gonna scout through the tunnel.
That's right, they got a team lurking nearby and they're just playing this really smart, really cautious, making sure that they don't get sandwiched. And you know, we always say, shout out to my man Hodzik, in a meat sandwich, you want to be the bread, you don't want to be the meat in a game of Apex Legends. You don't want to get caught fighting a two-front war, much like the Axis in the World Wars, as now we'll see as Two Brains One Controller just avoids that situation. On board with another Crypto here, a lot of Crypto at play as we jump on board the Sentinels, the kings of Sorting Factory. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, and so far Sentinels has been looking good.
Yeah, they've been holding this spot for many months now, and I believe in scrims they were getting 50-50 in another lobby, but this lobby they have it all to themselves, so they have nothing to worry about. They are used to holding these surrounding areas, and they're very comfortable with it. Having a charge rifle Spitfire, they have the guns to shoot people at range, so once all the teams come throughout the game, they'll be able to get some kills surrounding them, for sure.
Right, we see Two Brains, One Controller, still in the same position within train tracks. It's not often you kind of you post up within train tracks as your kind of spot to be. And this will be kind of a low-key listen-in, but let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with Two Brains, One Controller, see what their thoughts are on this rotation.
Future, I'll worry about this one. I'm watching it right now.
Drone, yeah. Zone in 10.
Alright, I'm not watching it anymore.
I'll watch it all.
Watch it. Alright, so you.
Oh, fuck. Yes, that's good.
Okay, we try to focus this side. Literally just focus on this side. That's a good zone for us, right?
But think like, you have to. Teams can still go here. Like, a team might Octane pad and just try to force it. We need to be worried of that.
Yeah.
Or Volcult.
He might try and fight us from sorting. They shouldn't.
And you should play on this hug glitch right here. Like just closer up. And slurp her back.
Okay.
Play bubble, I'll EMP them. So yeah, just throw a pad back. Yeah, it's good. Pretty sure this is the one that ends right out here or pulls back to here.
Yep.
There you have. Nice chill listening right there. A little different than the crazy comms on late game rings in that scenario, but good to get the perspective of the Crypto team playing for the quick recon. They were waiting for the zone to finish. They can get that recon scan, and you heard them kind of planning out what their next move is, girl.
20 squads left, Fallout. There's 20 squads left. No one has died this game so far. And this is a really nice zone because there's so many buildings. There's so many levels to some of the buildings. There's a lot of area to play it safe. And that's why there's so many teams alive as of now. And they've made their predictions. They're very comfortable in the tunnel. They do not want to go anywhere. But the thing about holding the tunnel is they have to watch both sides. So we're going to see a lot of passive gameplay, bless you, throughout until the zone gets to zone 3 and 4.
That's right. And girl, I'm an expert. I'm a pro, so I muted myself so the stream couldn't hear the sneeze. But I appreciate the bless you. Nonetheless, thank you so much. If everyone's wondering why girl just randomly said bless you, that's why. As we're watching Kanaka's Pets currently at Harvester. And here's what's interesting, girl. These two team comps that we just saw, Bloodhound as the recon legend for TSM, Bloodhound as the recon comps that we just saw, Bloodhound as the recon legend for TSM, Bloodhound as the recon legend for Kanaka's Pets. Neither of them have the mobility of a Crypto to get a scan. So neither TSM nor Kanaka's Pets have the intel that, for example, we saw earlier from Tech & Co. to understand which, where the zone's going to be pulling towards, where to rotate. That's another crucial reason that Crypto is obviously so valuable in these mid to late games.
Absolutely. The Cryptos just know more than anyone else. But AMV here, they're playing the edge of zone. They're playing Harvester side. One of the few teams playing Harvester side right now. So if they were to get into a fight right now, there may not even be a third party, as long as too many of them don't go down. There's just one team across from them. We see Duplex in the distance, 173 meters away. A little bit of poke, but it's going to be passive from here.
That's right. Girls, things are slowing down here. Obviously, like you said, and you said it brilliantly, based on where the zone is, a lot of levels to the geography and a lot of buildings to kind of post up in. But as things are slowing down a little bit, talk to me a bit about what weapons we typically see in the mid-game and what weapons we see in the late game, why that somewhat differs, and kind of what's hot right now in terms of current meta.
So mid-game, you're going to see people use a lot of long-range weapons like the R301. The Flatline is really popular right now. The Spitfire is really popular right now. Any type of sniper, so Charge Rifle is really great for leveling up your Evo Shield early game, but you don't want a Charge Rifle late game. So the reason why competitive players, pro players, change their weapons to more short range, because the fights are rather short. You're going to have a lot of bubble fights, so you're going to have a lot of shotguns on a lot of players. As you see here, Senox has a Charge Rifle for leveling up the Evo Shields, but also has an EVA 8, because late game, almost everyone wants a shotgun, and you see there Mastiff Volt is very close range as well. Flatline, I believe for myself, anyways, that the Flatline is so good close range. Just almost compares to an EVA 8. I believe that EVA 8 and Flatline are probably my favorites.
Yeah, lower recoil, better hip fire than the Spitfire. So I agree with that. EVA 8 right now is so incredibly strong. Great point. And you're right. I think we'll see the Charge Rifle in the hands of Sentinels get probably swapped out in favor of maybe an R99 and maybe a Flatline for that late game if they can. Meanwhile, we're getting some emotes here. All right, Rocker. NRG put on a show right now, entertaining. There's a little bit of a. I'm blanking on. Someone needs to help me out here. In Australia, it starts with an H. Rugby teams do this when they're trying to intimidate their opponents. Someone help me. Girl, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? It's a haka.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I don't.
Parallax Stella coming in clutch. It's a haka. That's it. That's what we saw right there from Gibraltar.
I don't know anything about sports, only esports. So I can tell you about Apex.
You've never seen the clip of the All Blacks in Australia doing a haka. You've never seen that, but you have no idea what I'm talking about.
No.
Oh my
Absolutely
gosh.
not. I could tell you a little bit about Dota or Call of Duty, but I can't tell you anything about the haka.
And she's never seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off, by the way. She's literally 0 for 2. We're going to add this to the list of things we got to educate girl on.
I don't know too much about life besides gaming.
Hey, the commitment to gaming and esports is awesome, though. I respect it tremendously. Big shout to Girl. By the way, if y'all don't watch Girl's streams, Girl, former professional Apex player, competed in ALGS before joining us on the caster's desk and analyst desk for ALGS, and of course a full-time streamer for ALGS. Make sure to follow Girl. Girls, your Twitch is just Girl or is it Hey Girl?
Oh, it's Girl. It's Girl. Thank you, Paul.
GUHRL. I'm giving you a quick plug. You deserve it.
GUHRL. Also on YouTube. Back to Apex Legends and this game in specific. I don't know if you noticed earlier, but it pulls so hard towards tree. So NRG might think that they're going to be okay in the spot because they're complete center map, but they will have to rotate a distance.
That's right. And we'll see, obviously, as these zones are going to close in here. Finally, fights will break out here. Of course, teams are going to kind of scurry out of their hiding spots, and this is what results. Blur Flavors, his Watson, and Sung currently relying on a bubble to survive, but obviously not going to be able to use that for long as Sentinels is right above. I believe the Sentinels are another squad right above them. Good thing to have Valkyrie. The get out of jail card, obviously in a tough situation. Combination of the Gibraltar Dome plus Valkyrie's ult gives them a great opportunity. They, of course, have 20 to 30 seconds to sit on a high pert and prove out their spot as they rotate. That's the benefit of Valkyrie here. Meanwhile, TSS not having as much luck. They actually are going to get taken out on the rotation. Did not work out there. So far, we're 0 for 2 with Valkyrie. Ults Girl have not worked out in their favor.
No, it has not. And they were the first team eliminated in this whole game. So like I said, zone 3 and 4, that's when, yep.
Ring 4, the first squad. We are 19 squads in Ring 4 going into Ring 5. That is insane.
It is insane, and almost half of the teams are in Sorting Factory or near Sorting Factory right now. So they're going to have to rotate, and this is where, so the strategy for these teams, if they don't believe that they can rotate safely, some of them have Valk, like we see here with bottom 20, they'll be able to rotate, but some of the teams that don't think they'll be able to rotate will go for kill points, will go for placement, but it's going to be hard. You want to be either like the last person to rotate or the first person to rotate and hold everyone out, because if you're in the middle of the pack, you're going to get third-partied either way.
That's right. That's why we talk so often about fast rotating teams, and different teams like to play differently. Again, if you have a Bloodhound comp, you're going to play a little bit slower to rotate because you like to play edge. But teams that play fast on their rotate typically are the ones that are going to get rewarded because they're going to try and predict the zones and they'll get positioned first. But back to that Valkyrie ult. We're 0 for 2 with Valkyrie ults here. We'll pause on that for now because TSM finds himself in a huge fight. This is crucial right now for TSM. They're in between two teams. We talked about not wanting to be the meat of the sandwich, and Snip3down just barely is going to get shot on his toe. He gets knocked here, so it's going to be all up to Reps and Imperial Hal to keep him alive. Great nade's going to come through, getting Joey Blackout tagged up quite significantly. Snip3down gets revived, and just like that, TSM back to 3 alive, but they're still not out of dodge.
It was perfect decision making by TSM. Although they had someone down, they were holding the angle so they weren't getting pushed, because once you have someone down, you know the team's going to think about pushing you. He held that down perfectly while they got the revive off, and now they're all up. Moving on to Renegades, doing that rotation, they see squads left and right and will decide to land on the high ground. That team might be able to see them, but oh, they have a real safe spot if they hold the back wall, which is perfect for them.
And we saw a team hold this in game 2. Renegades will hold it again here in game number 4. Meanwhile, My Little Phony currently alive after a really good start. They took home first place. They're on a rotation. Octane jump pad's going to come through. All teams frantically running here, scurrying, as actually a flank on NRG is going to be hit. NRG could be in a scary spot here. Team right behind them. Rambo's going to knock one. Rolder gets knocked. Phonyhead knocked another on Aves. The kill feed is absolutely lighting up. The ranked is harder right now. TSM Snip3down knocks Duplex as well. It is absolute madness, and this is what happens when you have 19 squads still alive in Ring 4, girl.
My Little Phony just got pushed by the likes of CLG, and they actually clean wiped them and are the kill leaders holding on right now. It went from 19 squads to 12 squads remaining, so people are going down fast. Sentinels also in a 3v3 fight and finish that one off. Ranked is harder is now out, and Sentinels are holding that spot that they always do. They're doing okay. So the pull went from tree and moved back towards Sorting Factory. So some teams did not know this, but the teams that did go tree will have to rotate back, and they might actually be in danger. Right now, CLG looks like they have the best spot because they're more mid-map, but we'll see as the zone closes.
That's right, NRG down to 2 members alive, I believe, and you said it, Sentinels in their same spot that they used as the win condition to win game number 2. We'll see if they'll have the same fate here in game number 4. ESA Black still alive. Metro, talked about him earlier, what a story. Former collegiate NCAA Division I football player, turned Apex Legends professional player, playing alongside Six, former member of the Pittsburgh Knights alongside Turns, and the one, the only Hodsick. Way back in the Apex Legends preseason invitational, Six also has won a championship alongside Nicewig in ALGS, and of course they're joined with Panders, former teammate of Tech for a very long time. I like this squad a lot, girl. I like their makeup. Recently, of course, signed and representing ESA Black.
They're performing very well today, and there we go. We see one of the Valk ults go through Renegades, trying to look for a spot. They're hovering in the air for as long as possible, waiting for other teams to fight. Force in the kill feed down Sweet with a Kraber. He's been absolutely dominating with the Kraber this game. 10 squads left. They did find a safe spot. Are they going to third party nearby? Reps taking down Mo Chances. TSM in a big fight. Snip3down taking down one. They take down the whole squad, but they're getting third party. Snip3down absolutely beams another one. Can he clutch this one out? The Bloodhound skin goes through. Does he see the last person alive? It's a Cossack. It's a Cossack. He's going in with everything he's got here. The scout comes through and he clutches it. Absolutely crazy clutch by Snip3down. But oh my goodness, there's more, and they're shooting them from left, right, and the top. And he absolutely he goes out, but he goes out with a bang.
And that is a massive 1v1 right there for Snip3down. Not only did he get the 1 kill point, but picked up the other 2 as well. Became the kill leader with 5. Girl, you called that brilliantly. Snip3down goes out. TSM goes down in 4th, but a great effort right there from the controller god himself. Former Halo professional, turned Apex Legends pro in Snip3down. Massive, massive plays. Metro last alive here for ESA Black. 4 squads remain. TSM got 5th. I stand corrected. It all comes down to these last 4 squads. 4 points on a square right now to close this one out on our final zone. It'll be closing in. If you take a look at the top left of your screen, that line at the top left will show you exactly where this zone is going to close out to. It's going to be a crazy finish here, girl.
It is going to be a crazy finish indeed, and we still have a Valk squad remaining. CLG still in this with many, many kills. Free shots on the team in front of them. Yubin goes down to Pow Pow on Renegades, and they're just picking up those kill points. The zone is moving in very slowly.
CLG, you called it earlier, girl, probably the best position to win this, and you were spot on. They are currently sitting with high ground, but keep in mind, they will have to drop and they will have to rotate. At this point, this is anyone's game. CLG, one of the best pound-for-pound skirmishing or fighting teams in the game. 3 incredibly skilled players. Lou, probably one of the best individual skilled players in North America, alongside Nathan, Imperial Hal, and others. Let's see what they have here. Great long-range shot's going to put in. That's going to be huge for them, giving them the advantage in this fight to start. I got to think this is CLG's game to win here, girl.
Yeah, sometimes it's not good to be the last person to drop down, but it actually is really good because Lou does have his bubble. They have portal, but they're not going to need to use it. They're going to be the last team to throw bubble down, so they're going to have to find a nice spot. They're going to choose the right. They're going to bubble down here on the right. Yep. And there's going to be teams about to fight because they don't have bubbles anymore.
They got to be careful for the Valk team that just dropped from above. Here we go. Last 2 squads remain. CLG will clean up. And just like that, Counter Logic Gaming will be your winner of game number 4. A huge and borderline must-win game for them in 8th place with 20 points. They go huge with quite a few kill points as well, girl, and 12 points for 1st. That is going to be a massive game for CLG.
It is a massive game indeed. And like I was saying, like normally it's not good to be on the high ground because once you jump, you're going to get stunned and the team under you is going to kill you. But luckily for them, the high ground was in for so long, the team under them couldn't stay there and everyone else used their bubbles beforehand. So they played it patiently, they played it right, they got the dome in a perfect position so no one could push them easily and they had to push each other and the third party. The whole plan was great.
You always want to be the last team to hold on to that bubble shield, and obviously it played out to their advantage with the dome coming through from CLG. On the flip side, it's kind of awkward playing Valkyrie in late game, and that's one of the, I think, cons of Valkyrie is her late game kit is not nearly as good, I think, as a lot of other legends like Caustic and Crypto and many others. You're going to awkwardly kind of just jump up and try to prolong that fight as long as you can, but in the end, it's going to be tough as you're going to have to drop and fight eventually. But nonetheless, a great end game, a great finish. CLG comes out on top. That's going to be it for Girl and I here for now. We'll be back for Game 6, but going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate, T-Squared, and Stella at the desk.
Thank you very much, Fella and Girl, and some incredible hype casting that got the rest of our hearts racing here in the backstage area, virtual backstage, you know what I mean. But I think, Stella, Tom, one of the things, we're going to talk about CLG, no question, and they've done an incredible job of coming out on top here, but I got to give honorable mention. This, if you see what Snip3down did, and you see how they still didn't make it out, that's how scary of a lobby this is. Tom, is this something that we saw coming? Is this something that, I mean, honestly, I thought Snip3down was going to take it out, and it was going to be, a whole other ballgame.
Well, Snip3down's my former teammate, so I may be a little biased. I'm going to toss this one over to Stella because I know she's a Bloodhound fan. Stella, were Snip3down scans good enough for you? Because I know you're picky.
It was very, very good. I think, honestly, I was more impressed with the fact that instead of sticking with a weapon that he felt reliable with, he switched to a secondary and got the KP for the team, which was very important, especially when you know that you're surrounded, you only have one shot, and he used all of his bullets, and that's the most important play.
Absolutely. And Stella, one of the things I love about, the way that you go through these plays and you review these things, this game is, you know the boots on the ground in such a way that is so easy to understand. And quite frankly, reminds us all that Apex is a scary, scary game sometimes, and certainly can be even scarier when put into the pros' hands. At this point, are you looking at, we just talked about weapons, and we'll talk about most valuable players a little bit later in the show, but I want to know, Tom, get ready as well. But Stella, start with you. What are your most valuable weapons in this case? We heard Fallout and Girl talk a little bit about mid-game and late-game weaponry, but I want to know from this entire thing, since we've gone now 4 games, what is the weapon that is of choice for you right now? Gun to your head. Here we go. Pun intended.
I think early to mid-game, I think that the charge rifle is actually really good since you start out with blue shields. Maybe you get lucky and you get a purple. And if you get a good spot, you can take damage off players and you're able to build up to a purple or a red. And then you can find a position and kind of stay there and guard circle, which is very important as we see these teams prioritizing circle location. I would say that the R301 is also a very solid pick if you're going sniper, but if you want to change out the sniper for close range in late game fights, I would say the EVA 8, although my personal favorite's a Mastiff. So,
Tom, rebuttal, come on.
Well, I really think it depends on what your strengths and weaknesses are, but also what legend you're playing. So if we're talking about TSM, we're talking about Snipedown. He's going to be rocking the Volt, and in that instance, he had the Volt Scout, which isn't ideal. So he takes out the Scout, and he rips a couple of hipfire shots over there. Ideally, you'd want to have an EVA, Mastiff combination, Peacekeeper, whatever you can in that type of situation. But just look at, for someone like Hal, he's using another up-close weapon, maybe like a Flatline with a 2X, and then he's going with, say, like a EVA 8 or a Mastiff as well in his back pocket. But if you're playing Gibraltar, that's when you definitely want to use something like the Charge Rifle, use the Scout, something that is really helping you with that ADS where you're abusing the shield. If I had a personal pick, I always have been a Wingman fan. I think that's been my favorite gun to use since Season 1. It's super versatile, but it's also a gun that has a really high skill gap, so I just think that it's a lot of fun to use.
I'm going to fight you a little bit
today. Yeah, I was going to say, right?
I was going to say, I'm going to fight you a little bit on that there, Tom. I think that Gibraltar is really good with a shotgun because he has the shield, so he has extra cover. He's able to peek in and out very quickly. So if he takes a shot, he's able to tank that damage, which is really good in up-close fight.
Definitely, you want to have a Mastiff in the bubble fights for sure. Anytime the bubble goes down, and just looking at the highlights here, I love how Girl was calling this, how it's really important to put your bubble down last in these type of instances. And that's where we're talking about the weapon combinations that you're having, and you're going to need to have a Mastiff in your back pocket. You're going to have an EVA 8, and no one really is better to have than a Gibraltar in that situation. So ideally, if you're playing Gibraltar, you're stuck in a situation where you don't have a lot of medium range weapons, a lot of close range weapons, unless you're talking shotgun Scout, shotgun Charge Rifle even, and then you're hoping that you could get rid of that long-range weapon as the circle starts to close in and you're going in throughout these motions of picking apart all these death boxes that you're getting. But it's not, again, surprising that some of these teams are starting to step it up. The TSMs, the CLGs, the NRGs. This is kind of their time to shine. We're touching base on the fact that it was a little bit of a boxing match where teams are getting a feel for how the lobby's going to play out. Keep in mind, these exact 20 teams haven't scrimmed together, so it is going to be a little bit of a feeler situation here. And now we see the teams making adjustments, and those are the teams that have been the top teams for quite some time.
And look at that. Double digits, gang. Here we go. CLG reminding us all that CLG can do this. And by that, I mean be on top of a leaderboard. Well done to them. That is incredible, to be sure. FYP, not to be outdone. Let's be clear, they did some work as well. And listen, TSM still coming in. Maybe they left at number 5, Stella, but listen, they've got 8 kills to their name. That is nothing to shake a stick at. Yeah, I said it. I don't even care. Here we go.
Getting kills in a game like this means everything. It just shows you that they are so honed in on their skills.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, Tom, look at CLG, number 7, just went up and up, and now they're number 1. They're up 7 places. That is incredible, especially going into a late game number 5.
No doubt about it. And ESA Black, they're starting to slow down just a little bit, but they've been a fairly consistent team. They've been popping up over towards these end zones. Sentinels has been there as well, but CLG starting to put together big games just like NRG did in the previous one. So expect other teams to kind of do the same. I'm looking at a team like Renegades that has that potential, TSM, but you never really know because we've had some surprising squads come out here and perform really well. You got to give a shout out to KNG, bottom 20 as well, My Little Phony. No one was really expecting these teams to come out so hot, and they're doing a great job. And keep in mind, all of these points really matter for the 3 days of group play that are going forward.
That is absolutely right. And of course, this is only day 1. We're only going into game number 5. I should say only. Game number 5, things really do sort of take hold, the rubber meets the road, and it is definitely something that we get excited for, to be sure. Now, hey, something else I want to bring up. You know, we actually, if you might have seen in game recently, a new badge, an Asian American Pacific Islander badge, and you know, we want to really showcase some of the minds and the creators behind that, and really what the intention was to bring about this awareness. And so we've actually caught up with some of the people that made this badge possible. Take a look.
As an Asian American Pacific Islander, me being Filipino, it's very unfortunate because it's instilled fear through cowardly acts of violence on soft targets. It's just a reminder that we have to be even more vigilant now, and we have to call it out when we see it. We have to stand up to it. Hi, my name is Ryan Lastimosa. I'm 3D art director on Apex Legends at Respawn Entertainment.
After we shipped the Black Lives Matter badge for Black History Month in February, we had some discussions internally about what we could do to help support the Stop Asian Hate. My name is Tim Lewinson. I'm development director at Respawn Vancouver. The truth is, this isn't the first time in history where North America's Asian community has been targeted or used as scapegoats. Language matters. Xenophobia, imperialism, the model minority myth, all of these have been used to try and set divisions between and against communities of color.
With Respawn being very diverse within itself and very inclusive, I don't think it even was a question of whether or not we should do something about it. It was when should we do it and how fast should we do it.
We sat down as a team and said, hey, what is the message that we're trying to convey?
The design behind the badge was straight up what it is. It's not supposed to be ambiguous at all. It should just be a message that says, hey, stop Asian hate. Let's stand up together as allies, and there's no way at all to make the message look more elegant. It just has to convey the message that this violence has to stop. The fact that we have so much diversity in Apex Legends, and we do have a lot of Asian Pacific Islander characters in the game, the fact that they're all coming together in Apex Legends, I mean, the common goal is to win a game. It just comes down to, you know, who's part of your team. And the roster is diverse for that reason. We're all part of the same team, and we're all working towards the same goal.
It's an opportunity to stand up, to check in, and to be present. And an opportunity to check in as well and really start the conversation with, you know, other people in our gaming community, many of whom may be suffering like in silence or embarrassment, to let them know that they're valued and we're here to help and we're here to support them.
I'm proud and honored that we have this opportunity to get this message out and to further solidify that, you know, we stand together. We stand together as allies, and we stand together as Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We stand together in one world.
We are on the same team, and we do stand together. Make sure you find that badge in game right now. You're definitely going to want that one. And that's such a great message, and definitely something that we like to talk about and hear about here at the Apex community for sure. Well, we are all out of time here on the desk because it is, in fact, time for that pivotal Game 5. We will hear from Rain Day and B right after this.
Space. I do it now. Go. Bubble.
Yeah, bubbling. I have it.
I need to pop it back first.
Just heal.
Oh, I'm gonna spin like crazy. They can see us so easily.
Okay. Go. Hit.
We need to land on the solo or something.
Yeah.
I think we just kill the solo.
Kill the solo.
Yeah, land on this fucker.
The other team is aiming him too.
Just play the side of it.
Oh, this is bad. I'm safe on me here.
The Gibby's one over here.
I'm just dead, man.
That was the worst timing ever, man. That's so unlucky.
CLG still alive. Liquid's gonna have to drop as well. Complexity, the only one on the ground currently in zone, but CLG able to find something. Complexity, looks like they're the ones going down. It's Complexity down, but CLG is still alive. Pow Pow, Vaxlon on Madness looking to slide in with the EVA 8. The shotgun battle is here. It's 2 squads left. Is CLG gonna do it? They're gonna slice through the competition. They are your champions of the Americas in summer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we came to it in a bit of a roundabout way, but it seems like in Game 5 here, one more game to go in this Group 1 of our North America ALGS Championship kickoff day. Some of the big dogs have found their way back to the top, with CLG winning last game and also being top of the leaderboards as well, B. So it seems like things have flattened out, but what's your perspective as we head into Game 5 of how the day has gone and what you're expecting in these final 2 games?
Well, what I'm expecting is see a lot more CLG because right now, while they did not win the first round, they did show that they are here to stay and ready because currently they have the most damage compared to all these other teams. So while they may not have won, they're letting you know they're here to do some damage. And that they did. And follow right behind, they have NRG as well at 10,000 damage with CLG leading at 11,000 damage for this entire set.
That's a lot of damage, as I've heard said before in a few situations. But I think now it's important to know that damage turns into kills. Those kills turn into points. And what does it mean for those who just joining us for our broadcast? Maybe you caught the final few games of yesterday. Maybe you're still here now, whatever time zone you're in, watching the action today. Well, let's run it through. The points are tallied based on your position and scoring. In terms of first, will get you 12 points. And you'll go on to proceeding. Following that, you'll see points also getting kills. And so kills will get you points and determine your placement. 20 kills, 30 kills. If you can get 40 kills, I'll be impressed. I don't know how it's possible, but if you want to do it, go ahead and try. Those will all count. And so if you frag out and you get first place, that's the best situation you could possibly be in. And it makes for a lot of exciting games. So for teams right now, maybe looking to get a little bit more aggressive, who might find themselves at the bottom half of the leaderboards, this is a great opportunity to maybe push for some plays and maybe rotate a little more aggressively than we'd seen them do before.
Yes, but it is very expensive because right now CLG, ESA Black, and Sentinels have a pretty substantial lead on majority of the lobby. Counterlogic Gaming has 24 kills, ESA Black 25, and Sentinels has 16 kills, which is, they may not be the most, but positioning and kills, all that combined helps them create this huge lead right now compared to some of these other teams.
I think that lead is what every team wants. But remember, it's not just today. We're talking about, again, when you got to play on Friday, and again, when you have to play on Sunday, the aggregate amount of points, for those who just watched the Champions League, you know what I'm talking about, will tally up to allow you to get first through fourth. First place in all 4 of the groups is going to go through, and then we're going to take the top 16, though, based on the points that you've earned. So every point counts. You can risk it a little more to get a little bigger reward, and then start playing maybe a little more cautiously towards the end. But my thought is, you're right, stick a little more patiently today, and then we'll be able to get riskier as we go on, and we see maybe we're in trouble later on in these stages. But overall, Valk, I think topic of the day, B, you mentioned you were interested in these legend compositions. What have you been seeing from Valkyrie and how she's contributed to high level in this big showcase?
Well, she does have a very strong impact, I believe, in mid round because she does help the teams reposition very quickly. What I'm also seeing at the end of the game is that she's getting... they'll use her ult and then they'll kind of just coast and relax and cruising down the street and they're 6'4" as they sit there and watch all around as the other teams are kind of dying below them as they go ahead and pick a spot to land. Usually, especially, they'll always have a Gibby to go ahead and throw that bubble down and give them the chance to go to set up and then pick their fight.
This time they're only sipping on juice, right? Nothing else. This is a PG-13 broadcast, so we got to make sure as that 6'4" is nice and comfy, they are keeping it within the bounds of what Apex is about. The cool thing, though, that I thought you were going to say, I thought it was going to be great, they just go into the air and die. because when they've come down, that seems to be the case. I mean, I hate to be a little bit more aggressive with it, but Valk is either an instant amazing God spot, incredible reposition, line of sight goes away, and all these teams fight each other, or you simply land and get deleted. It feels like it is one of the riskiest ultimates. I think the riskiest ultimate to use in Apex Legends right now, and we're seeing Renegades actually kind of step up to the forefront in my mind of using this ultimate in a fantastic way that's getting them success, as well as Sentinels, who seem to be rotating really well early and getting high ground early with the Valkyrie on their team.
Well, you're correct. There is quite a bit of boom or bust, but you have to take a look at it. Take a look at it this. Why are they using their ult at that moment? They're using it because they're either in a very horrible situation where they will lose the fight, where they can either zoom in the air and take that chance to give them an extra spot and give them that extra 10 seconds that sometimes that's all you need just to not be the 5th place or 4th place. You'll be able to get that extra point that gives you that lead, because remember, teams want to build a lead right now. They want to go ahead and build that lead, so now they have a little bit of slack. They have a chance to maybe take a hit or two with this game, if that makes sense, as opposed to having to place first place every single time. Getting every point counts right now, because yes, while this is day one, you still want to make sure you have as many points as you can possibly build up.
Yeah, it's that fine line between too much aggression, too much risk, and really just doing things the right way, allowing other teams to maybe get a little mentally, obscured here by the tremendous task ahead of them, and letting them make those mistakes, maybe those too aggressive plays, and capitalizing by playing patient, playing stable, doing what you need to do. We have some stats we might be able to throw on your screen. I think we might have the overall, but in case, you can continue to talk about some of these things, it's not just about Valk, it's some of these things around the way these legends are impacting these teams' play styles. As you look at CLG, and even though that they may not be in the same exact way running the Valkyrie with Sentinels, they found a way to make it work. TSM starting to make it work as well, and running a very traditional loadout, legend loadout, so to speak. And even My Little Phony, with just some incredible clutches, pushing their way to a top 5 position.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight one more thing, that a huge shout out to the balancing directors. We are not seeing nowhere near as much Wraith as we used to.
Yep.
And it's
incredible.
And that should show you that there's a power shift going on right now, and we're seeing a lot more octanes than we ever did in any of the ALGS previous to this one. So overall, and also we are seeing a couple bits of crypto. I know crypto isn't as popular in NA as it is in EU and other in EMEA, but we are seeing crypto as well. That should showcase that, hey, if once this crypto buff they're talking about comes out, his pick rate's probably going to spike up even higher.
Well, you never know what lies in store around each corner in World's Edge, but there is danger afoot in the mountains and in the caverns. And as the stage raises and the stakes get higher, only a few teams will separate themselves from the group and find themselves on Championship Sunday just a week ago. From now, you'll see them move forward, take this process of grinding through groups, and ultimately see if they can stake their claim in Apex Legends. It's championships, baby. It's North America. It's time to get hyped. Game 5 is going in. And I can't wait to see what unfolds. So many great stories, and so many amazing journeys. And I love what Fallout and Girl are doing as well, just talking about so many great things. We've heard Metro the Goat story a couple times, and it just is so inspiring to see someone transition in that way, stay competitive. And that's what we are really here for. It's about these players, the stars that they're making themselves, and of course, the showcase that they're putting on, it's really top tier right now. This is some of the best Apex and some of the hardest lobbies I think we've seen ever in the history of this game competitively.
Yes, and I also want to highlight that with with Valk, she is playing very similar to kind of how Octane is, but a lot more commitment. And what I mean by that is that she will quite literally leech yourself miles away from where your original spot is, and is either a boom or bust situation. So she's really showcasing how she and Octane aren't so far apart in the way they play.
No, I mean, that's the thing. When you look at differences, and you mentioned the work that all these designers are doing, there's too many to name. I know I talk with Daniel a lot on Twitter, and I know Josh keeps an eye on how everything's running, but there's too many people really involved in making Apex such a mechanically beautiful game, from its movement and its shooting, which I think is kind of the priority of why people love this game, and it stands out above the rest in the BR community. But also just the incredible amount of attention to detail and balancing efforts for such a large-scale player base, over 100 million players, and you've still got a great balance and mix, like you had brought up earlier. So just going back to that shout-out that you had mentioned, but top 20 squads here, Group A and B, taking on, in our first day of North America, CLG, the winners of last round as well. They are off to a decent start, 2 blues and a white, nothing crazy, but you can tell the rotation is on now, as there's no time to waste here. It seems like the teams really who are positioned earlier, B, they end up finding their ways to the final circle.
Also, we are seeing like a little bit of a slowdown for some of these teams that we saw earlier in the earlier matches who were doing very well, were popping off. They seemed a little bit of a slowdown and a huge catch-up. CLG showing exactly why they are picked and they are sponsored, because they will bring the results that those sponsors loved watching. Because CLG is currently at 45 points, while the next team is at 44, ESA Black right behind. The next teams are 10 points below. So you're really showcasing, and even Kanaka Pets or whatever are doing very well, but they're nowhere near as on fire as they were in the beginning of this round. I'm sure they can't wait to show us and change it this round.
G7 Scouts in hand, you got to feel good with that weapon. One of the best in Apex almost always. I think they've nerfed it about 27 times, and it's still that good. And that's why the nerfs came through. It was just a little bit here, a little bit speed, a little bit in the damage, and somehow still finds its way better than the 30-30 repeater, which we'll talk about that one. It's in a tough spot. I know Apex fans love it. I love the way it feels and how it plays, but just really hasn't cemented itself in the heavy ammo category. And now a marksman weapon. And so we'll see if some of that ADS movement speed will help it. But Sentinels here. What's your thoughts? Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to get your quick thoughts. Sentinels here, because they've really been a standout squad for me, and they're kind of doing something very similar, playing this edge that we saw before, B.
They are definitely choosing to stay on the edge of this cliff with the Caustic, because they know while they are on the edge and they do not have too many rotation spots, they do have the Gibby to go ahead and block off ult and grenades, but they also have a huge stretch of land in front of them that makes it very expensive for resource-wise for any team to push them. You're going to have to either Gibby bubble, you're going to take some damage, you're going to have to use shields, and that also will expose you to other teams. So they're showing that, listen, yes, we are on the edge, but guess what? It's going to cost you to come and push us in this area. You get. I was trying to say Caustic. I don't know if you got that. You know.
Oh, I got it. I actually really liked it. I wanted to see how you could fit that in. It was just not quite the right verbiage there. The phonemes didn't just work out for you, but I saw what you were going for. I think all the fans saw what you're doing too. We appreciate it. And you know who else appreciates it? Lazarus, who we've been taking a look at for the last little bit. They found some blues, and they're on a journey to make it into the circle, which seems to be southward past Thermal. So let's go ahead and take a listen in on what's going on with them.
Game 1.
Yeah, we won back there. I think we're going to come in here and then up front. From trade. We hit the beacon and then we move in.
Keep looking at stuff. Like we need to be like aware. We can't get comfortable because we got gifted so many things.
Yep.
All right, from here, I think we need to start scanning stuff and stagger when we walk up. Like we need to be looking at things in tree, and then it would be sick to get that backside of launch so we could start playing for the back end.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely think this is ending on the dome side. Like out in the lava.
I think so too. I've seen lots of teams play this in a way where like they're holding in here and they always get sandwiched. So I think we like hold this and then move in. Potentially.
No, if we can, we try to get this first. If it's not a possibility at all, then then we just back out. So I think we're gonna do this
super early then.
That we did, okay? So Hierarchy, you're gonna post up in here, looking back towards tree. Me and Dank are gonna try to get that building first. I might even port for it, okay?
If we can, we do it. For sure.
Yeah. If we can't do it and someone's in the building, then we just come back and we hold the tunnel.
Yeah, I'd say
So
we
maybe
hold this
even
and then we
look
move
around
on to
the
the
other
tunnel.
side, okay?
Yeah. There's a drop right there. We can possibly go for that if this isn't working.
All right, post up here, hierarchy. Okay.
Yep.
Might be something good this way.
Wait to come in deep. Hold there for now
explore
until
here.
we go even deeper.
Coming back.
The team definitely rotated through here.
Dank, maybe get to here for now, and
Yeah.
let me go up here and look to the right. There's a crypto. Crypto's on right. I think he's in the building,
Let me scan it.
but there's no door. Oh no, that's the door. Okay, so they're
just
ratting
ratting
that
in there.
building. What about this
Yeah.
building? You want to swap with me and scan this building?
Yeah. I scanned in 15.
I haven't seen a single
Hierarchy,
person.
come here.
Yeah,
What
come
did
on.
we just say?
I was gonna hold this for now. All right. So,
They're looking. They're looking. I broke Caustic. You're fine. Scan it when you can. Okay.
Yeah, two. Scan in. But we take it. We take it.
Oh, wait for Hierarchy. Wait
Yeah,
for
I
Hierarchy.
know. I'm just playing. I'm up on this ledge.
Come, Hierarchy. Come.
He's
Let's
here. He's here.
I'm ready.
Good fucking rotate. Let's go.
Hella throwables in here too. There's like five different throwables on the ground.
They're griefing that
Team's
team.
gonna fucking EMP us and shit. I'm sitting on top of the doors, in all honesty.
Incredible stuff. On May 28th, this team signed to Lazarus, but these guys have been playing for years, as you can tell. And man, what a cool, calm, collected leader. It's almost like one of our incredible, what do I call him? Director, production background extraordinaire. JD, he comes in with that sweet, smooth voice, setting up this broadcast, make it look pretty for you guys, help us behind the scenes. But you could tell, I mean, Hundreds knows exactly what to do. Hierarchy got a spanking for not following suit, and he got in line quickly, and that's the type of guy you want to follow into battle.
What I want to highlight is that Hundreds is a very good, I felt like I would not disappoint Hundreds, and we would never go wrong. We would every match with Hundreds callouts right there, really showcasing what it takes to be a very good IGL, getting a very clean rotate, finding a team, cracking the shield, make sure all his teammates are sticking together. Because yes, while IGLing, you are commanding a person, you also, in yourself, you have to make sure you and your team are all on the same page, and having you and your team on the same page is a very underrated skill.
It certainly is. Battle of the Domes. Who's coming out on top here? Nobody wants to go in or out except Panders. He says, let me take a look, and TSM not looking too good here. Hal, he's got to do the unthinkable. That's TSM almost out of there. Reps abandon the fight, and you can tell this is not good. ESA Black continue the onslaught, this time against the #1 team in the tournament with points, and they're going to go ahead and finish off TSM just like that. ESA Black, don't play with me.
ESA Black, I feel, has been a team that has not been looked at as hard as they need to be looked at, because right now they have been doing very well, holding up in second place right now as points. They can very much take this game and try to win and get as many points as they can this tournament.
It's a really tough spot, B, because, TSM, they know that really the only way to ameliorate their standings in the Apex Legends community is to win this tournament. They've already done so much, and yet it feels that #1 is a tall task for any team in a lobby of this quality. But what do you take from ESA Black? Is there a bit of an advantage to the fact that maybe this wasn't the team everyone was looking at to say, how do we stop them? How do we kind of, I guess, slow down their pace and make sure to capitalize if they're vulnerable?
Yes, what I believe is that they have been doing very well, because as soon as they saw that one TSM member went down, they go, okay, this is TSM, because everyone in this lobby knows TSM is a very strong team. And once you're able to shut down one, you're able to go ahead and clean up the fight, because in this game, you can only shoot and do damage to one person. As soon as they saw that a 3v2, they went ahead and took numbers and took advantage of it.
Casellos takes the heirloom out. Any melee fights, that'll come in handy for sure, but he hopes it doesn't come to that. Flatline in hand is the first option. Funny Head and Fury We know Fury from the first game clutch. What an incredible play. Go back and watch it if you haven't. Heading out this backside, and great thing to note as well, even though not involved in this, Sentinels playing on the back, keeping the action in front of them, which we've seen in Game 3. Now we see it again in Game 5. It has been an extremely successful way to play for them today, and they continue to do it. And I'm excited to see which team makes the first move here, because there's a few very, very close.
I believe some teams need to really start adapting it to the Sentinel play, because I want to be known, while they are hiding on cliff sides on the edge of the map with caustic gas making it very expensive for teams that push them, they are currently in third points-wise for today. And that really showcases that, hey, something they're doing is working and other teams need to change it up.
You're right, and they're third, and the top two teams each have about 25 and 24 kills respectively. Sentinels only have 16. There's even a team, TSM, they've got 22, bottom 20. Underneath them, they've got 19. So it's not really about how much they're fragging Sentinels, it's just about their positioning, and we've seen that with Valk as well. And if they are on this backside, it's going to be really easy with that Valk ult mid-game to do it. I just had to say, I love that hipfire longbow right there. You don't see it too often on the Crypto drone, but coming in with some incredible moments there. And just a big look at Dome. Half of it, or at least looks like 20% of it, 23%, like the world rotating on its axis, just tilting a little bit, so there's room to play, but some areas, not so much, as CLG find themselves on top of a rock trying to gatekeep here. Metro to go, and ESA Black.
CLG, while they do have the high ground on this, they are not in the best position, because there is teams right now in Dome right behind them. So they're playing a very dangerous game. While yes, they can gatekeep, but they can get just as easily gatekeep by another team as well. And as Madness is going to go ahead and dodge that quick, easy Valk tactical, no sweat off of him.
And he hits about 42 damage in return. The R through a 1, so nice. 25 in the magazine, level 2. And of course, he'd love that to get a level 3. And one of the best ways right now to get loot is to take it from somebody else. It's not about grabbing it off the ground anymore. Lou trying to get a better angle. Defensive bombardment goes up. Vax a little separate. Got to be careful there. Gets the scan. No one too close, so feels good now. And he's just going to shell up. He's only 79 away from that purple Evo, and he's going to want that if they head into a full-scale engagement. But right now, Lou, Madness, and Vax most likely just trying to poke here. And, oh, no, this is not poke. Lou's in trouble. Throws down the dome, and now that's a person chasing. Oh, no. This is NRG going up against CLG, and Sweet gets the first knock. What can Madness do? Big Eva, 8 shots to the back as well. He's going to have to 1v2, it seems like. Vaxlon in the back and nowhere to be found. Madness goes down. It's up to Vax. NRG had the first blow. Can Vax clean it up? No, NRG sweep. And just like you said, B, the gatekeepers get gate kept, and they're out with about 17 squads still remaining.
What I wanted, what it was a perfect moment right there was that while Vax did have more health than both of them combined, it really shows exactly how this game works. You can only shoot one person. So yes, you may have all the guns, you may have the best loot, but if your team, if the enemy team NRG was coordinated like they are, you will lose a fight 9 times out of 10, because shooting one person, 2 people shooting one person is an advantage in itself. As we see bottom Kanaga Sports hanging out and shooting some very nice meaty shots, making the Gibby having the bubble on round 4.
Great dome of protection, though. I mean, that really saved them. And now here's the problem. With about 5 seconds left on that, maybe 4, they have to go, and they know they're not going to last. Still, the G7 Scout won't do it. Great rotation there, in trouble, in duress, and they found a way to still get out of it. Bottom 20 can't be happy they wasted an ult on that. And they're definitely looking for their penance. It's just not coming too easily, and that's a sign of a good, experienced team, knowing how to make enemies use resources that aren't going to get any value against them.
Right now, as we're going to see, we're going to watch here, it's very, very expensive and difficult to play in this game. As you can see, there's some teams who have not been able to, you get some really meaty flatline shots from NRG. But yeah, this is a mid-range weapon, but not in their hands. Oh, that's 2 cracks. Good gracious. As you're going to go ahead and panic throw down the ult, but unfortunately, they're going to go ahead and get it in clap as NRG is able to get the kills, get the downs, and back out as if nothing had happened.
Flatline to the rescue. Only thing flatlining is the pulse of his enemies right there. As you can see, Sweet and Nathan and Rocker just keeping up with the momentum. That's an easy thirst. Only has a white shield. That'll be down to about 150 damage into an R301. And a flat line, that's no problem. There are assault rifles all over the place, and Sleepy Panda, I'm sure he wishes he was somewhere else right now, just trying not to make any noise, because this NRG team, coming from the backside, has a lot going for them right now.
As 2 of his teammates were put forcibly into spectator mode, we're going to go ahead and watch Yubin go ahead and try his best to see what he can do as being the only person. And we're going to watch the Renegades who are using a Valcolt. Here's your 50-50 chance. Where's your quarter? Are they going to live or they're going to die? Because it's very difficult. What do you got, Randy? Go ahead. What you got?
I think they better have a Gibraltar shield. I gotta say that. I'll tell you what, though, this is actually not a bad play because the team below them, even though there are players right there, are getting shot at. So they're not the main target. Despite that, Bowser takes about 150 damage. And Sorcerer, Pow Pow, able to stay alive. Renegades, so far so good. They make it to the other side as well with a bit of a risky looking hop. And some great R99 spray from Sorcerer. That is not a weapon you want to use at that range, but now he has seen that he has put himself in a very precarious situation. In fact, Precarious couldn't quite do it. A bit confounded as to how to move forward, but they've got to keep moving because the ring won't stop. And now they get behind this train cart that is just sitting there. A nice little bit of protection, but the missile swarm, is it going to be enough? It's going to be enough to take down Pow Pow, and now Renegades, they are in trouble, B.
As you can see, another Valk is just jumping onto him using a jetpack from Halo, coming straight in to come into Cloud. As Sorcerer is trying his best, cracking everybody with the Eva using R99, showing, and somehow came out on top. He is probably just as surprised as everybody else as he lands some beautiful shots as one of his teammates is full killed. But Yubin over here still ratting, still doing his best with about 10 health and a Dream hiding right behind Doan as teams have stopped shooting him. But they're just showing the power of Octane trying his best.
And look at this. Lazarus and Hundreds, we talked about it, how hard it is to be an IGL. Well, it's even harder to do it when you're in front of everybody as the Wraith and when you have to go into the Void and you don't have the ability to stay behind, maybe like a Gibby, or come in second or third like was the perfect position for a Pathfinder who can get in, get out, and get high ground quickly, yet still be aggressive if he needed to be. Hundreds putting it all on his shoulders. Hierarchy trying to support him here. Yubin, he did God's work for NRG. And you could tell, especially Renegades, because they were able to make it out of a very precarious situation with a little bit of help. And they're still alive and counting. 7 squads remaining. Dank falls thanks to NRG as well. So it's like Lazarus and NRG have decided to pick themselves out. And FYP's Yubin has just been able to skate away from being the target.
And he's going to get a very good, solid 3 extra points on top of his kill just because of his ability to rat. And right now he is showing some high-tier ratting right now and able to still poke and do damage. 340 light ammo with the R301. Oh, he is looking for bodies and people to put in spectator mode. But right now, he is in the middle of a lot of teams. And I think a lot of teams are too busy right now to try to find out. As Sick Deeds is going to go ahead, who's not playing the Octane. He actually swapped to Bloodhound this round, is going to go ahead and go down as dropped this here, just hoping as Gibby's big body gets lasered from across the map. You got to hate that as a Gibby main.
And somehow Yubin's still alive. I feel like we've just got to Final 4, and it's Lazarus who have 2 on the backside of Dome. Yubin going in. He's saying, I want this 1v1. Yubin, almost got it. The sweet 360, but it's not enough. We finally narrowed it down. Joey Blackout and, of course, RNG. They are on the top eastern side of this circle, and Renegades continue to find kills. 5 kills to the name of Sorcerer himself, and he sees the scan. They're playing behind these rocks, just shielding them from multiple angles, which is what you want. You can't get exposed to too many teams in this moment.
And this rotation is very good. Keep in mind, Renegade lost a teammate, and they're still on the putting kills on the board, ranking up points. That should show you exactly how good of a rotate and how great their IGL is as well. As right now, as they go ahead, the bubble went down, and NRG is going to absolutely roast and go ahead and push forward. They bubble forward, so they are fully committed to this fight as they go ahead and start putting everyone into Spectator 1 mode. And there it is right there as they go ahead and finish out Rock. As a beautiful flick with the Eva, as another team with another Gibby bubble comes in. These are the final 2 teams.
Oh no! Sweet, he almost is the last one alive. He is. Can he clutch it up for NRG? He's got the R01, uses the shields back and forth. Sweet! Oh, that was sweet! and he clutches it up for NRG. Sugar levels at an all-time high for the squad as they close out Game 5 and show them how it's done. That was beautiful. What a well-executed final circle from them.
Yuban, yes, they won, but I want to highlight Yuban's ability to rat. He did a very amazing job. Ratting in ranked games, hard. Ratting in this game's even harder. He went from hell into the hot fire in a hot pan with frying oil and still survived. So a huge shout out to him. That was very, very good top tier ratting.
I mean, I really love that you're, talking about the big picture there, because I'm sure NRG Sweet is like, I can't believe he just said not my name after that final circle. He said Yuban, okay? That was one guy, all right? I did it all. I won. But you know what? I think you make a great point, because it is this holistic approach. Sometimes the best plays are not this 3v1 or 1v1 insane clutch, although that was the best play, no doubt about it. Sometimes it's having a horrible situation and making the best out of it when no one expects you to do anything more than just sit there, rat it out, and then slowly die. Great stuff to Yuban. Even better stuff to Sweet. That was immaculate. And I can't wait to see what our analyst desk thought about it as well. That's actually closing it out for myself and B today. B, it's been fantastic casting with you, brother. And I'm excited to see you on our next broadcast as well. So follow him on Twitter. Keep an eye out for him in the Apex scene. And let's send it over back to Kate, Tom, and Stella and let us know what they thought.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great casting all day today. And here's what I'm going to say. Oh, how sweet it is showcasing what the R301 can do in the late game against the Shield. I mean, Stella, was this something that was planned? This feels like an absolutely right place, right time, somehow pulled it out.
Yeah, I want to start by saying that Renegades, finally, top 3. So happy for them. Told you they could do it. I think they played really patiently. They did a really good job of waiting for that fight, the last top 3 fight to end, and then push in. But they were just one person too short, and they lost it. But I want to say Sweet used his teammates' shields really well, used cover, did the duck and aiming, and you know what? That just shows you that just because you're down doesn't mean you can't be useful. So keep your shields up when your teammate's fighting a 1v1.
Absolutely. Tom, as we look at this final moment, talk me through what Sweet did right and what the competition did wrong.
We're going to call this one the Stella Special, because she was calling Sweet as her MVP when this one started, and she's been talking the R301 up big time. So you can see, again, the use of the knockdown shield is really key here, because in a battle like this, you just got done cleaning up players over towards the side. You know that they're going to push you, and you have to be ready for that. So Sweet is just completely prepared in these type of situations. He's been through these before, using double knockdown shields, making sure that he's hitting the duck down there and crouching so he can strafe back and forth and finishing that off. And that's 2 games out of 5 now that NRG is winning, and I know that the chat is going crazy. I saw those NRG logos popping off.
100%. They definitely have to be going crazy for sure. I know one other aspect to this that I know, Stella, you got to be excited for. Renegades pulling out the Valkyrie rotation in a way that actually did work. Didn't actually find themselves in a compromising position.
Yeah, I was actually very surprised, because I thought that Saucer, I think, actually had screwed himself a little bit, because he ended up in the zone and took a little bit of damage. I noticed that with that scan, they got the intel on that single player that was alone, and they totally could have gone for that kill point, but they pulled back because they realized that the zone was closing, and it's so important to realize where you need to stay with cover in with the zone and in location with the other teams. So I think they did a really good job with that rotation, and it could have gone bad, but because of their decisions, they stayed safe.
They could have blew up the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's take a look at those results here, everybody. We're going to find out exactly what happened and what these teams mean in terms of points for sure. Tom, talk us through.
Yeah, NRG's continuing to heat up. Renegades, they're starting to pick it up too. ESA Red, nice job finally putting together a pretty solid performance. But I was really impressed with Lazarus, and unfortunately they didn't pick up as many points as you were hoping for. I mean, they had a very long rotation. I thought Hundred's in-game cool, calm, and collected leadership was really great. But a couple of our big teams, CLG was taken out fairly early. We saw, TSM taken out fairly early. And a lot of those teams were NRG. NRG is the team that caught out Lou a little bit earlier, and then it was ESA Black that dropped TSM over towards the Geyser side.
And I'm sorry if I didn't come to this a little bit late. I was coughing. 17 points! Sorry also to Dan, our audio engineer, for that, but I couldn't stop. 17 points! NRG coming out strong at the time. This got to be the time, Tom. They have to come out strong, and we're about to see why in the overall results.
They're trying to get that #1 spot. Keep in mind, if you're just joining us or if you're new to the format here, one team is making it out of this group today when it's all said and done. Or not today, when it's all said and done, one team that wins is going to be making it out. And there's other 16 spots because there's one team from each group that's going to win. Those are the spots based on points that get you into the finals. 20 teams make it into the finals. And right now, if you're on that left side, you're feeling pretty good about your performance so far. But if you're NRG, you're loving that. 64 points with one game remaining here. You have a great opportunity to continue to separate yourselves from the rest of the pack. Again, ESA Black, they're slowing down just a little bit, but you saw what they were capable of with their team fight over towards TSM on that Kaiser side.
100%, and I know we're going to talk about what some of these teams are capable of right next as we take a look at some of those key plays throughout this game number 5, heading now into our final game, number 6, which again, we've only got 6 games a day. I know that sounds like a lot to some people, but it's not. It's not to find yourself at the top of this leaderboard. It's not to find yourself at the top 3 different times in order to make your way, as Tom was just mentioning, into those finals. I mean, talk about pressure, to be sure, and we'll get to those in just a second. I'm curious now, is this something that... okay, I got a question for the analyst here, because I think we need to know. Is there any reason, do any teams have their ability to use Valkyrie in the late game without a Gibby bubble? Stella, start me off. Yes, no, maybe so.
I want to say yes if, say in the last game, Renegades wanted to use it again for some reason, which I don't know why they would want to. They could hide behind one of the rocks that they had cover. So it really just depends on location. If you don't have a Gibby bubble, you have to hope that no one's looking your way, so maybe wait for a team fight to happen. But other than that, probably not.
Let's talk game 2 right here. We're actually taking a look at all of our highlights because it has been, in fact, kind of a highlighty kind of day with Sentinels coming at number one in game 2.
And you're going to see here, this is the other game that NRG wins. This is game number 3 that happened over towards the back of Thermal Station. We saw Sentinels playing on the outskirts for quite some time. But NRG ends up taking this high ground, and they eliminate multiple members of TSM, which gives them this straight-up 3v3. And just look how clean they were able to do that. Game number 4 was the craziest in terms of being a very slow game. We had 60 players alive in zone number 3 going into zone number 4. It went from 19 squads to 11 in zone number 5. And if you guys haven't seen that clip from Snipedown where he's getting tons of kills down below over here on the ground, you definitely got to check that one out.
It's already on Twitter. I liked it, replied to it, so you should too.
Absolutely. And we're taking a look at the battle of the bubble. I feel like we saw a lot of bubble battles, say that 3 times fast, throughout these games, not all 1 through 5.
Yeah, I don't want to be saying that. Go ahead, Stella.
Yeah, I want to say here, CLG kind of messed up. They were caught off guard, and they kind of sent it into a 1v3. They sort of sent their teammates into it one by one, so they ended up taking it 3 people on at once, and they never got a team fight.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But I will say we have been really showcasing, obviously, groups A and B here for North America. But as we know, Nicewig is holding it down with groups C and D. And we've had a number of incredible highlights, a number of double digits, a lot of things to talk about. So let's take a look at those highlights from our sister stream, our C and D stream, to find out really what was been going on there since we've been focused really heavily on games groups A and B. Take a look.
Coming from behind is his Ivan with the knocks! Naughty getting absolutely tucked. Oh my god, he wants still! They're jumping down on the teams! Getting DP! Already with the crunch! Liquid getting another 2 kills! Nocturnal still! This is not going to be easy, and this team's not going to let you... G2 with 2 knocks! Denial all by himself! Denial coming in clutch with the bubble fights, not gonna getting a knock on the Vinci, and they're just over it. They're tired of him, and GS getting up top on the top right side. Shiny coming in with this, with the Prowler. Oh my God, decimation coming out from Shiny with that thing. Monsoon with the stim out. They're gonna be healing. They need to get these kills. They need to play together. Another team coming out right now. Monsoon coming in clutch. Let's see if he can do it. Monsoon getting shot at.
Okay, so there are some clutch plays to be sure. Also, Nicewick, get a cough drop, my friend. It is a marathon, not a sprint.
Let's get him some tea and honey. Let's get him some tea and honey for sure.
Yes, indeed. First thoughts, Tom, then Stella.
Well, we're talking about Valkyrie, and one of the teams that we don't have in this A and B lobby right now is, in my opinion, the strongest Valkyrie team, which is going to be Team Liquid. And why is that? It's because Albrelli is the one that's utilizing that legend, and I think Albrelli is one of the most talented players that we have in North America. So when we go through and look at the rest of these games, as we go through all of the groups, I have my eye on Team Liquid and Albrelli.
Absolutely. Stella, what did you think of that highlight reel from C&D?
I just want to point out that one squad that was standing still and got rolled up on. That took me by surprise. I really wish we were watching these games to get full context, but I saw a lot of really good team fights, lots of Gibby bubbles still, showing that Gibraltar's still a very strong character. Yeah, and I really wish we could see Mac play, but it's only day one, right?
Oh, yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion, nay, I know we will definitely be seeing the teams from Group C and D coming up later on in our group stages, so no worries there. And as a reminder here, Team Liquid, by the way, currently in second place on that sister stream, so something to look forward to there. Hey, something else to look forward to if you're a Lenovo fan, and who isn't? Go ahead and visit twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, because you could enter Lenovo Legion's championship giveaway for a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion monitor. We love them. They're awesome. They're great. We use them. What a delight. You could potentially as well. So visit twitter.com/Lenovo
I'm on
Legion.
it. 1 second. Hold on. I'm on it.
You know what,
you
Tom,
guys with me? Hold on 1 second.
every time. You know what? Something else to look forward to while we're doing this. Tom, keep that phone out. We want to make sure you've got this on your radar, possibly because you'll be here as well, which, of course, is to make sure to tune in tomorrow's broadcast. Tomorrow for our EMEA broadcast. We are starting things off day 2 in the group stages. That is 6 p.m. BST, British Summertime. I think that's what that means. We'll find out soon. Somebody tell me in the comments. At any rate, that is our day 2 of EMEA. And if day 1 of EMEA is any indication, day 1 of NA is any indication, day 2, it's only going to get better and better. So there you go there. And now it's time for us to head on over to that ever pivotal final game 6 right after this.
Jackson 50, 60.
I'm dropping on this.
Enemy weak, I'm living. I have to bat.
One
I'm
shot,
batting. Do not go down. Bubble.
Wait. I need you.
Give me up quick. Swap an armor.
Drop an armor for him, Snipe.
Under us. There's no one.
Chill, we got zone.
I know.
Just back here.
Hey.
Yeah, just shoot everyone on height.
I have ult still. We can just maybe get eyes on this. I can go here.
Play high together, please. I just gotta give you all this.
I'm backing up.
Give me scratch. Johnny, get to me. Get to us.
I can't. You gotta help me. I'm safe right here.
Look left.
Got him.
Last team. Play together. I have thermites.
On me. Oh my god, on me. Weak on one.
I'm burning all of them.
Portal.
They're low. Dead. Nice.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Game 6 is here, and what a day it has been for Group A and Group B on the main broadcast. I'm Fallout alongside Girl herself. Girl, it's been an amazing day of action so far. What have been some of your highlights as we jump into Game 6?
There's been so many highlights today, but I would... Honestly, it's just too hard to choose from, honestly.
Girl, I got one here. Listen, your call for TSM Snipe Down going huge was my highlight. That was one of the best play-by-play calls I've seen in Apex. He absolutely crushed it. But obviously the play was fantastic as well. Snipe Down tweeted that out, and I had to give it some love on Twitter. If you have not seen it yet, check out Snipe Down's Twitter. But girl, your call on that thing was brilliant. I'm excited for Snipe Down to watch that back.
I just love analyzing Apex. I feel like every time something goes right or something goes wrong, I'm just like, okay, that's cool. Okay, they could have done this better. I'm just analyzing everything, and I'm taking it all in, and I'm appreciating such great plays.
Crazy to think you just started casting a few months ago, and how far you come, girl. It's been a pleasure seeing the evolution and casting alongside you. My duo in Apex, always fun and a pleasure as always. But honestly, outside of that TSM play, NRG has really been the story. The largest single kill game with 17 kills last game. NRG goes huge. On top of that, Sweet across both lobbies, by the way, Group A versus B and Group C versus D, is the overall damage leader with 6.25k damage. That's an average of 1,250 damage per game against the top players in the world. Absolute insane performance from Sweet, from Rocker, and from Nathan of NRG as we obviously celebrate our pros, but we're also celebrating our community members and everyone online watching. Let's take a look at some tweets and show some love to every single one of y'all showing support for the Apex Legends scene. Of course, we've seen you in chat. We've been interacting with you guys in chat. The Apex chat right now in Twitch on the main stream has been popping. Much love to every single one of y'all. But Swamp Think says, finally finished what I needed to do. Was about to watch some Apex until my wife, who's 7.5 months pregnant, wanted me to go to the store. Lucky I got a great day to plan. Watching Apex on the go. Wishing you and your wife the best of luck there. Girl, how about that? How about them apples?
That is amazing. Honestly, that's kind of like reminding me of a time where I went to work, but I watched the Dota International at work on my phone as well while I was working. So, you know what? Everyone's so passionate about competitive esports, and it's truly amazing.
That's exactly right. Meanwhile, Morgan and Vladimir displayed on screen. I know Tom's a fan of this, but we get some more pet action. Vladimir the cat is an NRG fan, but me, myself, I'm rooting for TSM. I love it. Morgan, thanks for the love, and thank you for the tweets. By the way, every single one of y'all, make sure to tweet using hashtag ALGS. Would love to see your thoughts. And meanwhile, we got Cheeky Chai saying, tell me a better combo than ALGS and burgers on the grill with the fur, baby. That is awesome. Digging the surface as well, my dude. I'm not going to lie, I'm a fan. That's amazing stuff on screen. Beautiful, beautiful stuff with the dog in the background there as well. That is an absolute beauty as we take a look at Italo here. Girl, walk me through it.
Ready for ALGS, always a fun stream to watch, supporting CLG and NRG by Italo AXL on Twitter. Beautiful dog, beautiful dog. It seems like it's still day out for a lot of people watching. For me, it's almost midnight. The sun has gone.
All the West Coasters showing support. Appreciate y'all. Meanwhile, Dr. Pelitani or Pale or Pale, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. My apologies if I butchered that. My sleep schedule is going to be ruined due to ALGS in North America, but it's totally worth it. Go TSM. Much love from Finland. Finland is represented right now. That's amazing. I know we had Goofy Girl in the chat all the way from Malaysia. I know we had someone who set their alarm at 3 o'clock in the morning from India to watch. Let us know where in the chat you're from, by the way. If you're from the US or Canada, let us know which province or which state. If you're global, let us know as well. Nonetheless, it is the Apex Legends Global Series, and I gotta say, girl, it's amazing to see people, fans from all around the world, multiple countries supporting Apex Legends. It's just awesome.
Absolutely. On Twitch, on YouTube, no matter what you're watching it on, we appreciate you watching. We appreciate you loving the game. And we're only a third of the way through. After this game tonight, there's still 2 more days of group stages, so it's still anyone's game. If your favorite team is near the bottom of the leaderboard, they can still pick up their points back up in the next group stage in 2 days. So tune in to see for more on ALGS.
And let us know, just like we saw on screen in the tweets there. Let us know your team and your thoughts as well. Tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's, at Hey Girl. We'd love to hear your thoughts. We'll read a couple of them on stream. Who do you want to win? Who's going to go big in Game 6? Let us know your thoughts using the hashtag ALGS. As we now take a look at our statistics thus far. And after 5 games, let's take a look at what we're looking at, what we're seeing so far. I mentioned it earlier. Sweet has been dominating in the damage category. And as a result, NRG with 16K damage, girl. That is 3K above the second place team, Chronologic Gaming, in third. That is 7K, 6K almost over ESA Black in second place overall in the standings here. That's insane.
They've been fighting so much today, and they've been winning their fights. So we've seen a lot of clean team fights, especially from NRG and ESEA Black, which means that they were able to get more fights in and more fights in. And unfortunately for some other teams with lower amount of kills, they probably got third party. They died early. So Sentinels has been doing great also today. They've been getting really good end zones. They've been playing it patiently, and they've been securing as many kills as possible. I believe they would even be up more points if in that first game that they had, they pushed that team that they got the Collat Kraber on. I remember that. I'm still a little bit sad because if you push a team that's down a player and down 100 on their shields, if you push that team with 5 squads remaining, no one's really going to third party you. And the reason being is because there's still a little bit of extra squads left alive, that once you do that clean team wipe, they can't push you, because if they push you, that's a 3v3 situation and they're risking the game win. So keep that in mind. If there's about 4 to 5 teams left and you do push a team, you'll be okay as long as it's a very quick and clean team wipe.
That's a great point. You know, it's one of the few opportune moments to actually take your quick 3v3 fights. Obviously, the other ones are right off the rip if you contest and drop initially. But then as you get kind of the early mid-game, you don't want to necessarily take fights because third parties at choke points and certain rotation spots are going to come through, and you want to avoid the third party. And that's honestly the name of the game, knowing when to fight, when to take your fights. And also, there's this concept of what's called the dead side of the ring, right? The dead side of the ring is the ring that is less likely to be rotated to by players. So, for example, here, if the ring's on the southwest by Thermal Station, or maybe by Harvester, Thermal Station is the dead side because there's only going to be 1, 2, or 3 teams rotating, so you're a lot more safe to take your fights on the rotations there. So some perspective as we load in to game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to go big in game 6. Are you standing with TSM? You want NRG, Sentinels? Who's it going to be? CLG, of course, Chronologic Gaming right there in the top 3, or the underdogs in ESA Black, who's been performing so incredibly well so far, girl.
Honestly, I want to see some of the bottom teams have a great game to finish off, because I don't want them to lose hope throughout the tournament. They came here for a reason. They either got here through last chance qualifiers, or they got here through gaining as many points as possible. And oh my goodness, it is another Thermal Station end zone.
Wow.
How do you feel about that?
I think I pretty much just manifested that into existence by, in my example, using Thermal Station as an example for the end zone. I'm sorry to any fans of teams dropping on the northern side, as speaking of which, we're taking a look at everyone dropping on the northern side with CLG, with TSM, and others on screen right now. Chronologic Gaming obviously has been dropping Skyhook for quite some time. They had a stint in Fragment West in which they did not have a good time against Zach Mazur's Cloud9 squad. That was back in online tournament number 2, I believe. Cloud9 ended up taking that one as we jump on board with NRG, your lobby leaders.
NRG are pretty close to Thermal Station. They're not very far away. They're landing and staging. They're looting up and staging, and they will definitely be able to find themselves a spot in Thermal. Another team in Thermal is ESA Black. They land in Thermal, so they'll also be able to have a great game. And the other closest team would be Renegade. So if you're a fan of any of those 3 teams, they should have a fairly quick and safe rotation.
That's a great point. We'll rotate through on the dead side of the ring. Meanwhile, teams coming from the congested side will obviously need to be careful on those rotations. You have TSM coming from Fragment. And of course, a variety of teams dropping in. Skyhook, Chronologic Gaming being one of them. As we take a look at ESA Black, they've been pretty much uncontested, looting the entirety of Thermal Station to themselves, which obviously works in this lobby. But tomorrow, I believe they'll be going up against G2 Esports, if not tomorrow, or sorry, if not the next broadcast, which is going to be on Friday. If not Friday, then Sunday, where G2 drops on Thermal Station. So that's what's so exciting about this format and group stages. Teams might have to have a secondary strat or a tertiary strat as a backup, because they might be dropping on teams depending on what groups are playing against who. So keep that in close mind as ESA Black plays against G2 in one of our future broadcasts.
Absolutely, and I'm trying to take a look here in my notes to see if I can find it really fast. I believe that tomorrow ESA Black is going to give up Thermal Station and go towards Lava Fisher. So,
boom.
You know what? Who knows? They might even change their mind now that they've gotten so many points.
Can you imagine G2 versus ESA Black controller players against another controller player in Metro? That would be actually insane. We'll see if they decide to contest Thermal Station. But the reason you don't see, I saw someone in the chat earlier ask, why don't teams actually contest off drop? Reason for that is you are significantly less likely to win games if you contest off drop, which is why you see teams kind of occupy certain areas, especially in the championships. When we get to our championships next weekend, the 20 teams in the lobby will all know where everyone else is going to drop, and you won't see a lot of contention. But in group stages, that might be a little bit different. As we now take a look, NRG rotating early. Nice job from them. And of course, Sentinels all the way from Sorting Factory with a quick rotation as well. This is a wicked fast rotation from Sentinels.
It is indeed. They've been doing really well on the rotations. I want to give them credit for that. Every single game they've been playing as well as they possibly could. Sometimes the zone moves a little bit off of their go-to spot. For example, that spot that they took where 7-8-9 won yesterday, it ended up pulling away from them, so they ended up dying. But they've been doing really well. They've practiced, they're here, and they're going for that win. Unfortunately, Lazarus now taking some damage, trying to run away. And I would like to thank Minus Tempo for giving me those statistics for tomorrow's lobby. And ooh, the EVA 8 shots go. Fade Kanaka, almost 1 HP, almost down. Fade getting absolutely taken down, but they take one down. Duplex down. It's a 2v2 situation. He gets the bat off, but he punches the air, and oh no, he goes down for free. Fade, last one alive. It's a 1v2 situation. The EVA 8 shots go off. He uses his portal. He phases out. Will he be able to survive behind this door? He pops the battery, and he's alive. They're going to opt to get that revive off and not chase Fade too fast. Fade might actually be able to survive this.
Wow. Fade will have to just camp this out now, and keep in mind, you're not going to be able to do that in Skyhook with a max rotation, close to max rotation, all the way to Thermal Station, to try and recover his teammates' banners. That was a big slight misplay from Kanaka, going for the melee there and ended up getting punished. That was a straight-up 2v2. Could have been a winnable scenario for Kanaka's pets, but instead it was Duplex, Aves, and Rollers who go massive in that 2v2 fight. I think it was the Wraith on their squad. Clutches up, leaving Fade now, the last and final Wraith here of Kanaka's pets, to hopefully just camp up here. And on this squad, they're pushing this really fast. There you go. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to push quick, get that final kill. Well, I was to say that either that or you're rotating quick because you don't have time to really play around here. That was huge from that squad.
They knew he wanted the banner. He did not want to rat on the last game, all by his lonesome. And now we're moving on to CLG and Thermal Station already taking a fight in the beginning, using those cells. They know they're in a great position. They've gotten a lot of points today, and they're feeling confident.
CLG in a massive fight, I believe, against Sentinels here. These are two top teams fighting early in Game 6, and the Arcstar is going to drop and do quite a bit of damage. The stun's perhaps more crucial here as Vaxlon is going to get tagged up. Shield batting back to full health. Madness needs to do the same. Sentinels can push their hands here if they want to, but as a Caustic team, they're known to play obviously much more defensive here. They don't necessarily have the best aggressive team composition with no Wraith on their squad, meaning not a whole lot of mobility on their squad. So instead, Sentinels will let CLG heal back up. This is an intense fight with all types of implications here, girl.
The fact that CLG and Sentinels both want this area just shows how the zone might possibly end close to here. Unfortunately for CLG, Sentinels is not the squad they wanted to run into, one of the few Caustic teams that are camped up. If it was any other type of team, they would have been able to push, maybe wipe, maybe die, but they fought a Caustic team, so they're a little bit stuck in this corner for now.
Yeah, 3 Caustic teams total. Sentinels, of course, is one of them. 5 Crypto teams. Every team sporting a Gibraltar. 12 Bloodhound teams. 9 Octanes. And 5 Valkyries are what we've seen so far. Of course, 6 Wraiths as well. Those are, if you're wondering which legends are best for competitive Apex, there's your answer here. This is at least what the top teams in North America are playing. But if you're, bronze through gold, platinum, don't necessarily worry too much. You could still do it big, as my man Daltouche likes to do with his lifeline.
Do you see Crust just dancing a little bit right there? They're saying hi to each other. They might even know who the other team is based off of their skins. These pro players have played in Scrim so many times that they can almost recognize which team it is based off their skins alone. So they're playing around, they're having some fun. It's a tournament, but if you're not having fun playing the game, oh my goodness, the Charger Rifle shot comes in on Vaxlon. If you're not having fun while you're playing, then you're probably not going to be able to get to a high tier level. They put so many hours into this game that they deserve to be here.
This is fantastic for these two teams right now. It's having a little too much fun. The Charge Rifle came in and punished them for having that level of fun, but we know NRG is nearby. It's crazy to think Sentinels, NRG, and CLG all within the vicinity, and these two are just absolutely memeing each other right now through this window, sending each other some love, as neither team is going to fight here in this scenario. But I don't know, if you're CLG, this is kind of like a lose-lose. I mean, is this the best position you want to be in? You early rotated from Skyhook, and this is the best spot you're going to be in. I'm not sure if that's ideal as we jump on board TSM.
It all depends on where it ends, to be honest. If it ends right outside of that circle building, it might not be too bad. There might be teams that get free angles onto them, but for now they're chilling, and they might make a decision once the zone does close in. TSM with their rotation right behind this building. No one around.
I'm not sure if you saw it, girl.
And oh my goodness, NRG completely wiped CLG. I wonder how that happened. I was wondering if they... Girl. Oh, you did? Okay,
yeah,
go for it.
We had a picture-in-picture there, and I'm sure some of y'all may have caught it, some of y'all maybe did not, but in the picture-in-picture, CLG actually tried taking NRG's spot. They kind of went all in. They recognized, hey, this is exactly what I said. This is not a good spot right outside the window of Sentinels. Went all in with the fight against NRG and got punished. Meanwhile, TSM finds themselves in their own fight. The flank coming through from Hal. Wide left flank from Hal. He connects for nothing, but Eva 8 damage. Takes out one by himself. That's Fat Fruit Ninja out. TSM looking to do it again with the 3v2, and they're going to take control here. Great plays from TSM.
These are perfect shots by Hal, by Reps. Hal with the perfect evade shots. Then we moved on to Reps, and he just hit for max with those PK shots. And that was the cleanest team wipe I've ever seen.
Yeah, well done from TSM. Fitty team knows how to clean up a team wipe as fast as they need to there to avoid fight. Meanwhile, a great thermite here from Scurry of Kungarna, North America, also known as Bottom 20. See if they decide to take this fight. As Girl mentioned, there are good times to take your 3v3s, and there's bad times where you're going to get third party. This is one of those scenarios where there's so many teams nearby in this rotation. You don't necessarily want to take a clean 3v3 in the middle of the open by a choke point. You want to take your fights in houses, like you saw TSM do and other teams do, where you know you're a little bit more safe.
Absolutely, and those were the most perfect thermites, which may have forced the other team to go around. I believe that's Lazarus. Oh no, Lazarus is on the complete opposite side of the thermal zone here. They're gatekeeping this one side. They've got a couple kills. There's no one around. They've got this whole open area with a bunch of tall rocks, so they'll be okay. They're literally the only ones there. There's nobody in staging, but there may be a team, if you're looking at the map right now, there may be a team that rotates around them. It's quite possible.
Keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, as things slow down here a little bit, my friend Stella, I'm also on the talent team, brought up a great point in chat here saying, this is TSM's last chance to go big and get a big amount of points before tomorrow. And Reason that's important, keep in mind, for those that are watching, I promise I'd explain this, the format. This is group stages, and the way it'll work, every day a group will play another group. So today we got Group A versus B, Group C versus D. Tomorrow we'll have Group A versus C, and B versus D, and so on and so forth for our round-robin group stages. And as a result of all of these 6-game matches, the top 4 teams in each, or the top team in each group, will automatically qualify for championships next weekend for a chance to play for that $2.5 million prize pool. And then the top 16 teams in overall points will qualify through. So every point counts to make it into that top 16. And keep in mind, you can have one group with 8 or 9 teams that qualify if they are in the top 16. So that's the kind of the difference there. So every single point counts. You got to go big because it's going to be cumulative across every single day. Your points are going to be tallied up for our overall leaderboards.
Yeah, you said that quite right. One lobby, if they all accumulate a lot of points, they'll be in that finals. And perfect shots by Rambo with the scout with only an HCOG to his name, taking down Synced, and they are pushing. They're actually getting sandwiched over there, and Vayne finishes off Synced for him. Scurry takes down, dropped a lot of headshots from Team Kangura, so bottom 20 doing really well.
Wow, TSM finds himself a great armor situation, purple armors for Snipe Down and Reps, gold armor for Imperial Hal. So, of course, that'll help from a healing perspective in late game fights with the gold armor advantage. Meanwhile, Hal on Octane calls the rotation, pushing wide right, top tracks right now. We'll see what teams they end up fighting against. Meanwhile, wow, My Little Phony wanted that fight. Valkyrie said, skirt, we're out of here. And with the rotation, this is where Valkyrie comes into play. It's really round 3, round 4, where Valkyrie rotations are so crucial.
Rambo's getting shot from across the map by a bow, and it looks like bottom 20 is landing exactly where CLG died. They are going to take the fight and perhaps die as well. They might actually get pushed. That caustic gas might not hold them for long. They actually end up throwing the ultimate right back at them. Crust going in, Retzi with the perfect volt shots. Crust going in with the evade, but missing due to the dome shield. Going back in, he's going to heal up. He doesn't want to take any risks. He does not want to go down. They got Onmu. They're going to be able to finish it off. Scurry, Vayne are out.
Honestly, Valkyrie ults today, I think, are at like a 15 to 20% success rate. It seems like an absolute gamble. It's either hit or miss, whether or not you're going to be able to find somewhere to rotate clean. And so far, we haven't seen a lot of successful Valkyrie ults. So, a lot of Valkyrie noise and hype early on in Legacy. This new season for Apex Legends. But I wonder how teams will continue to use Valkyrie because we haven't seen a whole lot of success so far.
Yeah, honestly, because she's a newer character to this scene, they haven't gotten as much practice as they probably would like. And also, you have to take into account that this is thermal. It's been thermal a couple times, and there's not many spots to land in thermal. There's a lot of open area. There's not 100 buildings where you could take a floor in like Lava City or Fragment. They don't have those opportunities today. Maybe tomorrow, but they don't today. And now we're moving on with TSM.
Yeah, that's right. I think teams are still getting accustomed and really learning and understanding how to best use that Valkyrie ultimate. It's still early on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So far, been interesting. Meanwhile, TSM still on the rotation and still alive. They're playing this so well right now. They're going to find themselves a 3v3. Great opportunity. TSM connects for 1, and the mobile respawn beacon actually cost this team here. TSM takes them out, but need to be careful for that one person dropping from up top. I don't know if they got the respawn up. Nice job from TSM defending against a team. I believe that might be either their own defensive bombardment or another team that defends bombardment on them. TSM does it again. They just keep taking out team after team here.
That was really great call, perhaps by Hal or Ko, but they knew they were reviving. They saw the respawn beacon come in, and they knew they were in a 3v2 situation. So pushing that, ensuring those kill points, and then getting an extra placement point. I mean, you can't let that go. You can't let that opportunity go. This is their last game, as you said, as Stella said, and they're going with full force.
That's right. We talked earlier about different play styles, right? Fighters versus survivalists, which is, do you want to take fights, do you want to early rotate? TSM used to be one of the best survivalist teams in the game way back when they won 5 straight championships with Alberlelli on the squad, playing Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith. Well, now they're actually one of the most aggressive fighter teams. They play with Octane and Bloodhound. That is probably the most aggressive team comp you can get. TSM likes to pick their fights, and that's why you just saw it right there. Meanwhile, ESA Black, who dropped Thermal Station originally, still alive, as we have a 3-stack sandwich here. My Little Pony, ESA Black, and Sentinels all in this round building. This will be an interesting fight between these 3 squads, girl.
It is interesting indeed, and as the zone closes in, it's harder to fight because there's so many teams around in the open. NRG, Nathan just hitting his shots through the air with that scout. There's no one around. They seem to be safe, fairly safe, because the other team had to jump pad away from them and into the zone. Moving on with Lazarus, 2 of them alive. Hundreds actually, nope, not the last one. Dank, very nice armor swap, but unfortunately goes down to the likes of Frapper with the Mastiff. This is a bloodbath here.
That's right, Frapper, Team XD getting a couple eliminations. NRG now on board with them as they're actually going to get taken out as a result by Nathan, who's been an absolute monster all tournament long. But right now it's not looking good. Rocker goes down, Rocker is out. NRG, your current leaders, need to clutch this 2v2 fight. Nathan tagged up, Sweet goes down as well. All up to Nathan, has to hit the shield swap. No luck there. Can Nathan do it? Can he make a miracle right now? Look at the movement from Nathan. Looking for a shield swap. Desperately, finally finds it. Nathan, 2 individuals ahead of him, and Nathan's going to connect for the kill. Huge plays from Nathan. Arguably one of the best individually skilled players in North America. He's showing why.
He is indeed, and unfortunately for him though, the whole TSM squad is outside of his building. There's so, oh no, this is the other building actually. I'm sorry about that. TSM jumped down. They're playing the low ground. They're actually in a very good spot. And because I've seen this happen before in scrims, because they're on the low ground, they can easily go up to the high ground with that Octane jump pad. So they can play both areas if they wanted to. But it seems like they didn't find too much danger up here, so they're going to play right below the house.
This has been an insane game. TSM has been under pressure on the move and rotating throughout the entirety of this game. The fact that they're still alive and well right now is insane. We'll keep a close eye on TSM in that fight finally in the bottom right of your screen. Reps takes out Nathan. So, I think you were right, girl. It was Nathan nearby. Nathan eliminated by TSM. TSM still alive. I'd love to keep an eye on TSM as they've been on a tear. Meanwhile, Panders ratting out this with Valkyrie. This is where Valkyrie is obviously great in these rat scenarios. Great mobility, great movement. RNG Renegades finds himself a few kills as well. Snipedown takes out Senox of Sentinels. TSM is on an absolute killing spree right now. Snipedown with 2 plus 2 assists, and TSM can't be stopped.
Now this is their game to win right here. They're all up. They've got perfect armor. They got all of the loot. They found the rat behind them. They got the free kill on Panders. There's 5 squads remaining, 14 alive. No, Hal went down, but Snipedown with the Prowler coming on in, trying to get the revive. Yep, they're getting the revive with reps. Snipedown covering absolutely perfectly.
Snipedown is not missing with the Hemlock, or sorry, with the Prowler right now. Absolute damage being put in from Snipedown. He has been lasering everyone he's seen. He helps Reps get the revive right there. TSM back to full force. Meanwhile, AMV well positioned here. Renegades well positioned as well. The former Peanut Butter Sandwiches squad getting picked up by Renegades. Huge congratulations to them. They had a pretty slow start to this tournament, but girl, they have been bouncing back ever since. Currently in 9th place with 36 points.
It's a great day to be in 9th place. You want to try and stay in that top 10, and then you're going to have to compare yourself to how many points you have versus the other team after today. But we'll take it one step at a time, one game at a time. This is our last game of the day. AMV have a perfect spot in their building. They'll be able to play high ground once the zone comes in. This, it's tough to beat.
Right. This is insane. What a game 6, girl. This has been one of the most intense and hype game 6s we've seen in a while. And in the end, we got 4 squads remaining. And guess what? Of these 4 squads, TSM in 8th place with 36 points. Renegades in 9th place with 36 points. Those 2 squads in particular, an absolute damage being put on by Imperial Hal right now. Reps is going to knock Yubbin as well. Ak goes down by Bauswer. So the entire squad of Team XD getting taken out as it currently stands. Renegades and TSM, the teams alive, needed to go big in game 6, and they have. Is he going to get the stick? No, misses the stick, I believe, but does enough work to pick up the kill. Nice job from Hal.
Yeah, I believe they have the most perfect spot. They have high ground. The other team could potentially have high ground as well. They're going to heal through this Crypto ultimate as he pops a battery here. But both teams are below them. They have the height advantage, but the Gibby ult comes through. AMV, 3 squads remaining. Act taking down Presley here.
AMV in 13th place with 19 points. All 3 squads needed a big game 6. TSM so well positioned, and they can grief RNG. They're going to do that right now. One member of Renegades down. TSM on the kill. They're going for the finish right now. Snipe down leading the way. The controller got himself, and he gets knocked. Reps and Imperial Hal, all up to you. What can you do? On board with Hal, and it doesn't matter if Snipe down gets knocked because TSM goes huge in game 6. If you are looking for an example of how to play perfect Apex Legends, TSM just did it. That was a pristine game coming through from Team Solo Mid in Game 6 to close it out.
They did more than they needed to do there. I don't know if you caught it, but the Valk was going to fly her team up in the air to allow TSM to fight the other team so they could third party. But TSM knocked her before she started to fly and just destroyed their hopes and dreams right there. That was amazing.
Absolutely insane. That's what I mentioned earlier. Valk in late game, her kit in late game obviously is not ideal. Valk is known for early rotates, mid game rotates, but late game you're lacking a bit there. It's tough to, of course, get that ultimate off. And in the end, TSM goes huge. From start to finish in that game, I'm glad we got to catch their journey because they rotated perfectly. Talk about a zone that is less than ideal for them. Thermal station finish all the way from Fragment East. They rotate well. They were on point in Game 6, and I was excited to cast it. I'm excited to hear the analysis from T-Squared, Kate, and, of course, Stella. I'm going to throw it back to them in the desk. That's it for Girl and I. Thank you so much for watching, all.
And thank you, Fallout and Girl, for that spectacular casting of a hype game. Okay, here's how I'm going to put it. A scary lobby of thirsty teams couldn't do it. A late game revive couldn't do it. A less than optimal rotation couldn't do it. TSM coming out on top here for game number 6. Tom, what just happened?
TSM just plays better when they're behind. They start to warm up. They start to get a feel for the lobby. And next thing you know, they have a huge pop-off game because it's just Hal and the way that he's able to dissect teams apart and just lead his team in the right situation. You have the firepower from Snipe Down. You have the support coming in for reps. And that's what you get. I know the chat is going absolutely crazy right now.
Absolutely. Stella, I mean, honestly, you were talking in chat throughout the game, and you've been mentioning TSM. You've been keeping up with them. Talk to me about what this win means, not just for fans, but for what we're looking at in terms of our entire overall leaderboards.
Well, we're going to have to wait for the points to come in, but this is huge for TSM. I was just saying, TSM might need to go really big on this last match to make up for the points that they lost earlier, and they did just that. And I really want to point out that Hal is very good at, as what Tom said, very good at pointing out what they're doing wrong, able to adjust very quickly, and he's able to make that analysis so fast and lead his team very well. And it just showed here, like they just shined.
There's a lot to say, certainly, and I will tell you that this game, Tom, honestly, this game is one of those things that we all look for in the community. We all look for as fans, as casters, as analysts, as hosts. You very rarely get to see it, and we are just Game 6 of Day 1.
I know, there's so much more Apex to be played, and over here kind of doing the math again, it's going to be around 7 to 8 points a game, which means you're going to need anywhere from like 120 to 140 to get in, and I guarantee that was a conversation for Hal going forward here, where he's like, okay, we have to step it up here. We don't want to go into day number 2, game number 3 with our backs against the wall. We're TSM, we're the number 1 team here. NRG Stone, what they're made of, is the number 2 team, coming out winning 2 out of the 6 of these games, but now you get to see again how deadly they can actually be. They get better as the tournament goes on, and that's a scary thing.
It is scary. Well, let's take a look at some scary results and how it is that scary gameplay has made its way into the map for today. And, of course, this being Game 6, and after Game 6 results, we'll take a look at those overalls, and we'll find out who has come out after this first day of competition, Groups A and B. And that is how TSM does TSM things. My gosh, gang, 14 kills. 14 kills. I'm just going to sit here and say 14 kills. Stella, please tell me what.
And we were just talking about NRG taking the top kill what was it, top kill leaderboard, and now TSM came out with 14. They're like, no, we can do just as well. And this is just mind blowing watching them work.
It is indeed. It is. Let's talk overalls here, Tom, because once again, this is where we all find ourselves. This is the leaderboard that everybody looks to.
Well, you got to give a lot of props to the top dogs that we had here in terms of our teams to watch. Energy, TSM, Sentinels, they made it on the list. Renegades made it on the list as well. CLG, they were the team in the top 5 that came in 7th place. So let's look at the teams that kind of took their spot. ESA Black, FYP, Bottom 20, aka KNG. They're doing phenomenal. My Little Phony with their win in game number 1. These are the teams right now that are feeling pretty good, because if you're on that left-hand side inside the top 10, that's where you want to be, because keep in mind, these are 2 groups that are combined. So if you're able to place top 10 in every single one of your group stages, technically you should make it in, but you definitely want to try to get that number 1 seed as well, because keep in mind that when we switch to this championship format, the higher seed that you are, the more points that you get in that 50-point format, where you have to get to match point at 50, and then once you win a game, then you become your champion, and that's when you get over $250,000. So all of this matters, not just getting in, but also your seeding that you're going to have going forward.
Absolutely, and I will say, let's take a look. If we see TSM there at number 2, remember, gang, they started as our number 1 here for for Group A, I should say, and they fell down, and they have clawed their way back up to that 2nd seed there. And Tom, you are absolutely right. I think I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that after game number 6 would have been on match point with that 50-point match point format. So definitely something to keep in mind, definitely something that we're going to be taking a look at for sure. Now, one of the elements that we keep talking about, and we can't not, are all of our incredible players. And what way that we would like to really showcase that is part of what we're calling the ALGS Championship Monster MVP.
Ooh, you love to hear it.
Oh, that's the way a cookie crumbles. Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you guys in a second, you two lovely analysts, the people that have been bringing us this breakdown, this action, this drama all day long. I want to ask you guys your MVP here in a hot second and get that hot take. But first, I want to make sure that those of you who are on our streams, those are on our Twitter, we want to know your favorites. Who's energizing you through this ALGS North American Championship group stage? Who is your MVP today? We'll go ahead and tweet at Monster Energy and at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. It's a long one, but you know what? Totally worth it. ALGS Monster Energy MVP. You have it on your screen right there to let us know. Now that I've given you all some time to think, I suspect I know the answer to this question. And Stella, I'm going to start with you. MVP, we're just in day 1. Groups A and B, who's it going to be?
Ooh, groups A and B. Ooh,
just one MVP from our stream
just
here
one.
tonight. That's all
Dang
I need.
it.
That's
She's
all I
going
need.
to pick 2. She's going to pick 2. We already see
I'll pick one. I'll pick
fine.
one. Okay, I'll pick one. I want to say Snipe Down for providing support when Hal went down. Very little cover, and was able to provide support so that Hal could get res. I thought that was huge. They would have lost the game there if he hadn't helped, and I think that was a huge moment for me, honestly.
Interesting. Wasn't going to say that for you, so I'm excited to hear what Tom has to say.
She flopped from Hal going on over to Snipedown. I agree, Snipedown played very well today, but I'm going to steal who your MVP was when we started this thing. I'm going to go with Sweet, because Fallout was talking about the amount of damage that he was doing. And Stella, you can't pick an MVP from the 2nd place team. You got to pick one from the 1st place team.
Oh, man.
I can do what I want, Tom. Excuse you. How dare you, first of all.
Oh, my bad.
Some hot fire. I'm enjoying this analyst desk even more at this moment. You know what else I'm enjoying are tweets from you. We've actually got a couple that may have done exactly this. Let's take a look here real quick. Excuse me. While we do that, we're going to go ahead and think, okay, here we go. Tom, take this from me real quick here.
They're watching the former Amos' squad, now known as G2, so congratulations to them getting signed. Resulta, Gentrifying, Designful, absolutely slaying right now, and it's rightfully so. I mean, this team has been dominant throughout the past. I can't wait to see how they're going to play, how Liquid's going to play, Space Station Gaming. The rest of the groups are going to continue day by day.
Absolutely. Look at this thing. Here we go. Our second. Sweet. Hey, listen. Tom, we got a sweet fan here. The big clutch. Let's go. NRG fam. I mean, you know, you can't disagree with success, and we've seen it again and again. Now, Stella, you thinking about revising your MVP yet, or no? You're gonna stick with
See, if Tom hadn't made fun of me for saying that I was gonna have 2 picks, Sweet was gonna be my second. So.
Oh.
That's why I said that. So I had something to say.
Well played, Tom. Well played. Excellent. Well, and I do want to see if there's a way for us to take a look at some sort of we have been seeing in between these matches some really great stats. We love stats here, right? And perhaps we can talk more about stats whenever we come back from this in our second day of our North American ALGS Championship, because of course this is a journey, a long one, on our way to the finals and potentially the lion's share of that $2.58 million prize pool. It's large and in charge, and the way you're going to find out who wins that, well, it's by coming back right here for our finals on June 12th and 13th. And there's something else you can do. You heard their picks. You've seen the community talk. Well, you community, we want you to continue to talk. Make sure to tune in live for our EMEA and our North American Championship finals. This is where you can cast your vote for Monster Energy's most valuable player during the finals show. You can cast your vote by using that hashtag. I'm going to say it again. Write it down. Hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. And use the hashtag player name on Twitter, Twitch, and of course, YouTube to cast your vote for the Monster Energy MVP.
And I heard from a little birdie that you may be able to vote more than once. I'm not sure. Maybe it's 3 times total, so we'll have to get confirmation on that. If it's not true, don't tweet me. I'm sorry.
Don't tweet me.
No,
Just
absolutely
spam the
tweet
chat.
him. Absolutely. Flood us mentions,
See?
please.
This is what happens after 6 games. The analysts start going after each other, and I'm just here to watch, okay? Consider me that rat over here enjoying the potential of a third party, which very clearly may not happen. Now, here's what I will say. I want to real quick go into this team comp, because you guys mentioned it again and again. Our casters have mentioned it again and again. I don't want to real quick bring this back. My Little Phony, Crypto Octane Gibby, Sentinels, Caustic, Valkyrie, Gibby, NRG, Bloodhound, Gibby, Octane, CLG, Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound. And, of course, NRG got it twice. And then TSM coming in with that fantastic Octane comp. Which is the better comp? Mobility, defense, or recon? Go, Tom!
It's really tough to say. Honestly, you have to have Gibraltar, though. That's the one thing that we saw today is 20 teams out of the 20 teams ended up having Gibraltar. Personally, it's all about how your play style is going to be and how you're going to utilize it. And that's what the beautiful thing is about this tournament is we still have a lot of Apex to be played to see what that answer is.
We very much do. Stella, do you agree with Tom? And it's okay if you don't, but I probably guess you do.
I feel like there are different answers if you're talking about ranked versus pro plays. In pro plays, I think you need recon because everyone will be, as we saw, early games are very slow. You want to know where people are. Knowledge is power, as we saw in the NRG Sweet play where he was ulted in Bloodhound form and saw everyone in the top 3 circle and decimated. I do think movement is very important, and yeah, I think as long as you have recon and movement, then the third can be Caustic or Gibby, I want to say, because Caustic is also very strong endgame circle.
Hey, I've always been a fan of the Stinky Caustic Man, so like I'm here for this. Absolutely. Well, let's talk about let's have a deep pull back to game number 1 with our Lenovo Legion moment of the match. For those Kanakas Pets fans, you're gonna enjoy this one. Go ahead and take a look against their clutch play with My Little Phony. Take a look. Game 1. A lot of Kanaka's Pet fans here, and I'm sure they didn't like to see that, but at the same time, Tom, that those comms were rather chaotic, I would say.
That was like the clean version of like Rap God or some sort of Busta Rhymes song where they were just like going nonstop, and then Fudge came in there, and you love to see it. I mean, Fury though throughout all the end, sitting up there just watching all of that unfold. Nobody, you could see from their point of view, nobody accounted for the rat. And in these type of situations, Bloodhound scans are coming out, Crypto Ultimates, everything is happening, and Fury just calm, cool, and collected on top of his perch, comes down and wins that game. That was a great way to start today.
I will say we definitely saw some calm, cool, and collected. In fact, Stella, that I think I can see definitely your Snipetown MVP vote. That cool, calm, and collected moment at the end of Game 6 that saw some very strategic gameplay, including that just fantastic Gibby Dome put at right the same. I'm having a hard time talking about it because it's one of those like this.
It's just so exciting.
Work.
Yeah, and you just can't like fathom being in that position, knowing what order to put things in. But that's why they're pros. That's why they do the job for us, right? We just get to watch.
Oh, that's what it. See, you know what? I like that Stella just comes in and like totally wraps up exactly what we were all supposed to say. That's awesome, 100%. Hey, you know what? For those people that voted for Sweet as the MVP, Tom. Well, it's your lucky day because our very own Fallout has Sweet live right now for an audio interview. Fallout, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kate, Tom, and Stella. Fallout here joined alongside Sweet, who is the monster MVP candidate for T-Squared at least. And honestly, after the performance he had, I could see why. Sweet, how you doing today, man?
Doing well, man. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you joining and be able to talk through all things that entire match. A versus B certainly did not disappoint. You guys come out on top with the win. Well, first things first, I got to ask you, what was working so well for you guys today? What was clicking?
Well, it was a little bit of a up and down battle. Some games went really well while other games went really poorly, but that's kind of like the Battle Royale genre in a nutshell. But yeah, we just strung 2 games together with, I believe, a 14 and 17 kill win that, made up for the chunk of our points today with a couple games along the way between 5 and 9 points. And lots of mistakes were made today. To believe it or not, we're not too happy with our performance, but the 2 wins that we did put together, definitely we're super happy about.
Spoken like a champion. Despite winning the whole thing, first place in the entire group, you're still obviously thinking about what you could do better. And on that note, you guys get some favorable zones today, right? Thermal Station got pulled twice. Game 6, though, Thermal Station zone, which tends to be a little bit favorable for you guys. What went wrong?
What happened? Game 6. So yeah, holistically today, there was actually a lot of weird zone shifts that we weren't actually prepared for. But game shifts back up to the 2 stories above thermal. We make a pretty default rotate up there, and unfortunately, just kind of a botched 2v3. Unfortunately, today we kind of caught the brute force of the Kraber in the care package. I believe we lost 3 games today strictly to that weapon in enemy hands.
Yikes!
Myself getting Krabered, Nathan getting Krabered, and we won the fight, but Nathan only survived solo in the building with no res beacons nearby. So a little bit of a botched execution of a building take, but we know what went wrong and we'll make it up for next time.
I love it. You guys are obviously going to improve upon next time, which is hard to say given your performance today. I mean, you on top with 7.6k damage overall as the overall damage dealer. Nathan with 17 kills. Talk to me about your guys' individual performances today in terms of stats at least.
Yeah, I mean, so the structure of our team is pretty straightforward. Nathan and Rocker are here to put out damage and kills, and I'm here to tell them where to go to put out damage and kills. Me being the main shot caller and Rocker, playing Gibby and Nate on Bloodhound. Their main focus is to just put out damage and kills, and when I can put them in the correct spots and things go our way, we usually win with a lot of kills, but I definitely put us in a couple bad positions today that resulted in us going out a little early. So, working on that personally, and hopefully we can, improve for next time.
Yeah, love that perspective. Good to get some insight from you guys in terms of your team composition, how y'all play as a team. And one thing I want to ask you about is the competition within the group today and what you saw today. TSM started a little bit slow, bounced back in late game, Sentinels and the like. Talk to me a little bit about how you thought that other teams in the competition in the lobby today. Who was the best competition in your eyes?
Well, we ran into CLG quite a bit today. Usually there's usually one fight that either makes or breaks your entire game. If you win it, you have a huge game. If you lose it, you have to watch the other team have a huge game. And we caught CLG twice today for a mid-game fight where we won it, and then we went on to win the game. So I think CLG played really well today. TSM forever are the CEOs of starting off super slow and then heating up towards the end of it. And, seeing them close it out with a dub is, hopefully, they were playing really slow at the start. But overall, the normal, usual suspects of Sentinels, CLG, and TSM always are up there, top 5, top 6 with us.
Yeah, which makes sense. Sentinels playing Sorting Factory somewhat nearby you guys, and you're going to hit them on rotation.
Yeah, a lot of zones near Sorting, so you're going to see Sentinels quite a bit.
Exactly. CLG up in Skyhook. Tomorrow, though, I want to switch gears and kind of preview tomorrow. You guys are going to be going up against Group D, features G2, Cloud9. G2 obviously dropping over in Thermal. They're always looking to pick fights. What's the game plan going into tomorrow's matchup against Group D?
Yeah, just so no one confuses, because everyone asked in my chat, that's actually on the 4th, everybody. Fallout, tomorrow's EU. It's on the 4th.
You're right. I said tomorrow.
Everyone always
it is
asks
the 4th.
me.
Thank you for clarifying.
I just want to correct that because all day tomorrow in my chat, sweet, when do you play? So I just want to correct that. But listen up, G2, super, super good team, but left unchecked, they can completely roll over the lobby and drop a lot of kills. But we land in staging just north of them, and I think us and them in the same lobby will be able to kind of control their momentum and kind of curb their ability to win games multiple times. So I think us, G2, SSG, I think, versus Group D, we're in for another great matchup.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one to watch. G2, I'm not sure if you heard, they won 3 straight games in their series. They're red hot right now. Yeah, it'll be a fun matchup between you guys and G2, both dropping on the southwest side of the map. Great perspective as always. Of course, as we wrap up, Sweet, any final words, any shout-outs?
Shout out to my teammates as usual. No questions asked about NRG. I mean, one of the best orgs in the game, and Nathan and Rocker, I literally could not ask for better people next to me. Literally just 2 young guns who have a very long esports career ahead of them, and it's an absolute honor to call them my teammates.
Rocker at 17 years old. Crazy, man.
Youngest signed player in Apex. Correct.
Amazing. Unbelievable. You, of course, have a great roster. No questions asked about NRG. Congrats, of course, on the Winter Circuit playoffs win, and congrats on starting strong in championships. Best of luck to you tomorrow. Sweet, thanks so much for joining us again. We're wishing you luck.
Appreciate it. Follow. Thank you so much, man.
Likewise, we're going to throw it back to Kate and T Squared and Stella at the desk. A big thank you to Sweet, and congratulations to NRG, your winners in day number 1, leading the pack.
Man, I'll tell you what, it's interesting to hear him talk about momentum and how the Kraber really stopped theirs and what they're going to do to go ahead and get in the way of other teams going forward. Stella, you started off talking about Sweet from the get-go. What do you think of what we just heard?
Him saying that he's not happy with how they played, even though they came out first in Group A, just kind of shows what kind of character he is. Group A and B, sorry. It just shows that he's very hard on himself. He really wants everything he wants to play the best that he can, and it shows you that he just puts all of his effort and his passion into what he does. So no surprise there. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring. Not tomorrow, by the way, Fallout, but Friday.
Spitting that hot fire, Tom. While we look at those player kill leaderboard here, 4 groups A and B playing today, what do we think?
I refuse to agree with Stella, but she was right. But so overall, NRG, what I love is that Sweet is able to get a lot of kills throughout all this, but he's also the in-game leader. He's talking about how he puts them in position to get kills for Rocker and Nathan, but he's still right there, and he's also clutching games out over towards the end. That's what you need from your MVP. You can't tell players what to do unless you can do it yourself. You have to set the example, you have to set in the time, and that's exactly what Sweet was able to do for his team today.
And listen, numbers don't lie. You're not wrong. He's coming in at number 2. And I always like to mention when we come to this moment, of course, no one player makes a team. But boy, does it help if your players are as good as number 1, 2, and 7. I will also say that, Tom, one of the things you like to talk about are scary lobbies. If you can be number 1 in kill leaders in this lobby, you're going to be scary going forward of this, I am sure. Speaking of going forward, let's take a look at those day 1 results. Everybody, we've aggregated. This is now groups A through D. As you mentioned, we have been watching Group A and B here on this stream, our sister stream, brought to us by Nicewig, doing a great job. And here we are, Group A, B, C, and D. Tom, we're looking at some very interesting numbers.
What's really interesting is you take a look at Group C, And Alpine Esports is looking pretty solid to go and advance out of that group if they can keep that pace off. But look at where Obey Alliance is, right? They're sitting at 29 points. That's the same as around 6th place for some of these other teams. So that means Group A, B, and D are absolutely stacked in terms of points. And some players, if not, a majority of these teams in Group C may not end up making it in unless they have a really solid next couple of days. And that's really what stands out to me. Besides the first place teams, I mean, G2 with 92 points, that's ridiculous.
I was going to say, are we just going to gloss over 92?
Definitely not.
Exactly. No, absolutely, Stella. Now, let me ask you real quick about this, gang. We didn't see, now this is just Group A and B, so maybe not C and D, but we didn't see any team comp changes this entire time. Stella, if I'm in 6, 7 through 10, if I'm in those later parts of the groups here, do I start thinking team comp changes going into NA groups on Friday?
Maybe if you're not running a Gibraltar, maybe if you're not running a movement character who's not Valkyrie, maybe they need to rethink that. But honestly, at that point, I think it would have to be team coordination that you look at as opposed to the Legends, because it really comes down to how well you're able to play as a team. Legends can support that playstyle, but really you need to have that teamwork down.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen various team comps work today. Certainly those that are both, more aggressive, more defensive. I love when the casters talk about those teams that are going for survival throughout the early game here. So that is excellent. And I will say it's also been excellent sharing the desk with you two fabulous people, especially here. This is just day number 1. And I want to make sure that we also, once again, give some highlights from the NiceWigs C and D groups here, because he's been holding down. Let's remind ourselves. There's 3 of us on the desk. We got 2 casters per game rotating. NiceWig has been doing this himself on our secondary stream and doing it like a pro. Real quick, Tom, NiceWig, your experience with him, is this something that is in any way, shape, or form a surprise to you?
Super hype, super positive, super nice guy. Nothing but, amazing things to say about NiceWig.
Absolutely. Well, let's have NiceWig say amazing things about himself with some highlights here from our groups C and D streams today.
Coming out from Shiny with that thing. Monsoon with the stim out. They're going to be healing. They need to get these kills. They need to play together. Another team coming out right now. Monsoon coming in clutch. Let's see if he can do it. Monsoon getting shot at. And G2 is still reigning champions up top. And they are in the best position in the game. Nocturnal going down. Everyone dying. And G2 with the Gen here, but they're going to fight each other 3v3. This could be really bad for Gen and company. G2 going down. Phoenix is still alive. Do not forget it. Gen is going to be full alive here with the Eva shots. The res is coming out. It is a solo. He's going to go for the solo play. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. More shots coming out from Gen. Gen going to be able to wipe here. And this is going to be a cake in the walk for the boys. Over at G2. Can they do it? Can they make it 3 in a row? Shots coming down on Valk Flesh. Shots coming down on the Gibraltar Flesh. And there's one alive. Is he going to do it? He's not. He's going to get decimated by G2.
I don't know what to say right now. If Lewis Black, the famed comedian with the scratchy voice, if he knew anything about Apex, I feel like we would have seen NiceWig do that exact same thing. We just heard some incredible hype, and it's fun.
He's going Super Saiyan over there, Kate. Yeah, he's a big TBZ fan, and he's over there. He's gonna get into his cryo tube. He's gonna get into the zone next time and just power up over the next 2 days. Come out with a power level that we've never seen before. He's ready to take on Golden Frieza at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
So excited. Exactly. I was going to say, so at this point, I feel bad because I don't know if any of our casters can meet that same hype for that same amount of time.
Maybe if Tom and I got a lot of coffee and just started, trying to bounce off each other a little bit more, maybe played a few games of Apex, maybe?
Challenge accepted. There it is.
Can't believe she wants to be on my team.
Oh no, I want to 1v1 you.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Here it comes. I love this. Let's start the 1v1s right now from the desk. I'll be over here watching like the rest of our community. Well, hey, listen, speaking of watching, go ahead and take a look at our schedule coming up here. Get your phones out. Put it on your calendar. We all live by our phones. I certainly do. So make sure you got this. And this one is also for Fallout. God love you, guy. But So tomorrow is our day 2 of our EMEA broadcast. Day 3 of EMEA comes on June 5th. And then day 2 for this very North American group stage, where we find out who is going forward a little bit faster than the rest. Well, that comes June 4th. And then day 3 for North America, that's Sunday, June 6th. We are all here all the time. So basically, if you want to see Apex today, tomorrow, next day, or the day after that, or the day after that, just come and stay here. We're going to be hanging out with you the entire time. And here's something else to hang out around. That would be next weekend, June the 12th, for our EMEA Super Regional Finals. That's when you're going to find out who goes home with the lion's share of that $2.5 million prize pool. And hey, you know what? While you're at it, go ahead and stick around, because that $2.5 million prize pool, it's also coming in hot for the June 13th North American Finals show. We got a lot of Apex. We got a lot of time. I'm hoping Nicewig gets himself one of those, what did we say, Tom? Cough lozenge? And I know what that's about.
And a good night's sleep. A good night's sleep for sure.
I think he put it all out on the field for sure. Let's talk about what you've been talking about finally with our tweets. You have been all over the place. We love to see it. Stella, we love that we heard you were, you said you were double clicking, you were liking some tweets from Snipedown. You gotta love that here in the middle of our games. This is awesome. And what is this? Back to,
this is so good. They are so quick.
They are fierce. And you know what? I'd say they're thirsty, but that looks kind of like an empty water bottle. So there you go there. How about that? Well done, GG to G2. As day 1 of the ALGS Championship conclude, NRG Apex sits atop of Group B, 73 points. We go at it again on Friday. There it is. Well done. Yes, absolutely. So I'm agreeing with you. These teams are doing a fabulous job of jumping on social and really showcasing what they're about. But yes, Tom, it's more pets.
More pets.
Charlie is living his best life right now. Can we just get that straight? Like, that angle on the couch just looks amazing right now.
I mean, she's hanging out and enjoying NRG. Is there anything better? I defy you to find me anything better. In our last tweet, we'll find out who is to blame. Oh, and no, you know what? I can't even say it. Rainy day vibes with a cute puppy to boot, for sure. Well done. This is exactly the kind of tweets we like to see. Great thirsty game tweets and small dog tweets, for sure.
And you can tell the dog's listening to the cast because the ear is up,
it is
ready to go, just in case there's any type of major breaks that are happening in the games.
He's just ready. He's just ready there with his his satellite dish, I guess, ready to go. Is that how that works? I have 2 dogs. You wouldn't know it, but there you go. At any rate, who knew I was going to say that? But there you go. You know what else is something you should consider watching? Well, we have our friends over at FIFA. The FIFA World Cup is coming up, not just for those fun people with the footies, but also the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's a campaign beginning to wind down with the best FIFA players on the planet to compete once again in each of this region's playoffs to secure a spot in the FIFA World Cup. They'll have the chance of becoming the FIFA 21 World Champion. That's not too bad of a title. Don't miss the world's best go at each other in the FIFA Global Series playoffs all through the month. Those guys look like those faces are very serious. Go ahead and visit futchampions.com for more details. Maybe you'll find out those death stares that they've got going on. That's I'm feeling those death stares in a real way. So futchampions.com. Get in on it. Make yourself known. And hey, speaking of making yourself known, let's keep up with all of us on all of the socials. Twitch.tv/playapex, youtube.com/playapex compete. And if you want to continue following us on Twitter, perhaps you want to see yourself on this very program, well, go to @playapex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS, and we may be showcasing your small animal or thirsty tweets. Either way, we're excited to have you here with us. And hey, while you're at it, if you want to give us a free follow on Twitch or, a free sub on YouTube, we wouldn't hate it for sure. But last things to say. Stella, it's your first day on the desk with us. Reppin' IGN. Last looks, last mentions before we sign off.
I actually totally forgot at the beginning of the cast to say that I'm the person at IGN who does all of the new season update breakdown videos and lore breakdown videos at IGN, so I guess now's the time to do that.
They're the best.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen them, watch them. Trust me. Tom, how about you? Last things.
Yeah, Sel, first of all, great having you on the desk, and we have so much more Apex to be played. The drama is going to continue to build, and we have a special moment here. I mean, there's so much on the line, but the players are giving their A game, and we're going to see some fantastic Apex. So if you're a fan of Apex, I highly recommend checking out the rest of the action.
Absolutely. Just stick it right here. We'll be back tomorrow for our EMEA Day 2 for group stages. And with that, I say thank you very much to the cast and the crew. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.